us for ACT Votes live from the ABC's Election Centre.
Canberra, the beating heart of this nation, is a city built for the federal parliament, a place for public servants and politicians to gather to run this great country.
But tonight, residents in the ACT will decide who is responsible for rates, roads and rubbish, along with things like local healthcare and education.
Labor has ruled this territory for a whopping 23 years straight, the last 16 with the support of the Greens. And the Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, is by far the longest-serving head of government in the nation.
The Liberals last won office here when John Howard was Prime Minister way back in 1998. Opposition leader Elizabeth Lee faces a huge task to lead her party to victory tonight.
But the government faces some challenges too. Will the Greens or Independents see their support surge, or is this still firmly a Labor town? We are about to find out. Live from the National Museum on Ngunnawal country and recognising others with connection to this land, welcome to ACT Votes. Hello and welcome to the National Museum of Australia on Acton Peninsula in Canberra. We're live throughout the territory on ABC television, across the nation on the ABC News channel and simulcast on ABC Radio Canberra. It is terrific to have your company this evening. I'm James Glenday.
And I'm Adrian Francis. Polls have now closed across the ACT and counting is getting underway, which means we will soon find out the people's verdict and we'll bring you the results as soon as they're reported by the Electoral Commission. And in the ACT, that could be very quickly indeed.
We are tonight coming to you from a place where many of the nation's treasures are stored, and we are lucky enough to be joined tonight by a living treasure, the ABC's Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green. Welcome back to Canberra.
Thank you.
First of all, it'd be great, Antony, if you could just take us through the current makeup of the Legislative Assembly.
Well, for those interstate who don't know, there's 25 members of the Legislative Assembly in the ACT, and the result of the last election was its proportional representation. Labor won 10 seats, the Liberal Party 9, and there was 6 Greens. So the continuation of 23 years of Labor government to date, and the last 3 terms with a coalition, a working arrangement between the Labor Party and the Greens. Tonight we'll be clearing out these numbers and then filling in members as we get elected, and we could see those numbers very quickly.
Now, Antony, 2 things make the ACT different: the Hare-Clark electoral system and also electronic voting.
Well, first thing is the electoral system. There are 5 electorates in the ACT. As you can see here, we've coloured them in by the number of members held by each party in each electorate. The Labor Party has 2 seats in each of the 5 seats, which gives them 10. The Liberals have 2 in 4 seats and 1 in Kurrajong. And the last election, the Greens won 2 seats in Kurrajong. It was the first time the Greens had won 2 seats in the same electorate. The first time the Liberals had been pushed down to 1. So that's one of the seats we'll be watching tonight to see whether they can replicate that result. The battle is nearly always between, roughly, you'll get 2 on the Labor side, usually 2 on the Liberal side. Who wins the 5th seat? Is it won by a 3rd member for the Labor Party or the Liberal Party? Is it a hinge seat? Is it won by the Greens? Is it won by somebody else? Often in the ACT, government and changes of government aren't determined by the numbers of seats for the major party. Very often we've seen in the ACT, changes of government are reflected in a change in the composition of the crossbench.
And Antony, of course, the ACT is the most important place in the country tonight, but there are a couple of other elections taking place as well, just across the border. Can you tell us about those?
Well, up in the northern suburbs of Sydney, there's 3 by-elections. Dominic Perrottet, former Premier's retired. His seat of Epping is vacant, as is former Treasurer Matt Keane in Hornsby. Neither of those are in doubt. There's no Labor candidate. But Pittwater, up in the federal seat of Mackellar, it's a Teal versus the Liberal Party. Huge interest to see how one of those battles occurs between a Teal and a Liberal ahead of next year's federal election.
Thanks, Antony. Well, here in the Gandel Atrium of the National Museum, we've brought together some of the finest minds in Territory politics. The Health Minister and Member for Kurrajong, Rachel Stephen-Smith.
You may, Adrian. Good evening.
Representing the Liberals and the people of Brindabella, the Opposition Whip and former Deputy Leader, Nicole Lauder. Nicole, good evening.
Good evening.
And from the Greens, Leader and Attorney General Shane Rattenbury.
Good evening, Adrian.
And of course, last but not least, our very own Adam Shirley, the presenter of ABC Radio Canberra's breakfast program, is joining us to deliver analysis as the results come in. And Adam, we might actually begin with you because probably one of the most interesting things about this election tonight is the fact that the Labor Party has held government in this territory for 23 years now. I'm keen to know, do you think there's any chance of that dominance being broken tonight?
Yes, James, no doubt it has been a long incumbency, and the it's time factor has been predicted here before, but it's not materialised in 23 years, as you say. Will it this evening is a key question. It depends in part, I suppose, on how well the Liberals recover from a couple of self-inflicted wounds during the campaign, for example, in the seat of Ginninderra, and if the independent, the minor party vote materialises. That's the potential wild card, I think, that could make it a slightly longer wait for the final result this evening.
Thank you, Adam. Well, Rachel Stephen-Smith, are you confident that you'll hold all your seats, including your own, tonight?
I think we're reasonably confident that we'll hold 10 seats for the reasons that Antony went through earlier. It's hard, the maths makes it difficult to see Labor falling below 2 seats in each electorate, but there are some interesting issues in this election, particularly with the number of independents that are running. So in Kurrajong, that's an interesting electorate to watch. But I think all of the electorates are going to be interesting for different reasons. And I think Antony hit the nail on the head in terms of what's going to happen in that last seat in each electorate is actually going to be really fascinating for a bunch of different reasons.
Now, Nicole, of course, this last week of the campaign was dominated by a pretty extraordinary contribution to Australian politics with that finger gesture, which was caught on camera. But putting that to one side, what have you made of the Liberal Party's campaign over the past 6 weeks? And do you think that Elizabeth Lee has had the full-throated support of her colleagues throughout?
Well, the campaign, in fact, has been far longer than 6 weeks. I know my colleagues have worked incredibly hard over the past term under Elizabeth Lee. I think being in opposition is even harder than being in government in terms of supporting your leader. There's no doubt that there are many people in the party who think they are the person who should lead the party. I think it's partly the nature of becoming a politician that people think that they are the best person for the job. But Elizabeth has absolutely held the team together really well under some challenges. And with respect to the single finger salute, I think there's actually been a lot of support. It's, hasn't been a particularly negative thing.
All publicity can be good publicity. And of course, everyone is going to be on the truth serum tonight, speaking freely, which is what we want to see.
Shane Rattenbury, what's your metric of success for tonight?
We had a fantastic result in 2020, a historic high watermark for us. And the nature of the Hare-Clark system is for the Greens, we sit right, and our vote sits right on about that quota point at the moment. And so in previous elections, we've just missed seats by a couple of hundred votes. In 2020, we won all of them. The luck fell our way on every seat. And some of them we won by very small margins, as low as 82 votes in Brindabella. So this is a tricky election for us, I think. One in which we've worked incredibly hard. I think we've put a great platform out there, but there will be close margins. And there's a lot of candidates at this election. And so I think the vote is potentially going to split up a lot. And it may take some time to see the final result in those last seats.
Mr. Attenbury, just picking up on that comment, it sounds like you're managing expectation before a vote is counted. Is it realistic to think that if the independent and minor party vote materialises, and there are options now, probably compared to the last election, that it's the Greens that could be most vulnerable and that you might lose 2-3 representatives from the Assembly?
Oh, I just think the cold, hard reality, Adam, is that we have our seats by narrow margins. There's no doubt about it. After the last election, the Chief Minister quipped to me. He said, well done, but now you've got 5 marginal seats. I did reply by saying, yes, but at least we hold them. But I think it was an honest exchange of the situation for us here in the Territory.
Well, this term of Parliament began as the ACT continued to deal with the COVID pandemic. Since then, the Barr government has tried to relieve pressure on the health system and chronic housing shortages. Our
reporter Harry Frost looks back at the past 4 years in Territory politics and an election campaign that's had no shortage of colour and, yes, a bit of controversy.
In In the midst of a once-in-a-century global pandemic, Canberrans were coming to grips with life in a COVID world. The vaccination rollout began in February 2021, and there were hopes the worst was over. But by August, it was clear there was more to come.
The ACT will enter into a 7-day lockdown from 5 p.m. tonight.
That lockdown continued for more than 2 months, putting the health system under serious strain. The pandemic only exacerbated persistently poor hospital wait times, and Labor has been at pains to demonstrate it's doing the work to catch up, with the compulsory acquisition of the former Calvary Public Hospital at Bruce, the completion of the long-awaited upgrade of the Canberra Hospital, and the promise of a new Northside Hospital to meet the demands of a growing population. While COVID restrictions were wound back and the economy opened up, cost of living pressures remained, with shortages of rental and public housing, rising interest rates, high home prices and inflation all taking their toll. Cost of living relief has been a key theme of the Canberra Liberals campaign, promising to cap rate increases and reduce payroll tax, while also opening up more land for development, including an entire new town centre at Cowan Forest, a plan Labor says will simply stretch services and result in longer commutes. To help cover the revenue shortfall and pay for other service improvements, the opposition has promised to scrap plans to extend light rail beyond Commonwealth Park to Woden, saying the cost of the project, for which contract won't be signed until at least 2028, will likely be far too much. But with the change of federal government, ACT Labor says the Commonwealth is on board to help fund its infrastructure ambitions, while the Greens want to get on with building the route to Woden sooner.
The ACT, as expected, is showing a very strong yes vote.
The ACT was the only jurisdiction with a majority in favour of an Indigenous voice to Parliament, a result seen by some as confirmation of the capital's more progressive leanings. Perhaps reading the room after a string of election losses with comparatively conservative leaders, this term the Liberals have Elizabeth Lee at the helm. But her party's campaign has still been marred by controversies. Frustration with a journalist got the better of Miss Lee in the last few days of the campaign. MLA Elizabeth Kickett was disendorsed before joining Family First, while Labor pointed to social media posts by candidate Darren Roberts under a pseudonym as a sign the Liberals are still at their core a conservative movement. The Greens weren't immune to the ghosts of online past either, with posts and conduct by candidates also raising questions about the party's vetting processes. The success of independents, such as David Pocock at the ballot box in the last federal election, has raised the prospect of a new independent political force at the territory level, not seen in decades. Meanwhile, Andrew Barr has leaned into his party's 23 years in power, spruiking continuity and experience. But is that what Canberrans are looking for at a time of growing global instability? Or do they think it's time for a change? The answer is in the hands of the voters.
Throughout the evening, we'll bring you reaction and analysis from across Canberra thanks to our team of ABC reporters who are monitoring the key contests for us. Patrick Bell is at the Labor Party headquarters in Belconnen. Jade Toomey is covering the Canberra Liberals function in Barton, and Courtney Barrett-Peters is at the Greens campaign headquarters in Turner.
All right, Patrick, we are going to start with you this evening. What are Labor insiders telling you about their chances tonight?
Oh, good evening, James, and to the rest of the panel. Look, as has been discussed a little earlier in the broadcast, Labor insiders are reasonably optimistic they will hold all 10 of their existing seats. It would take a pretty enormous swing in any of the given electorates for them to drop to one seat and then take their overall total below 10. In fact, some Labor sources have told me that they have one or two prospects of picking up seats. Perhaps the best prospect is in in Ginninderra, depending on what the effect of the disruption to the Liberal campaign in that electorate has been, whether the Liberals manage to hold on to enough of their voters or whether they fracture to other parties and maybe don't come back in the preference flows. There is another story for Labor tonight, though, and that is whether all of their incumbent MLAs will be returned. Labor sources have told me there are a couple that face some pretty tough battles from other Labor candidates to get over the line. One of those is the Police and Emergency Services Minister, Mick Gentleman, in Brindabella, and another is Suzanne Orr in Yerrabig. Now, in both cases, there have been some pretty strong non-incumbent campaigns in those electorates, and so that'll be a subplot perhaps to the main event this evening to keep an eye on. But certainly Labor sources have told me they've not detected any significant enthusiasm to change the government, so cautious optimism is probably the best way to describe their feelings about their prospects at this point.
All right, Patrick, thank you.
Now, Jade, Elizabeth Lee's flipping of the bird on Wednesday was embarrassing. Do Liberal insiders think it'll hurt them at the ballot box?
Well, Adi, that was certainly an infamous flip-out moment, and Elizabeth Lee has described that 1 second as a moment of frustration, but it's 1 second that's probably been one of the defining moments of the campaign, if not the defining moment. I mean, it's probably the only story of the ACT election which has broken through and made national headlines. Of course, the response has been mixed. Some people are thinking that this is not necessarily behaviour that's becoming of the potential next Chief Minister of the ACT, but others are thinking that maybe this moment of weakness or instinct has made Elizabeth Lee more human, perhaps. Here at Canberra Liberals headquarters, the party faithful do not think at all that this will affect Elizabeth Lee at the ballot box. They're making light of it. When we saw a vision of it on the television just a couple of moments ago, we saw and heard some claps from the insiders here behind me. So they don't think that this will hurt her at the ballot box whatsoever. In fact, they think it might even raise her profile and expose Elizabeth Lee and the Canberra Liberals to people who might not necessarily have come across them before. Some optimistically thinking that this will perhaps I don't know, it translate into some more votes for the Liberal Party. That seems a little optimistic to me, but it will be just a few hours until we find out how that moment of weakness has translated in the ACT election.
Thank you, Joe Toomey.
All right, Courtney, let's go to you. You are, of course, with the Greens tonight. We're lucky enough to have the Greens leader here on the panel with us. But I'm curious, what are the people who are gathering there thinking? Are they worried at all about the potential rise of the grouping Independents for Canberra and what that might mean for their prospects?
Well, the Independents for Canberra do present a very real threat to the Greens tonight, in particular their marginal seats. Now, insiders for the Greens that I've been speaking to today say they are optimistic they'll be able to retain 3 of their 6 seats tonight. They're hoping to go for a number 4, but they do acknowledge that anything outside of this may be out of reach. Now, most of their seats are marginal, but in particular they are bracing for the loss of Laura Nuttall's seat in Brindabella. Rebecca Vassarotti's seat in Kurrajong is also in hot water, threatened by prominent Independents for Canberra, Thomas Emerson, and Emma Davidson's seat in Murrumbidgee is being challenged by other prominent independent, Fiona Carrick. Now, if the Greens are able to retain 2 or more seats tonight, it will be the first time in ACT's history that they've been able to keep more than 2 seats for consecutive elections. This campaign, of course, has not been easy for the Greens, having been in a coalition government with Labor. They've had to work really hard to separate their wins, policies and losses from Labor.
All right, Courtney Barrett-Peters, thank you.
Now, Rachel Stephen-Smith, we only have you for about an hour. Just how much of a threat do you think the Independents and the Greens pose to Labor this election?
Well, I think it's more a question of what we might be able to win back. Obviously, we did lose the 3rd seat in Ginninderra at the last election and the 3rd seat in Yerrabig as well previously, which had Megan Fitzharris, who was a very popular local member, wasn't running again in 2020. There was a big swing against Labor in that seat. Alistair Coe, who was the Liberals leader for that election, a big swing towards the Liberals and a big swing towards the Greens. That'll be really interesting to see whether that comes back to Labor in Yerrabee. In Brindabella, of course, we've got only one Liberal incumbent and one Labor incumbent running. I think that incumbency will benefit both of those candidates, but we've had a really strong ground game for Labor. We're really confident that we'll win at least one more seat there and hold the two. And actually, I think the way our election strategy pans out and the fact we've had strong candidates with a really strong ground game could see us pick up the seat that I think probably Laura Nuttall will not win in Brindabella. She's a couple of disadvantages. Greens, as Shane mentioned earlier, the Greens only just got over the line on that seat in 2020, and then she's come in with less name recognition. But on the other hand, holding the seat is an advantage for the Greens.
Because we've got you for a good time but not a long time, I'm going to pick on you a little bit early at the start of the night.
No worries.
I'm really curious because people watching outside of the ACT will think, gee, in modern Australian politics, 23 years is a very long time. Did you encounter, when you were door knocking, any sort of it's time factor on the campaign trail? People saying, look, I normally vote Labor, but this time I'm mixing it up, just you've been in so long.
Well, this is my third election, and that message has sort of been put towards us at every one of those three elections, and I've had about the same amount of that feedback in this election as I did in 2016 and 2020, not a great deal more. And what people, I think, recognise, certainly, I mean, I'm mostly out and about in Kurrajong, is that people are recognising that it's been 3 chief ministers over that time, that the members who currently sit in the Legislative Assembly for Labor, most of us have been elected in 2016 or more recently, 6 out of the 9 who are recontesting. So there is a changeover that is probably actually more people don't stay as long in the Legislative Assembly as they do in federal Parliament.
So you think that you're fresher than we give you credit for. I just wanted to ask you, Nicole, Brindabella is obviously your seat, you're retiring. Can you just map out a pathway to government for the Canberra Liberals? I mean, what needs to go right tonight for you to break 23 years in opposition?
Obviously, Brindabella is key. We need 3, and I think it's looking reasonably positive down there. We've had the departure of the Greens MLA during the term from allegations of sexual misconduct.
Yeah, Jonathan Davis, yep.
And Laura Nuttall came in after that. As Rachel has said, I don't think she's going to win her seat. We've had a really strong campaign down there with James Daniels and Deborah Morris and Sandy Mitra and Rosa Harbour. I'm confident that we can win one back to replace me and a third one back, just as we had in a couple of previous elections. Without winning 3 in Brindabella, it's going to make our life almost impossible to form government. But we need to win 3 in some other electorates as well. Yerrabee is a possibility, and we need to get 2 in Kurrajong. Then, of course, it comes down to the independents. It's not going to be the Greens that will work with us. We've seen that over many terms. But if there are some independents elected, that just throws everything
Maybe
up in
Fiona
the air.
Carrick, perhaps.
Shane Rattenbury, your thoughts on the remarks from Nicole Lauder and Rachel Stephen-Smith?
We're certainly not riding off Laura Nuttall. I mean, she has got that challenge of having come in 3/4 of the way through the term, and we have seen a history in the Assembly of people who come in later struggling to retain their seats. There's been a few I can think of across the course, but the thing about Laura is I think she's taken to it really well. She's become a really good parliamentarian very quickly, and she's the first Gen Z politician we've had. And so she brings this terrific, unique perspective, both in our party room, but also to the Assembly in itself as a whole. And you see that in the way she asks questions, the things she talks about in her speeches. So I'm hopeful that the young people out there will get behind her and she can hang on to that seat.
Well, we won't have too long to wait because we are expecting some first results relatively soon. But tonight, you may have noticed, we are coming to you from the National Museum. I can see a dinosaur just in my peripheral vision. There's lots of very, very valuable fossils about the place. And one of our valuable fossils is also here tonight. We've dusted him off. He's made a comeback. It's none other than ABC Radio Canberra Drive presenter Ross Solly. Ross, for some reason, we've let you loose in the atrium. You're going to be joined by some big names tonight. Who are you going to be chatting to?
James, thank you very much for that very fine introduction. And I noticed that Antony Green is a treasure and I'm a fossil, but I think that's probably fair enough.
We love you, Ross.
Yes, thank you, James. Look, yes, as you mentioned, I'll be joined by 3 very interested onlookers tonight. The Independent Senator for the ACT, David Pocock, will join us. The Federal Member for Fenner, Andrew Lee, will join us. And the last Liberal ACT Chief Minister, Kate Carnell, will also join me. They'll be chatting with me right here as we dissect how the votes are falling.
All right, Ross, looking forward to that. Thank you. Adam, I might bring you in at this point. What have been some of the really big issues throughout the campaign that you think will have defined how people have voted over the past couple of weeks?
A few of those issues I'll mention in a moment, but indulge me for a second. One seat that hasn't come up in much discussion yet has been Ginninderra, and I actually think that is one to definitely watch. The Liberals have held fast for at least 2 seats in Ginninderra for a long time. They've had some problems there, and I acknowledge Nicole Lauder saying where you believe you've had a good ground game, you could run strong in a couple of other seats. But, of course, your leading candidate in Ginninderra, Elizabeth Kickett, was disendorsed by the party just 2 weeks before, I guess, the pre-poll period begun. Also, Peter Kane was not the lead candidate who ended up getting voted in. And I think it's really worth watching tonight if the Liberals can hold 1 seat, let alone hold 2. And if they can't, the job gets a whole lot harder. Rather than climbing the mountain, they'll barely be able to leave base camp if they don't hold enough in Ginninderra. The Greens are quite confident, I'm told, that Joe Clay will hold and hold firm. We'll see how the numbers pan out in that regard. So Ginninderra is the other sleeper to keep a close eye on tonight. In terms of issues, James, I mean, housing is such an ephemeral long-term issue for the nation. In the ACT, it's a complex and just as important one. A lot of people watching nationally might not know. If you don't have a decent job, it's pretty tough to rent or to buy in Canberra, and we start to see a bit of a 2-tiered society evolving. All the parties and all the candidates have put forward solutions, but the questions are whether we're more up or out. Are we more greenfields or are we infill? And there is quite a bit of divergence between the candidates and the parties on that matter. Transport, there's a key decision to make. Do we go for potentially billions of dollars of more light rail and buses and cars, or are we cars and buses? A key point of difference there as well. The health system has been a stubborn challenge for a long time, which I'm guessing Minister Stephen Smith can definitely attest to. There's a lot of money thrown at it. There are several different strategies put to it, but bulk billing rates are really low here. ED waiting lists are high, as are elective surgery lists. If voters believe some of what some candidates have put forward to make a meaningful change, they might get some support too.
Thanks, Adam. Antony Green, when can we expect some figures?
Well, just have to explain for everyone interstate that there's 145,000 pre-poll votes been taken. That's a little over half of all votes at this election have been taken already. But they were taken electronically. They use electronic pre-poll voting in the ACT. And they've started counting those at 6 o'clock electronically. Yep. It doesn't come within 1 minute, though. It takes a bit of time to do. Last time it took about 20 minutes. I still can't see anything on my screen, so nothing's arrived. It's worked pretty well for the last few elections, but I do remember the first time they used electronic voting and promised us the early figures. We started the coverage at 6 and they turned up at 7:20. So I hope we certainly do better than that this time.
And Antony, once we get that big chunk in, how much will we be able to interpret from that? Will that give us a pretty good idea which way things are going tonight?
That'll give us a very good handle on what's the party totals in each district, how many quotas they've filled in each district. What gets more complex is working out that last seat, a distribution of preferences between candidates, and also what's difficult to work out is sometimes one candidate of a party will defeat another party, or you get votes get split between 3 candidates of one party, which outpoll one candidate and another, as Shane Rattenbury would remember in Ginninderra 2 elections ago where that happened. So there's a lot of those sorts of things. About an hour after we get the votes, we get the first distribution of preferences, and we can actually then sit down and work out who's likely to get elected. Now, the rest of the votes still have to be data entered over the next 2 weeks. And there's more electronic votes come later tonight that were taken today. So votes that came in today still matter, but when you've got half of the votes in one hit, it's usually a pretty good guide of how the election's going to unfold.
All right, Antony, thank you.
Now, one of the stories tonight is how the independents for Canberra will do, and our reporter Alice Matthews is with us. Alice, there have been 3 dominant parties for decades. How hopeful are the independents that they can break through tonight?
That's right, Adi. An independent has not been elected to the Legislative Assembly in more than a quarter of a century here in the ACT. But the independents for Canberra are certainly hopeful that that is going to change, and that's for a couple of reasons. One of the main ones, of course, being the election of Senator David Pocock, the ACT's first independent senator in 2022. Now, this is the first election since he was elected federally. The party here is ready to capitalise on that momentum. They formed a party structure with around 20 candidates running. The the connection has dropped out. Around 20 candidates running across the ACT, and they're offering themselves up as an alternative to the major parties, saying as everybody, as all the signs around me show, sorry, I'll just get this one. As all the signs around me show, they're saying that it is time for change. Now, their best hope is Thomas Emerson, who's recently arrived here to many a handshake. But no matter what the result, the Independents for Canberra here are saying to me that this is going to be a celebration in and of itself, the formation of this party, strangers banding together to catch this wave. They're also seeing it as a beginning. Now, there's a feeling of celebration here already where I am, which is the Dixon Tap House here in the electorate of Kurrajong. This is, of course, the electorate where all of the leaders of the major parties are running once again. But this isn't the only one to watch. We're also going to be keeping a close eye on Murrumbidgee, where Fiona Carrick is running. Now, she did not join the Independents for Canberra party, but she came very close last election. Her primary vote, she came in 4th and lost on preferences alone. So I think, at least for now, the Independents are still this election's big unknown.
Alice Matthews, thank you so much for being with us. Real jubilant atmosphere there we can see and feel, can't we, James?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. A lot of people are excited tonight. Nicole, I wanted to go over to you because over the past couple of months, Gary Humphries, who I know you know well, was the last Liberal Chief Minister of Canberra. He's taken to comparing himself to Nicholas II, the last Tsar of Russia, which is kind of meant to be a crack about socialism and longevity and things like that. I mean, can you see a time when the Liberals are going to rush back into office?
I absolutely hope so. That's why we're in it. You've got to be in a race to win it, and we wouldn't be able to get out of bed every morning if we didn't believe that we could do it and make a difference for Canberra.
You're confident tonight's the night then? I guess that's what I'm...
Tonight has to be the night, surely.
Okay.
Surely, just on the law of averages alone, let alone the strengths of the campaign. It'd be great to see a change for Canberra, you know, give it a crack and see what a different government can do for a while for Canberra.
And Rachel, while we've got you, obviously Andrew Barr is a very skilled politician. He's been the Chief Minister for nearly 10 years, but that's a long time. I mean, he became a Cabinet Minister in 2006. He saw through the end of the Howard government, the financial crisis, the Mr Fluffy crisis, Black Summer bushfires, COVID seemed to reinvigorate him. He says he's going for another 4 years. Do you think he's held on too long? Is there a risk of that?
I think what you've just outlined is his experience, and people actually really value that. When you talk to people, we talked about being practical, progressive and proven, and people understand that we've delivered really practical change in the ACT. The city has changed since Andrew Barr was elected to the Legislative Assembly, and a lot of people of my generation and younger say it's changed for the better. He said, and I've mentioned before, that when I and Shane Rattenbury were all finishing school and university, a lot of people our age were leaving Canberra because there wasn't the diversity of jobs here and there wasn't the interesting things to do here. And that has changed over the term of the Labor government, and Andrew Barr has been a big piece of that. And people understand that, of people of all ages.
He has rammed that message home throughout the campaign.
Now, we're still waiting for figures, so plenty of counting still to come tonight. But now let's see what else is making news. Here's Mariam Saab.
Hello and welcome. I'm Mariam Saab with the top stories on ABC News. Commonwealth Bank uses a reporting an error which has seen duplicate transactions being taken out of their bank accounts and resulting in overdrawn accounts for some customers. The bank says the process to reverse the transactions is underway and should be complete over the coming hours. It says customers don't need to contact the bank to request this. Police have recovered the bodies of a mother and her 2 young children from a fast-moving river in Sydney southwest. Emergency services were called to the Georges River this morning after the 3 were seen in distress. The 32-year-old mother was pulled from the water but could not be revived. The bodies of the woman's 7-year-old son and 5-year-old daughter were found 3 hours later after an extensive search.
This investigation has now moved from the search operation into the circumstances surrounding how those people came into the water, and it's a current coronial investigation as we move forward.
Opposition leader Peter Dutton says that if elected, the opposition will invest $5 billion to tackle housing infrastructure delays. This fund will seek to speed up the supply and construction of water, access road and sewage infrastructure to new housing developments. Housing Minister Claire O'Neill has criticised the policy, saying the coalition is yet to outline a broader housing target.
Peter Dutton has already said he would cut $19 billion out of Labor's ambitious housing agenda. Now he wants a pat on the back for putting $5 billion back in. Peter Dutton's taking with one hand and giving with the other. It's a card trick.
Royal watchers will get the chance to catch a glimpse of King Charles and Queen Camilla in Sydney tomorrow. The royal couple have been resting today ahead of official engagements. They'll begin tomorrow at St Thomas's Anglican Church in North Sydney. And in the AFLW, Hawthorn have thumped Greater Western Sydney 61 points to 24 in Melbourne. Eileen Gilroy kicked 3 goals, while defender Emily Bates made 34 disposals. This win pushes the side to the top of the league ladder before they play Melbourne next week in Cairns. And in the other match of the day, Gold Coast have piped Sydney by 4 points. Tara Bahana kicked 2 goals, while Claudia Whitford made 22 disposals. The win pushes the Suns off the bottom of the ladder before they play 8th place Port Adelaide next week at home. And in the A-League men's, Auckland FC have had their first ever win in their inaugural game against Brisbane Roar. Brisbane defender Harry van der Saag scored an old goal in the 8th minute before Logan Rogerson scored for the home side in the 74th. This win pushes Auckland to the top of the league ladder. And those are the latest stories from ABC News. Now back to ACT votes.
You're watching ACT Votes live from the National Museum of Australia. I'm Adrian Francis.
And I'm James Glenday. We are still waiting for some of those promised early figures, so we are going to pick things back up with our panel and Rachel Stephen-Smith, because you are leaving early tonight off to celebrate or commiserate. We're not sure yet, but you won't be doing it here. So we want to just come back to you. There's been a lot of focus in the media on independence throughout this campaign. Is that you? I mean, do you find that frustrating? Do you see that as a media creation, or do you think there is sort of this broader push for independence across the country that's also washing through the ACT?
Well, I think we'll find out what Canberrans think about that this evening. But Alice's intro really pointed out that the independents for Canberra are not independents. They are a party with a name that has independence in it. They face some significant challenges, very different to David Pocock. He was a big name. He was already a known activist on a range of progressive issues, and he had a lot of money to spend. And he was up against Zed Seselja, who was pretty unpopular in the Canberra community and getting elected to the Senate. The independents are not, generally speaking, well known. So Thomas Emerson has done a very good job of getting a lot of media coverage. But what I hear is people don't know who he is. People don't know what they stand for. But, you know, there could be a mood for voting independent, and then there'll be a real question about whether those votes exhaust, where they go. If those independents don't get elected, what happens to all of those votes? It's very unknown.
Of course, Thomas Emerson's Craig Emerson's son, who's famous for singing quite badly in Parliament House. Is he the sort of person that Labor should be picking up? And if he is going to take some votes, where does he take those from? Is it from you? Is it from the Liberals? Is it from the Greens? We're still waiting to find out, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. And so I think the initial introduction was Rebecca Vassarotti's seat, the second Greens seat in Kurrajong would be the one at risk. And I think we probably all agree that that's probably the most likely seat to be affected. But, you know, we really don't know where those votes are going to go, and particularly, you know, and then in the other electorates, how that's all going to factor in. You know, Fiona Carrick in Murrumbidgee is much more likely to get elected than an Independents for Canberra candidate. Whether the Independents for Canberra will bring some votes her way again, or whether they just all exhaust, we really don't. That's going to be one of the really fascinating things about this election. And just while we're on independents and minor parties, Adam talked about Ginninderra. I think there is a real chance that Elizabeth Kickett could actually get get elected for
Really?
Family First. She did win, by far and away the most votes for the Canberra Liberals in the last election. She's very well known in her community, and I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was people know her. There's some sympathy for her in that community, and of course the Canberra Liberals are only running for in that electorate.
And Minister Stephen Smith, on that point about name recognition, that can cut both ways. Fairly or unfairly, yourself, the Minister for Health, a major portfolio with its challenges, Andrew Barr, the Treasurer, do, I guess, form a key target of the criticism of your party and its longevity, in that you haven't been able to fix certain key issues over that time. Equally, could that play badly to a degree for both of you personally and scatter that vote that you'd otherwise get to a Thomas Emerson, to perhaps the Greens or the Liberals in Kurrajong, where Elizabeth Lee, the leader, is the focus point of their opposition?
Yeah, I think that's also a possibility, Adam, and certainly what I hear from people, again, on the ground is that they are seeing changes. They are genuinely seeing changes in the health system. They know that we've opened the new critical services building. They know that we're making investments in the community. They love our nurse-led walk-in centres.
But do they see that as an overwhelmingly positive story? Because depending on who you ask, that can be a very different tale and experience for people.
Yeah, I think it's not overwhelmingly positive or overwhelmingly negative. I think the thing is we often hear the negative stories. What I hear on the ground is also a lot of positives, but also people are starting to see those real changes on the ground. And voters are pretty savvy about this stuff. They understand that there are a lot of challenges and that it takes time to address those, and they're starting to see that happen.
Just briefly also, Nicole Lauder, on the comment about Elizabeth Kickett, how crucial is that deliberate self-loss of a lead candidate and MLA in Gindera to your party?
Look, I can't stress what a difficult decision it is to disendorse a sitting MLA. I'm not on the management committee of the party, but from what I've been told, it was very compelling evidence that she should be disendorsed, and it was a unanimous decision of management committee. And I think, you have to lead as you would going forward, and if you're going to accept some poor behaviour, possibly illegal behaviour when you're in opposition, that bodes poorly for you if you're in government. So I think it's absolutely the best decision to disendorse her. It's a decision we will have to live with, and I don't think she will get re-elected. I think Canberrans are generally not in favour of Family First. I think when she was with the Liberals, especially the first time she was elected, her views on some of these matters were not as well known, and she was elected more on a Liberal platform.
I'm curious about that, because I think you've described yourself as about as far left as you can be in the Canberra Liberals, and I think Elizabeth Kickett, it's fair to say, was about as far right. Do you think that there was a chance that she might have got elected on a Liberal ticket and then decided, actually, it's more comfortable for me over here on the crossbench in this new Assembly anyway? Because there are some of your colleagues who think, well, she was going to leave no matter what.
I think it's possible it was getting to that point. It was quite a fractious relationship, to be honest, which I guess was what we should be doing here tonight. As the whip, when Mrs Kickett got up to speak in the Assembly, it was always a surprise to me.
Right, so you didn't have control over what she was doing?
I had no control.
Was she attending party meetings?
No.
Was she talking to people in her branch?
No.
Right, okay.
So every time she got up, we would all kind of suck in a breath and think, what is she going to say now?
I think that's about as much information we've actually got on the record as we've ever had on that. So that is very interesting. Sorry to stay with you, Nicole. Do you think it costs you a seat, though, in Gindera, which is somewhere where Labor seems to perform pretty well and get about 40% of the vote, and indeed had 3 in 2016?
It's a possibility. Peter Kane, whilst he was only elected quite late in the piece last election, has worked incredibly hard and created quite a high profile, partly because of his portfolios of multicultural affairs and Shadow Attorney General. So he's been out and about so much in the community and doing a great job. And of course we've got other candidates who've been working so hard, such as Chiaka Barry, Joe Prevodello and Darren Roberts, who, interesting background there. I don't know Darren Roberts. So
right, okay, yes. I'm not sure if you're going to be speaking enthusiastically about Darren Roberts, who of course was the writing social media posts under a pseudonym, apparently. Okay, all right, fair enough.
Shane Rattenbury, do you share the confidence there that Elizabeth Kickett could get elected?
Yeah, it's an interesting take. Rachel's point is a correct one, which is that she's known. I think she's got communities around her that are very loyal. And so I think she'll pick up a decent bit of vote. I think the commentary about the independents is a really interesting one as well. You know, they're endeavouring to tap into a community sentiment they believe is there. They've made the case it's time for change. They have not articulated what it's time to change to. They have been excellent at problem identification, less clear on what their solutions are. And what we hear from them is, well, we're here to represent the community. But the bottom line is the community is not a homogenous thing. And so we've seen them take policy positions on key issues that say, well, we'll reflect the community. But the community often is quite polar in their views on these things. So if they are successful in being elected, it's going to be very interesting to see how they resolve those issues and how coherent they are as a group, or whether they in fact become quite separated if there's more than one of them.
Mr. Attenbury, might that be enough though ultimately? It might not matter on specifics of policy at this point. Do you sense that there is enough of a mood of fed-upness, to use a technical term, of the existing 2 or 3 party dynamic that has existed here for so long?
I don't know. I honestly don't know, Adam. It's been hard to pick it up out there. I think 6 months ago, when we were out door knocking, people were expressing an interest in independence. As we've got closer to the election, that's become less prominent in the feedback we're picking up. I think people are not sure who they are. There's uncertainty, and you know the history shows that people vote for independents they know, and the uncertainty around some of their positions and the lack of clarity around where they intend to land if they are successful in terms of who they'll support to form a government, I think has played against them a little. But we'll see. It's been hard to pick it up. There's so many players in this election, and even amongst the independents there's quite a spread of them, that it's hard to see where the votes will land.
A lot of latent noise perhaps.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon, I reckon.
At 6:44 p.m, we were expecting numbers, Antony Green. What's happened?
Well, just been checking the Electoral Commission. There are numbers which have appeared on their website. We're now waiting them to transfer to us. But the numbers, we've got a little over half of the vote counted. At this stage, the Liberal Party are outpolling Labor on first preferences with half of the vote counted. The Labor Party's on 34, down about 3.5%. The Liberals on 35.7, up 2, doing very well in Brindabella. Independents for Canberra on 8. The Greens are on 11, which is down about 2.5%. Now, I'm waiting to see those numbers come through more formally, but we'll see what happens. I'll take control here and do something else. We actually have some figures for a by-election in New South Wales at the moment. This is the Pittwater by-election where the Teal independent Jackie Scrooby is campaigning to try and win the seat from the Liberal Party. Currently we've got some votes in, and we've got a 12.2% swing going on there, and that's a very strong swing to the independent there in Pittwater. I just thought I'd bring that up because we haven't got any other graphics to show you at this stage. But it's one of those things, sometimes the data has got to be counted and transferred, and we're just waiting for that to arrive, and then we'll bring it all up in its full Technicolor glory on the screen.
All right, thanks for that, Antony. Rachel, I do want to turn to you on that. 34%. You might be a little bit disappointed. That's a bit of a drop from last time, but that's certainly within the range of holding your 10 seats.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd need a really significant drop to lose, to not hold those 10 seats. I mean, it is disappointing. It is also early. And, you know, this 8% that we're looking at for the independents now, this really, you know, highlights that what we've been talking about, the importance of where that vote goes, whether it exhausts. If that vote exhausts, then the proportions of the rest of the vote are quite different. Whereas if it flows through, who does it flow through to? Is it a sort of protest vote against us, but then also, well, we just want to tell you that we, you know, we'd quite like something different, but actually we think you're doing an okay job, and, you know, it comes back to Labor, or it goes to the Greens, or it goes to the Liberals. You know, it's really a bit early, I think, to know that.
All right. I do want to ask as well, while we've got you, because we've only got you for about 15 more minutes.
I know you've mentioned this a few times, just to say my mum is in town from Tasmania, so I'm looking forward to catching up with her afterwards, and Chris is really keen to join the panel.
Yes, and we're looking forward to having Minister Chris Steele with us. This campaign has sort of felt like two different campaigns, one through the media, and this is really for our out-of-territory listeners and viewers, and another door knocking. How much has campaigning changed as the influence, dare I say it, of the traditional media has waned, particularly in a city like Canberra, which is so much younger than the rest of the nation?
Well, Labor has a really strong ground game, and we have for a few elections now. So we really do focus our effort on direct voter contact, on door knocking, on making those phone calls, on being out there at street stalls. And so we've had hundreds of thousands of conversations with Canberrans, and the advantage of having a bunch of non-incumbent candidates, as well as the the incumbents who have name recognition is that they're out there on the doors, on the phones, talking to people and getting their names known, but also spreading the Labor message about what we'll deliver in the next term of government.
And Shane Rattenbury, your thoughts on the Greens being down there in the very early data that Antony Green shared?
I think the key for us will be the distribution of that. The territory-wide vote is one figure, and then there's how it plays out in each of the electorates, and we've seen some real diversity across our electorates in previous elections, so that's going to be the key. And I agree with Rachel, it's going to depend a lot where those other votes go. For example, the First Nations Party is running in Kurrajong and Yerrabee. They're running 5 candidates in both. Whether people will go beyond that and those preferences move on to somebody, you tend to think they would go down the progressive line, or whether they exhaust will be an interesting consideration.
And how have you felt campaigning's changed this time around, particularly the rise of social media?
Yeah, social media is obviously really important, but I think just getting out and talking to people is so critical. We find people probably not as engaged by ACT politics here in Canberra, so often Canberrans are really focused on federal politics. I really noticed the change in the campaigning when all the core flutes went up, in the sense that people suddenly started going, oh, there's an ACT election on, and they became much more engaged than they perhaps had been earlier in the year. So that ground game is really important. It's saying we've been very strong, and we've had over 500 volunteers out there. We've knocked on nearly 30,000 doors across the city. I'm hoping that that will come through for us. And for us this time, we've had a member for each electorate. And so I think the community's got to know us better as well.
All right, sorry to cut you off there, Shane, but we are going to go over to Antony, who was really testing our eyesight more than anything else. Well, tell us what is actually on that screen.
I'm sorry, we're waiting for it to cut through to us. We brought up the internet side. I started covering elections after they started shooting the tally board. This is like going back to the other.
I do feel like we've gone back in time. It's
Labor's on 34%, down 3.5. The Liberals are on 35.7, up 2. The Greens are on 11. Which is down 2. Now, what I thought was interesting just to pull apart here, and it's a bit hard, this is terrible television, I'm afraid, but Murrumbidgee, Fiona Carricker's on 12.4%, which is a long way towards a quota. And as far as the independents for Canberra are concerned, they've got 7% in Brindabella, they've got 7.5% in Ginninderra, they've got 13.5% where Tom Emerson's running in Kurrajong. The Green vote in Kurrajong is 16, which is about 1 quota, so that puts that Green seat at risk. I think I'll just show we'll have this in our computer in a few minutes, so I don't think I should sit here and read the percentages to you.
We won't go too much. We're going to come back to you in a minute, Antony, but I think we might go to Nicole Lauder, 35.7%. If that trend continues, is it enough to get to government?
Well, you can only hope, and once again, it depends on the independence to some degree, and definitely the flow of preferences with the Hare-Clark system.
Are you encouraged early, though?
I am encouraged, and I've heard from some of my colleagues that in Brindabella, the Liberals are up by about 8.5% compared to previous, and Labor down about 7%. So we would always find that encouraging.
Mark Parton was telling me this morning he'd worn out shoes and all sorts of things getting around that electorate.
Shane Rattenbury, have you got some additional information there that you've been able to access to give us more of a picture of what's happening for the Greens, and in particular that seat that's at risk in Kurrajong?
No, clearly on those numbers it is going to be hard to retain the second seat in Kurrajong. That will be a significant loss for us. Rebecca Bazarotti's been a minister this term, been a very significant player, but a long way to go, and the nature of Hare-Clark is we'll see what happens. We certainly won't be giving it away at this point in time.
What could have gone wrong, though, for Rebecca Bazzarotti?
Oh, look, I think it is clearly a sentiment potentially towards the independents there. I think Thomas Emerson has done an excellent job of raising his profile. They've sort of come from, to an extent, nowhere over a period of time, and clearly worked very hard, and the traditional media focus they've had has worked well for them.
Shane, we're just going to bring in Rachel Stevens-Smith here. What are you hearing from your people who are out there on the ground?
I'm not hearing anything yet from people on the ground, but I do think it's interesting. It'll be interesting in terms of the Greens vote. I think they ran an incredibly strong campaign in 2020, and just going right back to the beginning when we looked at what the 2020 campaign was like, the COVID-19 pandemic. We were in, the first year of a pandemic. Borders had closed, something we would never have expected.
The memory of the smoke was everywhere.
I did get a bit of PTSD watching that. Yeah. But the Greens ran a really strong campaign around building a better normal. And I think then, what the coverage showed was people aren't actually feeling that. So I suspect that's what's feeding into that potential independence vote as well is, well, the Greens told us they were going to build a better normal. That hasn't happened. Maybe we should try something else. So I don't know. I'm speculating, but I think it was a great campaign in 2020. It was a really, really good tagline, and people haven't necessarily seen it flown through.
Are you fed up with working with the Greens? Would you rather work with independents? Is that what this is about?
No. I get on well with my Greens colleagues, and I totally agree with Shane that Rebecca will be a big loss to the Legislative Assembly if she doesn't hold her seat. She is she's a really excellent member of the Assembly and a fantastic colleague.
OK, we've got first figures. Antony Green.
I'm always happy when I see the numbers. Here's the overall figure. We've got 41.8% counted. Now, the final electronic votes was a little over 50, so this obviously doesn't include all of them. The Labour Party's on 34.2, the Liberals 35.7, Greens 11.1, Independents for Canberra 8.2, and others 10.8. Let's look at the change in vote that's occurring. The Labor vote's down 3.7, Liberals up 1.9. So far, this is all matching that big screen, thankfully. The Greens are down 2.4, and Independents for Canberra on 8.2. I think what I will do is we'll start to go through the seats one by one. I'll do Brindabella first, then I'll have to have a little break and have a look at some numbers, and then we'll come back and do them one after the other with a little bit of a break. But let's start with Brindabella. I haven't had a chance to look at these, but let's see how we're going. We'll start with the sitting members first. Mick Gentleman and Joy Birch are the two Labor members. Joy Birch is retiring. Mark Parton and Nicole Lauder, of course, who's here with us tonight. Nicole's retiring. And Laura Nuttall, who replaced
Jonathan Davis.
Jonathan Davis, the former Green member. So they're the sitting members. Let's look at the party totals that are occurring here. And you can see the Liberals are well ahead. They've got 2.8 quotas at this stage. Labor Party's on 2. The Greens are on 0.46. Now, if those numbers continue through, that would almost certainly turn into 2.8. 2 to 3, probably 3 for the Greens, 2 for Labor. 3 for the Liberals, 2 for Labor, and the Greens and Independents for Canberra and others would be excluded along the way. Now, I will say we're talking a lot as though this is a done deal. At the last election, there was very little difference between the electronic votes and the rest of the votes. And that was simply because they were 70% of the vote. You wouldn't get much difference. In the past, when there's been a lower proportion of electronics, you have seen a difference between the on-the-day and electronics. So that will be built in with the later counting tonight. But they're the numbers there. I do have the change in vote in Brindabella. And you can see it's the Labor vote down 7, the Liberal vote up 7.8, Greens down, Independents for Canberra up. So there's been basically a net shift from Labor to the Liberals in Brindabella. And when we come back and do the other seats, we'll see if that's continued through the rest of the ACT.
Well, we better go straight to the member for Brindabella. That must be encouraging. You said you had to get 3 as a minimum in Brindabella to march towards government. You've at least taken that first step.
It's really encouraging. I know Mark Parton throughout the term has worked enormously hard. He's door-knocked throughout the whole term, not just during the campaign. So his work, he'll probably get over a quota, and that will certainly help bring others through after him. So it's really positive for us, and I really hope it translates. Obviously Brindabella, Tuggeranong has always been great for the Liberal Party. As I said, it's the only seat where we previously had 3 members for 2 terms. So I'm very positive.
A brief but important point as well on Brindabella, and not a great story for Labor, I guess you could say. Sitting Minister Mick Gentleman, an experienced MLA, is currently struggling. Caitlin Tuff, who, correct me if I'm wrong, Minister Stephen Smith, this is the first time she's ever run in an election for Labor. She's currently leading the Labor ticket, followed by Tamus Werner-Gibbings, who nearly wasn't pre-selected for this election. How much of a turn-up is it that Mick Gentleman, along with Joy Birch retiring, might also be excluded from the Assembly?
Oh, I think it is probably a little early to say, Adam, but I know we talked before about the fact that there's a combination of name recognition and a ground game, and Mick's a very busy minister. The other 4 non-incumbent candidates have all worked really, really hard on the ground. They've been out there not having the role of ministers, knocking on doors, making calls, and maybe that will come through in the result, but it really is too early to say, I think.
Just just on that, I mean, Brindabella perhaps better reflects other suburban parts of Australia and is a bit different to the rest of Canberra. I mean, what's your reaction overall to the primary vote and then the Brindabella figures?
Well, as Nicole said, Brindabella has traditionally been a strong seat for the Canberra Liberals, and there was a big swing towards Labor and the Greens in the last election. So this is potentially just that coming back. So I'm not sure it's we're going to read too much into Brindabella for the rest of the ACT. It may just be coming back to situation normal for Brindabella.
And you're still maintaining those two quotas anyway.
Yeah, that's right.
Now Antony Green's ready to take us through another seat.
Well, for people who don't know, Canberra-Ginninderra is the Belconnen area in northwest of the ACT. The sitting members there. There's a bit of a complication here. Yvette Berry and Tara Shane are the two Labor members. Peter Kane's a Liberal member. Joe Clay represents for the Greens. Elizabeth Kickett was elected as a Liberal, topped the Liberal ticket last time. She was disendorsed before the election as run for Family First, so we've marked her there as a Family First MP. Let's look at the party totals that we're seeing in Ginninderra. Labor 37%, 2.2 quotas. The Liberals 27.5, 1.65. The Greens 0.8. Independents for Canberra 0.5 of a quota. The Belco Party, which is Bill Stefaniak's former Liberal leader, and Family First, who are running Elizabeth Kickett, they're under 0.3 of a quota. I mean, they're not going to get elected from down there. Their preferences will be important. We'll get a preference count later in the evening, which will tell us how these preferences are flowing between the parties. But if those numbers continue, that would be 2 Labor, at least 1 Liberal, probably 2 Liberals, and I would say a Green at this stage. So that would be, I think that's no change on the current situation in Ginninderra. So that's what Ginninderra looks like at this stage. Now just look at the change in vote there. Again, small drop in the Labor vote, the Liberal vote and the Green vote just slightly up, and a big increase in independents for Canberra. The Belcoal Party's halved at this election, so I think their best chance was last time. So that's what we're seeing at this election in Ginninderra. So it looks like a bit of a no change at this stage, though again, we'll be coming back and updating the figures through the evening.
Rachel Stephen-Smith, your thoughts then on Labor's performance in Ginninderra?
Oh, well, as Anthony said, it looks like no change. I think we were hoping for a bit of a stronger result in Ginninderra. Again, two really well-known popular incumbent members in Yvette Berry and Tara Chain, but also two pretty high-profile non-incumbent members in Tim Bavington and Heidi Prowse, very well-known members of the non-government community sector. So I think we were hoping for to see a stronger result in Ginninderra, but it clearly remains a very progressive electorate.
Nicole, do you look at those results and compare them to Brindabella and think, oh, that could be a missed opportunity, because you might get to 2, but you might not on those current figures?
I'm very hopeful we'll get to 2, but I think we'd identified early on that we were never going to do better than 2, and that was when we were expecting Elizabeth Kickett to run. So Ginninderra has never been a particular focus for us. There are other electorates where we've certainly put a lot more effort into. So I think
so 2 would be salvaging things there, given the controversy through
2 would be very much as expected, even with or without the controversy.
Antony Green's ready to take a look at the seat of Currajong.
Well, this is the central Canberra seat. Look at the members at the moment. Andrew Barr, the Chief Minister, Rachel Stephen-Smith, of course, Elizabeth Lee, the Liberal leader, Shane Rattenbury, the Greens leader, so all 3 leaders are in the seat. It's like the old Molonglo where the leaders always contested that one, and Rebecca Vassarotti for the Greens is the second Green. The question here has been whether the Greens could hold 2 seats, whether the Liberals could get the second one back. Let's look at the party totals here. Labor's on 2.23. They will elect 2 quotas. I should warn people who are watching that later on we'll come back and look at the individual candidates on each of these tickets on this first pass through. We're just looking at the votes. Canberra Liberals are on 1.5 quotas. The Greens are on 0.96, so the Greens will win a seat. Independents for Canberra on 0.81. They're well positioned to win a seat at this stage, and that would be 2, 3, 4. That would be at the expense of the second Green, and the Liberals would still be left with 1. Again, that's 37% of the vote counted. There's a lot more counting to come, but at the moment, that's a good result for independents for Canberra. Bad result for the Greens. It was an unusually good result there last time, and not much change for the Liberal Party. Let's look at the change in vote actually that's occurring there. A little bit of change lost by everyone. The Greens have lost vote to the Independents for Canberra. Very much like the phenomena of David Pocock. David Pocock didn't just take votes from the Liberal Party, he took them from the Greens as well. And if you look around the country, when there is a strong independent in a seat, often the Green vote actually falls because they're another alternative to the other parties. And I think we're seeing that a little bit here with the Independents for Canberra.
Yeah, those predictions around the rise of the Independents for Canberra have been borne out, it appears. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, look, that's clearly a disappointing result for us. And it's, Rebecca's been such an effective member of the Assembly. In her role as the Minister, she's worked very hard to bring in property developer licensing. She's taken the stage at national level in key ministerial meetings. She's been incredibly hardworking and she's very well known in the electorate. So frankly, I am a bit surprised by that result. But it does point to the fact that the sentiment for independence was there and it's been tapped.
Congratulations, Shane, on retaining your seat by the looks of things, though, most likely. And indeed, Rachel, it looks as though you'll be probably the second elected there. I think Andrew Bard, he told us earlier last week that he wanted to win more than a quota, and it looks like he's probably going to have done that in his own right.
He did win 22% of the vote in his own right at the last election, I think. So my only goal was really to just try to slightly increase my primary vote.
Okay.
We'll see if that happened with Labor's vote going backwards a little bit. Who knows? But you never know.
Funny you should say that, Minister. Andrew Barr is sitting right on 22% of the vote count so far.
And the other interesting thing there in Kurrajong is that we've not seen a leader's bump for Elizabeth Lee. You know, as the leader, you normally see a factor there, and I think for the Liberal Party that was a key way they were going to drag the second seat back, and we've not seen that rise in the Liberal vote in Kurrajong.
Yeah, it's a really mixed picture tonight. We're going to have a bit more of a chat about it in a second, but Antony is here again. Murrumbidgee. It's a pretty important electorate.
Western Creek and Woden in the centre of the ACT. Look at the members again. We've got Marissa Patterson and Chris Steele, the Labor members, Ed Cox, who was elected at a recount when Julia Jones retired, and Jeremy Hanson for the Liberal Party, and Emma Davidson for the Greens. Let's look at the party totals. And there's a significant independent here. Canberra Liberals are on 2.24, so the Canberra Liberals are ahead at this stage in Murrumbidgee. ACT Labor's on just under 2 quotas. Fiona Carrick, the independent, is on 0.74. She ran last time as an ungrouped candidate and did very well, got right through to the end of the count before being defeated. This time she's registered a party, has her own column, and her group is on 0.74, which is ahead of the Greens. Now, you've got votes there for independence for Canberra. I have the suspicion that they may help Fiona Carrick. We'll get that from preference distributions later. But at this stage, that's looking like 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, and perhaps, we're not definite yet, but at this stage, Fiona Carrick is well positioned to replace the Green Emma Davidson in Murrumbidgee. And now just one more thing, change in vote there. Labor vote down 3, Liberals up 2, Greens down 3. Independents for Canberra up 5, contesting for the first time. And Fiona Carrick, that's double her vote from last time. So that was a comparison with her vote from last time. And again, the other votes have disappeared. So that's the figures in Murrumbidgee.
All right, thanks, Antony. I'm going to just want to go straight to you, Shane. I mean, that's a minister for you in that seat. I think you'd probably agree that you'd rather be Fiona Carrick at this point of the count than Emma Davidson, right?
Look, the advice coming through from our team is Emma can still make it on preferences, but it is going to be a matter of preferences. The fact that the Labor Party is right on 2 quotas means where we might potentially expect some progressive overflow, it's not sitting there at the moment, so that is a challenge for us as well. I mean, I was interested in the point Rachel made earlier. I think we did tap a real sentiment in 2020, and people did expect more change from us. Of course, we are the smaller partner in government, and so that ability to make change is constrained by what the Labor Party is willing to agree to, and that's certainly been a real challenge for us. We've had some interesting feedback in this election. Some people say we've been too close to Labor. At the same time, we're getting others who are saying, well, at a federal level, you're too combative. And so finding that sweet spot when you're a small party in a 2-party government is really challenging. We have influence, but certainly far from being able to do exactly what we want.
Well, on that point, Mr Attenbury, does this result, at this point at least, indicate that you have been too close to government, that people might have felt that you've cozied up to them to a degree, being in several ministries, and they are looking for a degree of change, but they don't feel after 4 years they can get it from your party, hence the stronger independent vote for Fiona Carrick, Thomas Emerson and the others?
I think the issue there, Adam, is that with the Labor Party still holding 10 seats, what's going to happen? And I think this has been the point people have missed through the election campaign. Sure, you can change a crossbench, but someone's still got to be the government. And at the end of the day, you know, we took a decision last election that the best way to make a change was to get in, work hard, roll our sleeves up, be part of it, and try and influence change. And certainly in the ministries we've held, we've been able to do that.
Did it spread you too thin?
I don't think it spread us too thin. No, in some ways it actually, you know, it improves your resources. You're able to have a direct say. You know, if you sit on the crossbench, which is what the independents have said they're going to do, everything hits you at the end of the pipe. And your ability to make change is less, I think, weaker. But at the same time, it's more visible. You know, one of the challenges for us has been people say we don't see enough conflict, which is a funny thing to say, but that's what people say to us. And it's like, well, a lot of it does happen, but it happens in the process of shaping things before they come out. And so that's going to be something for us to reflect on.
Let's go now to Yerrabee. Antony Green can give us the latest on the count in Yerrabee.
I've just had about 30 files arrive with all the preference distributions to 6 decimal places. And unfortunately, I can't read them on my screen, so I'm trying to find a printer. Yerrabee, it's the rapidly growing northern bit of the ACT where the houses are all close together and there's townhouses, very different from the rest of the old Canberra, and has tended to behave a little bit differently in the past. The Suzanne Orr and Michael Peterson are the 2 Labor members. Leanne Castley, Deputy Liberal Leader, was elected for the first time last time. James Milligan was defeated last time but came back at a recount when Alistair Coe retired. And, of course, Andrew Braddock is the Green there. Let's look at the party totals. Canberra Liberals are on 2.3. Labor is on just 1.9. The ACT Greens are on 0.66. Independents for Canberra on 0.55. Well, the Liberals will win 2 there. Labor is highly likely to win 2. And then there's a battle for that other seat. There's a lot more counting to come, of course, in that. So again, I think as explained at the start of the coverage, this concept of the hinge seat, both major parties tend to get 2, and then the determination of who forms governments is by who wins that hinge seat, that 5th seat. Does it go to a minor party or does it go to one of the major parties? And at the moment, there's a lot more competition for that hinge seat. The one other thing I'll have a look at is the change in vote here. Independents for Canberra is the big riser here. Belcourt Party standing for the first time. That's only a very small vote. Labor and Liberals both down, others down. So a big rise for the independents there. Now, in a few minutes, we're going to come back and do a bit of an overall picture. The next time we go through these seats, I'm going to look at the individual tickets and look at which candidates have a chance of being elected from those votes, because we've got a bit of time because the manual counts will be coming in more slowly over the next hour.
Antony, thank you. Now, I'm not trying to pension you, but we do need to let you go, Minister Rachel Stephen-Smith. I'm kind of interested in your broader overview now. Obviously, there has been a swing to the Liberal Party, but it doesn't look probably big enough at this stage, though it'll really depend on what happens with those final seats.
Yeah.
Do you think you're still going to be in the strongest position to form government?
Look, I mean, these numbers are really early. I'm certainly hopeful from these numbers. And speaking of hopeful, I think we've got, some of those numbers for individual candidates. So in Yerrabee, I think the speculation about Suzanne, or I was surprised to hear it, and I don't think it's right. She's very clearly come in as the second highest vote on these numbers. And she does tend to run an under-the-radar campaign, but she knows her community very, very well, and she's an excellent advocate for them. So I hope that she'll be okay. More broadly, I think it looks like we're going to hold 10 seats. I can't say I'm super hopeful about any more at this point in time on the count. And then it'll really depend on how many seats the Greens hold and how many progressive crossbenchers might want to support a Labor government.
Minister Stephen-Smith, on Brindabella, just briefly, I mean, it clearly looks like a good result for the Liberals, the opposition in that seat. And the sentiment from some parts of Brindabella is they've felt left out, left a little bit as a second-class citizen in terms of upkeep, new infrastructure. Whether that's real or not in your eyes, that seems to be a sentiment. Add to that, I guess, the national story of cost of living. Is it pinching harder in Brindabella, and hence are the Liberals now seen as a better option in that point?
Oh, yeah, there's absolutely no doubt that there is that sentiment in Brindabella. We hear that, I mean, all seats are parochial to an extent, probably Kurrajong the least, but we absolutely hear that in Brindabella. And I think this, as I said, I think it's probably a swing back to situation normal in Brindabella if the Liberals do win 3 and Labor 2. But it does also send us a message that we need to continue to invest in Brindabella, as we have been, but we need to talk about it more, we need to demonstrate it, we need to be seen there more.
All right. Rachel Stephen-Smith, we have stolen about 12 minutes of your time extra than what we were planning to. We're going to let you go. Thank you so much for being part of our panel. And in a minute, we're going to be joined by your ministerial colleague, Chris Steele. So thank you very much for coming in.
Been a great pleasure. Thank you so much.
And while the minister exits the stage, we're going to go back to Antony on his very own stage. He's going to do a bit of a run through to set out exactly where we're standing.
Look, we've been through with Hare Clark and with so many votes, you're able to make a good stab at a fair number of the seats quite early, and we've done that. And what we're saying at the moment, 6-1. We're definitely giving Labor 9 seats. We're giving the Liberals 8. We're definitely giving 1 Green. I think there are others which could well be 1. But that's the ones we're just absolutely positively, definitely. The votes to come aren't going to change those 18 seats. There's another 7 to be decided, and the Greens will win a position on one, and Tom Emerson's well positioned for another. But at this stage, there's no way we're giving those seats away. These are the ones we're definitely giving away, mainly to the parties that traditionally elect seats and have got well over a quota or close to a quota. Let's look at the primary vote for the election at this stage. These are the same numbers you saw earlier, but it's worth reviewing them again. Labor 34.2, Liberal 35.7, the Greens 11.1, Independents for Canberra 8.2, and others 10.8. The change in vote that's occurring there, 3.7 down for Labor, Liberals up nearly 2, Greens down 2.4, Independents for Canberra, the big winners at this stage. And of course, what's interesting with the Independents for Canberra, if they don't get elected, their preferences will determine the balance of the other parties. And there's one seat they've definitely got a strong chance, which is Kurrajong with Tom Emerson. Fiona Carrick has a strong chance in Murrumbidgee, but in the other seats, they're likely to get excluded. And so this 8.2% could be very important for determining the overall position of the election. And so that's worth doing. I think I've got any new members yet? No new members yet. I think I've got 1 defeated member. We can't see how Rebecca Vassarotti can be elected. Shane's got twice the vote of her. There's only 1 quota. So I think we're pretty confident about that. Well, so it's hard to say you're confident that someone's been defeated, but I think that's what I'm seeing there. We haven't declared any possible members. Later in the evening, we'll start to say people who might be elected. But at this stage, that's the overall picture. This is, I think, all the electronic votes. I thought there would have been slightly more than that. I'm not sure if there's still some more to come, but that's the numbers. And we've just printing out on large A3 sheets of paper the distributions of preferences, and we're going to try and figure out who's getting elected on these numbers.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Antony. And welcome to Chris Steele, Labor MLA, for joining us tonight. How are you feeling? And also the projection there that Labor could take 9 seats in the Assembly.
Look, we're still confident of 10. Obviously, the Labor vote is down at the moment. We're still confident that there will be 10 seats, including 10th in Yerrabee, where the vote does seem to be down compared to the other electorates. But obviously there's a lot of counting to go. What we saw, as Antony has mentioned, at the last election, very high pre-poll votes, electronic votes, and Labor actually there was a bias towards Labor in those votes. We think this time it will revert back to the old trend, perhaps pre-COVID, where the numbers in pre-poll were perhaps more conservative, perhaps an older vote, and we'll perhaps see something different when we see the on-the-day votes counted later on in the night.
Thank you, Chris Steele. In just a moment, we will be joined by Labor MLA Yvette Berry, but right now, Antony Green can give us the latest on Ginninderra.
I'll just do the party totals first. We're saying there's definitely 2 Labor members elected, definitely 1 Liberal, highly likely 1 Green, and probably a battle between the Liberals. The Liberals are probably better positioned for the second there, a lot more counting to come. But let's look at the actual votes for individual candidates on the Labor ticket. Labor's 2 candidates at the top of the ticket, 0.84 of a quota for Yvette Berry, Tara Shane, 0.83. On those numbers, they're both re-elected. Pretty confident about that. Peter Kane well ahead on the Liberal ticket, 0.64, and Shaka Barry on 0.4. Joe Clay relies more on the Green vote, but at this stage, there's a lot of talk about Heidi Prowse, who's not polling particularly well at this stage. So at this stage, Yvette Berry's topping the ticket there in Ginninderra and certain of re-election.
And Yvette Berry, Labor MLA, joins us. Yvette, congratulations.
Thanks very much. It's been a really great campaign. I'm so grateful to the people of Canberra for supporting me.
Deputy Chief Minister, congratulations being well on your way to re-election. Being Deputy Chief Minister, do you have a broader view as to maybe where the protest vote, if it's there, against your party has come from? Is it about the neglect in parts of the south of Canberra? Is it about looking for a different alternative, given you've been in power for over 20 years? What is your sentiment on that?
Yeah, look, certainly as I've been door knocking in my part of Canberra, it's been very positive, very good support from my...
Oh dear, we do appear to be losing the Deputy Chief Minister, Yvette Berry there. Maybe having too much fun, Edie, at the Labor Party
are running
HQ.
hot, James.
I'm sure that is the case, interfering with our signal. Now, we're getting a lot of feedback tonight that we're not getting around the panel as much as we should. Don't worry, it's all going to even out in the wash. We've just been changing ministers over, but I do want to go down to you, Nicole. How do you think things are tracking at this stage? Has your vote risen enough to realistically put you in on a pathway to some sort of government?
Look, not at this point, I don't think, but preferences are important as people get defeated and their preferences flow through. Hopefully that will improve the position. The leader bump for Elizabeth Lee in Kurrajong hasn't been as much as we might have hoped, although, of course, the emergence of Thomas Emerson as an independent has certainly had an impact on that. And
there's also a redistribution in that seat as well, where some fairly conservative areas of Red Hill, the inner south of Canberra, were moved into Murrumbidgee.
Which are traditionally good for the Liberals. That may help the Liberals a bit in Murrumbidgee, but yeah, that's a bit disappointing for us. But this is what happens in any election. So, I think we would really like to get stronger figures in a couple of those other electorates. What's going to happen in Yerrabee, for example. But yeah, it's certainly not over by a long shot.
Not dead yet. That's certainly the case.
Antony Green calls it.
No, the night is young. I think we have a very good connection now with Yvette Berry, Labor MLA.
No,
we're still working on the technology.
We've lost her again. There's too many people on their phones. This is the trouble in modern day. Chris Steele, let's bring you in. Just on those overall figures, we asked Rachel just before she left. I mean, do you see a pathway? Do you feel like you've got more options on those current rough numbers to 13 seats and a working majority?
There's absolutely no doubt that with potential independence in the Assembly, that provides another option. At the last election, there were only 3 parties elected to the Legislative Assembly, and that meant that there was really only one pathway to form a government. Independence and the emergence of them does present a potential another pathway for Labor to form government, but we'll obviously be looking very closely at the numbers and how they fall tonight.
A defining issue for you as well, Chris Steele, just briefly being Transport Minister, light rail, the next stage of it, it is potentially billions of dollars. How much more complex does it get for you as a party to lead that and build it if the Greens are reduced in number and you have independents who might have more independent views on that big transport project?
Well, we've signed a contract on Stage 2A of light rail, the extension from Linga Street in the city through to Commonwealth Park already. So we'll start to see that under construction. Already we've started to see that work with Raising London Circuit, the enabling project, and then we'll start to see the actual line built and the stops.
You know I'm talking about Terwoden though.
Sure, but this is actually the part of the project that we've been focused on over this last term. We're undertaking design in the next term as we look forward to the next 4 years, going through the approvals process and considering a business case. So that's the next 4 years of the project, and then we'll look at how we can go into procurement and make an investment decision. So these are things that'll take a few years, and I think certainly a lot of the independent candidates hadn't ruled out supporting it in relation to light rail.
Maybe breaking bread with a couple of them perhaps in the next term.
We are now ready to go to Antony Green to get the latest on Pittwater, one of the by-elections in New South Wales that we're following tonight.
Yeah, this is the Teals versus the Liberals in the northern beaches of Sydney. That's the Rory Amons, who's been forced to resign for having had charged with sexual offences. Georgia Ryburn. For people who don't know this part of Sydney, it's often called the Insular Peninsula. Georgia Ryburn lives down here at Manly, which is not close enough for the locals. There's been a lot of campaigning about whether she is or is not a local, despite the fact she's actually been Deputy Mayor of the Council. It's quite insular in that part of Sydney. But anyway, let's look at the result because there's some really significant things going on here. These are the primary votes with 12.7% counted. Jackie Scrooby, the independent, is 55.7. The Liberals are on 40. There's a Libertarian candidate on 3.7. The change in vote there no Labor candidate, no Green candidate. All the votes gone to the Independent. The Liberal vote is down. That's translating into a two-party preferred swing to the Independent of 8.4%. The Liberals lost this on the day at the last election. The Independent was ahead. The Liberals were saved by absent voting and postal voting. There's no absent voting at a by-election, but there is postal voting. But that's a significant swing to the Independent. That's going to be very hard to turn around. It is 12.7. There's a lot more counting to come. That's a very strong first result for the Independent. Our computer is calling it, but with some of these by-elections where you've got a change in the final pairings of candidates, you sometimes have to wait. But that's a big result for the Independents in Pittwater.
Antony, thank you, and I'm glad you called it the Insular Peninsula. I was told I wasn't allowed to say that, but you can probably get away with it. Let's get back to the ACT now, and Shane, I'm just sort of curious at your views at this stage of the count. I mean, you had high hopes of maintaining your 6 seats. That's definitely not going to be the case. What's your sort of overall reaction? But I mean, you've only lost about 2.5% of the vote.
It goes back to what I said earlier in the night. You know, we sit right on that cusp point where you either get quota or you just miss out. And with that small drop away in vote, you're seeing us just probably sliding under quota in a few places. Certainly, obviously, in Kurrajong, there's been a real swing, and that is going to make it nigh on impossible for us to hold that second seat. On a number of those seats, I think we're still in the game, and so I see us sitting anywhere between 2 and 4 seats by the end of the night.
Interesting.
Or by the end of the count, probably is a better way to put it.
What do you put the swing against you down to? What was it, do you think?
Look, it's not a huge swing. We've obviously had a few hiccups during the campaign. There is the issue of being part of the government and wearing some of the backlash where there is discontent. And clearly we've seen interest in a new approach. And that is something that has... You know, the Independents, I think, have picked up votes across the board. It's obviously not gone directly from us to them. You know, for us, this is a small but significant change.
Adam Shirley, your thoughts on Shane's remarks there
about
wearing the blame?
I think it's a point well made, and at least, I guess, something that's a part of being seen too close to government. Whether that's a fair or unfair perception of people, if you've got, 4 members who are also ministers, and not enough movement that's shown, or 3 I should say, and not enough movement that is shown in how to progress the city, people might think that that's not good enough. And to our point earlier, whether Independents have put forward detailed policy or not, in your view, a change in dynamic is what they're after.
Well, clearly, and you know, one of the real dilemmas for us is what role do you play? After the last election, we won 6 seats out of 25. To just sort of sit back and go, well, we're just going to sit on the crossbench and let other people worry about it and not get involved, we didn't think that was an appropriate response. With 6 numbers, we saw a value in getting in, rolling up the sleeves, being part of it, trying to make a genuine difference, you know, from within, I guess is how you would describe it. And perhaps that hasn't been well, you know, the community hasn't seen the impact that we would hope they would.
Antony Green has the latest on Brindabella.
Yeah, I've just been having a look at the distribution of preferences. That's the overall party totals that we're seeing at this stage. The Canberra Liberals on 2.8, Labor 2. Most of the other parties will be distributed as preferences. That's what it looks like there. Excuse me. I've had a bad throat all week because I've been a bit off the weather. Let's look at the candidate votes. These are the candidates that are leading. Mark Parton has a quota. We're saying he's elected. Deborah Morris is a clear second. I'll just look at the Liberal ticket. They've got 3 quotas, 2.8 quotas. Mark Parton's elected, Deborah Morris is certain to be elected, and James Daniels is third. The distribution of preferences elects all 3 of those, and I can't see anything in these numbers which suggests that would change. These other 2 candidates are not going to catch up. It shows the way the rotation works in the ACT. Is you've got 3 candidates there between 0.3 and 0.43, which sometimes suggests that James Daniels is slightly better known than the other 2 candidates, and these 2 have just collected the rotation votes. There's a lot of linear voting where people just go down the ticket. So there's 3 there, Mark Parton and Deborah Morris and James Daniels should join him in the Assembly. If we look at the Labor ticket, this is something that's completely flummoxed me. Caitlin Tough who was not one of the candidates that was ever mentioned to me particularly, is well ahead on the ticket from Tamas Werner-Gibbings in second. Mick Gentleman, the sitting member, who's in great deal of difficulty getting elected from there, and Louise Crossman on 0.27. She was also mentioned, former ACT Labor Party president, is in fourth there. So the ordering of those candidates is completely a surprise to me from what I've been told. I don't know these candidates personally, of course, but that's what it looks like at the moment. So at the moment, there's a strong possibility that not only with Joy Birch retiring, we also may see Mick Gentleman defeated and 2 new Labor members for Brindabella, and that's one of the peculiarities of Hare Clark. So we just got back to that overall list of all of them again, and you can see top 2, the surpluses, and the coming up from the bottom of the ticket, select James Daniels, then the top 2 Labor candidates. But the other candidates, the Green vote isn't high enough overall to get them elected, I suspect. So this looks like 3 Liberal, 2 Labor, which is continuing a trend because it's the only electorate that the Liberals have ever elected 3 in is Brindabella. And it reflects that real division between the old Canberra of southern Canberra, which is quite different from the rest of Canberra, and that north-south divide in the ACT.
Yes, we should bring you in now, Nicole. Deborah Morris is very close to Zed Sezelja. She's, I think, currently a staffer to the Shadow Home Affairs Minister James Pattinson, and James Daniels apparently had a lot of assistance from Gary Humphries. I'm not sure whether you were out there campaigning with him as well, and apparently he's a moderate. What is it that's got those 2 over the line, do you think?
Yeah, Deborah's had a really strong ground game. She's had a lot of helpers.
There's a lot of signs when I drove through Tuggeranong the other day.
A lot of helpers, and she's a very personable young woman, young mother. She's, easy to talk to. She was a journalist, so she's very good at explaining her positions on things. And James Daniels has run before, so he does have a bit of name recognition. Gary Humphries has been out helping him quite a lot. I've been out helping all of the candidates, trying not to show any favouritism. Whoever gets elected is up to the will of the voters. But I just want to add, overall, I say I was a little disappointed with the leader bump for Elizabeth Lee, but it's also worth noting that we're outpolling Labor and we're having our best result against Labor since the year 2000. So I think that's a really positive result for us overall. And depending on the preference flow, as we said before, it's not over till it's over.
We might bring you back, maybe the 2012 elections, the other one that springs to mind. Chris, I'm just curious about the split in the Labor vote down south. What do you put that down to?
Well, I think we've had some non-incumbent candidates that have worked incredibly hard. Caitlin Tuff, a public servant for the Department of Employment Workplace Relations, has worked really hard. She's got a very saleable name, which helps in Hare Clark. We were sort of joking about the tough steel Labor bar team at one point. But look, she is an ambassador for Endometriosis Australia. Everyone that meets her likes her, and I think that's contributed greatly to her vote. I'd expect to see Mick Gentleman still be very much competing for that second Labor seat there tonight. He is a well-known incumbent. Once the other Labor candidates are excluded, I expect to see some of those votes potentially going to him, but we'll find out.
Interesting. Yeah. And Mick Gentleman worked for Bob Hawke and Paul Keating as a security officer. People outside here will think that's very weird, Adi, but this is Canberra, where everyone knows everyone.
Now, in just a moment, we're going to be joined by Leanne Castley, Liberal MLA for Yarrabee. But first, Antony Green.
Let's look at the overall party totals first. The Liberals on 2.3, Labor on 1.86, the Greens on 0.66. Doesn't look like a lot of change there in terms of the party totals at this stage. Let's look at the leaders. Leanne Castley, 0.78, tops the Liberal ticket there. Michael Pedersen, 0.72. James Milligan is still second on the Liberal ticket. There was talk that he might not finish second. Susan Orr in fourth place there. So Leanne Castley, she's definitely elected, as is Michael Pedersen. The parties have both got 2 quotas. They're the top two candidates. They're the 2 absolutely certain of election. James Milligan and Susan Orr are still highly likely, but Leanne Castley easily re-elected.
And Leanne Castley joins us. Congratulations. How are you feeling, Leanne?
Thank you. Ecstatic. It has been such a long campaign and everyone has worked so hard to get to this point and see that we're polling higher than Labor for the first time since 2000. That's a really wonderful moment for us right now.
Congratulations, Ms Castley, on being re-elected. On that point, the leadership team changed fundamentally mid-course in this 4-year term. Obviously yourself as Deputy Leader and Elizabeth Lee as Leader.
Yes.
Given
They're
this
a
is
rowdy
your
bunch back here.
Oh, it's understandable. Given this is your best result in 20+ years, as the numbers fall now, how much do you put down that renewed leadership team, moving on from the old guard a little bit, to improving your vote at this stage?
Look, I think it's gone a long way. Elizabeth and I have worked really well together. We've had our differences, of course, but we were able to have those frank and fearless conversations to make things work. And we've worked with the team is brought together, and it's just about working as the Canberra Liberals team. And it's clear by the result that we're seeing so far that the vision we have for Canberra is what Canberra want to hear. And they're buying into that vision and something better for Canberra. Putting the results back into our suburbs, making sure health and education are those priorities, community safety. And that's what Elizabeth and I have worked really hard to make sure Canberrans know we're there for. Business. No one's speaking up for business. And my heart is to make sure that Canberrans know we're here for you.
There might be a few other independents that contest whether they're speaking up for business or not. I think also about those internal party issues. You've mentioned you've managed to unite the team, but fair to say that it's cost you, at least in Ginninderra, still a lot of votes to be counted, but with Elizabeth Kickett exiting the party, with some other internal divisions, give us an insight into how challenging it has been to keep people singing from the same song sheet.
Look, the vision has always been that the Canberra Liberals want to form government and make a change for Canberra. We want that fresh opportunity. And the team that we have been able to get out there on the ground. It's clear Mark Parton has done an amazing job out in Brindabella, as have all of our candidates. We've done the same in Ginninderra. Peter Kane, the entire team are working hard. Out in Yerrabee, it's just been the goal of everybody to make sure that Canberrans know the Canberra Liberals are ready to govern. Sure, there has been very hard decisions that have had to be made, and I think it shows the strength of Elizabeth as our leader to make those hard decisions late in the game and go forward. And clearly, Canberrans aren't bothered.
It's understandable that you sound optimistic based on where we're at in the count for now, but at this point, it's going to be still quite difficult for you to actually form government. Unless you do, will you be deemed a failure for this election at least?
No, I think seeing the results that are coming in so far, it's crystal clear Canberra is ready for a change. They want that fresh opportunity. We are gaining ground in that primary vote, and I'm really excited to see how the rest of the evening goes.
Highly unlikely you'll be able to form government regardless if you do not come to the crossbench. However that is formed, and there's a question mark over it at the moment, what strategy do you have, if it comes to it, to negotiate with a crossbench which could include a couple of diverse independents and a couple of Greens?
Look, the strategy that I've taken in my career so far in politics has been to make sure communication lines are open and that we talk to everybody. And that's a conversation that Elizabeth and I will have going forward with the rest of our team tomorrow, depending on how our results come.
Deputy Leader Castley, again, congratulations on your re-election. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Now, there is plenty of counting still to come tonight, but now let's see what else is making news. Here's Mariam Saab.
Hello again, I'm Mariam Saab with the top stories on ABC News. An Air New Zealand flight has been held at the end of Sydney's domestic runway. The ABC understands that federal police are managing the situation, which is being described as a safety threat. According to the airport's website, the flight landed from Wellington at 5:25 this evening. It has a flight number NZ247. Paramedics and firefighters are said to be standing by. Flights are still arriving onto Sydney's international runway. The Air New Zealand flight has now been moved toward the terminal, and it's estimated there are 154 passengers and crew on board. Commonwealth Bank users have been left fuming after a costly glitch in the system meant they were double charged for payments they've made in the past 24 hours. The bank says that it's now rectified the issue, but it's left many customers with overdrawn accounts, leaving them unable to pay for weekend necessities. The bank says that it's investigating what caused the error. Police have recovered the bodies of a mother and her 2 young children from a fast-moving river in Sydney's southwest. Emergency services were called to the Georges River this morning after the three were seen in distress. The 32-year-old mother was pulled from the water but could not be revived. The bodies of the woman's 7-year-old son and 5-year-old daughter were found 3 hours later after an extensive search of the area. Police are investigating whether the children were swimming or fell in the river and if the mother jumped in to rescue them.
This investigation has now moved from the search operation into the circumstances surrounding how those people came into the water, and it's a current coronial investigation as we move forward.
Opposition leader Peter Dutton says that if elected, the opposition will invest $5 billion to tackle housing infrastructure delays. This fund will seek to speed up the supply and construction of water, access road and sewage infrastructure to new housing developments. Housing Minister Claire O'Neill has criticised the policy, saying the coalition is yet to outline a broader housing target.
Peter Dutton has already said he would cut $19 billion out of Labor's ambitious housing agenda. Now he wants a pat on the back for putting $5 billion back in. Peter Dutton's taking with one hand and giving with the other. It's a card trick.
Royal watchers will get the chance to catch a glimpse of King Charles and Queen Camilla in Sydney tomorrow. The royal couple have been resting today ahead of official engagements as part of their 5-day tour in Australia. They'll begin tomorrow at St Thomas's Anglican Church in North Sydney, where they'll meet and greet members of the public after the service. And in the A-League men's, Auckland FC have had their first ever win in their inaugural game against Brisbane Roar. Brisbane defender Harry van der Sarg scored an own goal in the 8th minute before Logan Rogerson scored for the home side in the 74th. This win pushes Auckland to the top of the league ladder. And those are the latest stories from ABC News. Now back to ACT Votes.
Welcome back. You are watching ACT Votes live from the Gandel Atrium in the National Museum of Australia. I'm James Glenday.
And I'm Adrian Francis. It's 7:37 p.m. with 43% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest on the count with Antony Green.
Well, at the moment, I've got a team of people back here pouring through some A3 sheets of paper in a font which, even with my glasses on, I can't read because it's too small. And we're going to try and work out on the current count who's elected in every seat. But those counts do change through the next week as further votes are added, because there is a differences between the electronic and on the day and the various counts. So, but we'll have a better handle on who's likely to get elected once we've been through this scrabbling down and trying to read the sheets process. The primary vote, we've got a few polling places are starting to arrive now. Labor 34.2, Liberals 35.6, Greens 11.2, Independents for Canberra 8.2, and the change in vote that's occurring, Labor down 3.6, Liberals up 1.8, Greens down, Independents for Canberra doing very well on 8.2%. And we'll have a quick look at what we've filled in for the chamber. We're giving away some more definites, I think now. We're saying that Labor has 9, Liberals 8, Greens 1. It's the same numbers I had earlier. But we're starting to fill in a few of those names to match these numbers. But at the moment, we've got a definite 18 seats given away. There's a few others which are leaning, but seriously, you just have to wait for a few more votes to count. There's always a terrible rush to try and declare everyone elected. Well, when you're relying on 5 A3 sheets of paper printed to 6 decimal places, it takes you a bit of a while to read them.
Our audience would not want to know how many debates we've had about A3 printers and pieces of paper over the past couple of days. Thank you very much for that, Antony. Now, 80, he's been a bit too quiet, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Ross Solly
hasn't been working hard enough tonight, as usual.
Always slightly suspicious when you don't hear from Ross, but we are informed now that he's got a special guest with him just on the other side of this wonderful National Museum. Ross, who have you got?
Yes, thank you, James. We've got Independent Senator David Pocock with us, and of course, David Pocock, a really interesting night for the Independents. Looks like there may well be 2 Independents elected to the Legislative Assembly.
Evening, Ross. Yeah, really strong showing. I mean, from a standing start, Independents for Canberra have picked up votes across the territory, and I think all the independent candidates should be so proud of what they've done in this election. They've shaken it up, they've provided alternatives, and I think we're seeing more and more people wanting a candidate who's accountable to them, who's going to take up local issues. Fiona Carrick's a great example. She was very high on first preferences last time. Couldn't get there with the distribution. Now with the party, looks like she'll get in there, and she is so passionate about Woden and that area and more investment that makes sense. And that's one of the things I hear from a lot of Canberrans is they want a vision for our city.
Do you think it's a protest vote, or do you think people actually like the vision that the independents have given them?
Well, I'm a little bit biased as an independent,
yes.
But I certainly think more and more people want someone who is not a career politician, who's in there to serve them. I view my job as I work for people of the ACT. When I vote, I'm voting on their behalf. And I think having that option at a local level to deal with some of the really big challenges we're facing as a city when it comes to housing and health and cost of living. We've seen funding for the environment go backwards over the last few years, and that's something that Canberrans care about in our bush capital.
Tom Emerson, of course, you know very well, former staff member of yours, looks like he'll be elected. He's saying he wants to sit on the crossbench, but it may well be that he and Fiona Carrick get to determine who is the next Chief Minister. Would you like to see Tom maybe want a bigger role, maybe a cabinet role, for example? Should he ask for one if he's going to decide who the next Chief Minister is?
Well, I mean, that's the thing about being independent is he will be able to decide that. Him and Fiona, should they get in there. I think Tom, one, he is an outstanding human. I think he will do a great job in representing Kurrajong and people in the ACT should he be elected. They've put a huge amount of work into this as independents. You put your life on hold.
But do you lose your independence, Senator Pocock, if you choose to become a cabinet minister, if you choose to join and be part, just like the Greens have done to form a government?
Well, I think that's been one of the challenges for the Greens over the last 4 years, is that you have Greens who are ministers and their portfolio is going backwards. I mentioned environment. WWF in their recent scorecard highlighted that the ACT was the only jurisdiction to go backwards on 2 metrics, and that's with the Greens Environment Minister. And I think people look at that and go, well, we vote for minor parties and independents to hold them to account on the issues that matter to us, and we're going backwards. The other one is First Nations. We have one of the highest Indigenous incarceration rates in the country, in the only jurisdiction that voted yes at the referendum. People care about this. They want to see these areas improved. And so I think there is power in having a crossbench that holds a government to account. And I think our Hare-Clark system is basically designed for minority governments.
So I assume you have Tom's ear on this, and I assume he will come to you for some guidance, some advice. Circling back to that question, if it does come to the stage where he and Fiona Carrick can determine who is the next Chief Minister, would you say to him, you should demand a hat in the ring? You should demand a cabinet position?
Well, I think that's not how being an independent works. He doesn't work for me anymore. He was part of my office. He did an incredible job, and he wanted to run. He's accountable to the people of Kurrajong should he be elected. So it'll be up to him to actually consult what do people want. And I think they've done that through their policy platforms, the independents. Fiona Carrick has a different one. Independents for Canberra have broad principles, but a number of things that they've said that these are the things that it would take for us to support a government. And I think that's a great way to go. And people want more principles-based politics where you're taking things on their merit, you're consulting, and then you're coming to a position.
The Labor Party vote has dropped here by more than 3% so far on these early figures. You've been quite critical in the past about Andrew Barr and how you feel like he's let opportunities slip to forward the ACT cause here. What's the message in this for Andrew Barr and federally for Labor? Is there any message in this for the Labor Party, for the government?
Well, I think you'd have to look at the results and say there is a message. People do want the government to be on the ball, to have a vision for our future. I've been very open about the fact that one of my frustrations as a federal senator is there's often buckets of money available to states and territories, and the ACT isn't putting in bids, doesn't have costed projects ready to go. And everyone knows you can't have everything all at once, but what people want to see is a vision for where we're going and how we're going to get there over time, and then actually hitting the federal government up for money. The NT and the ACT have small revenue bases, and I think there is a real argument for the federal government to play more of a role, particularly us being the national capital.
Senator David Pocock, we really appreciate you being part of the broadcast tonight.
Thank you,
you.
Ross.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And thank you to Ross Solly there and David Pocock. Well, Shane Rattenbury, as Greens leader, how much personal responsibility do you take for the Greens' poor showing tonight?
Well, I think that's probably not a fair characterisation in the sense that our vote has only dropped back a couple of percent. The swing against the Labor Party is bigger than the swing it is against us. As I previewed early in the night, we are right on that marginal point, and so it is, it is disappointing for us. I think this is not a vote against us, this is a vote for the independents, and we have to acknowledge that. They've obviously run an effective campaign and tapped that community sentiment. I mean, I think David Pocock's characterisation there, as we've seen through the campaign, it's a bit selective. The ACT is globally recognised as a leading jurisdiction on climate action. It is no coincidence that we've achieved that in the period that the Greens have held the balance of power. We have moved ahead to raise the age of criminal responsibility. We're the most progressive jurisdiction on that in Australia. That will make an enormous difference for Indigenous children. And over the last 5 years, the rate of Indigenous imprisonment has gone up 10% across the nation. It's gone down 5% in the ACT. Now, this is not enough, but we've actually made enormous progress, and I think that characterisation has been a bit cherry-picked across the course of the campaign.
I just want to jump in. We've just heard from a couple of Liberal MPs that this was the first time that they've outpolled Labor. That's not actually true. Zed Sezelja narrowly outpolled Katie Gallagher in 2012. And Jeremy Hanson did lose the primary vote to Andrew Barr in 2016 by a couple of percent, but did end up picking up 11 seats, which is probably more than what the Liberals are on track for at the moment. But we can probably park that slightly. This swing against the Labor Party, Chris, 3.6%, is probably not going to be enough to cost you a seat unless something strange happens in Yerrabee. Is it disappointing, or is this the sort of thing that happens to a government after 23 years in office? And given that last time, maybe around COVID, there was a bit of a boost given the government's role in managing that.
I think there's no doubt that the last election, which was during the height of the pandemic, gave a boost to Labor Party. People really responded well to the very careful management by our government, and particularly the Chief Minister, Andrew Barr. I think that's one of the reasons why we saw quite a significant increase in the vote in Brindabella last time in particular. And that was also off the back of course, the summer bushfires as well, which had affected that electorate. And so we have seen a drop back in the vote, particularly in that seat. It's still, at this stage, above where we were in 2016 in the seat of Brindabella.
So you're saying it's a return to the mean?
Yeah, it does seem to be a little bit going that way. And then in the other seats, we'll be looking very closely at what's happening, and particularly in the votes that have been cast outside of the pre-poll, to see whether that swing actually grows smaller over the night. I do think that there is a conservative skew in the pre-poll numbers, and so we'll be looking very closely at on the day votes.
Let's see.
Now, good news. We have a connection with Yvette Berry, who we'll hear from in just a moment. But first to Antony Green for the latest on Ginninderra.
Well, actually, I was asked to comment on the overall picture, so I'll do that for the moment. On the distribution of preferences that have been released, the result will be 10 Labor, 10 Liberal, 3 Greens, 1 Independent for Canberra in Tom Emerson and Fiona Carrick. So it would be 10 all for the 2 major parties, 3 Greens, Independent for Canberra and Carrick. So that's 10 Labor and 3 Greens is still a majority for the Labor plus the Greens. So it would still be the Labor government return. Now, that is the distribution of preferences of the electronic votes. There's a bit of up and down to come on those numbers. That's what it is at the moment. Now, Labor's got 2 in each electorate. The Liberals have got 10. That's only 1, I think, in Kurrajong and 3 in Brindabella. So that's how those numbers work out. The slight federal observation I'd make is that the best Liberal vote, the Liberal Party are doing well in Brindabella and Yerrabee, particularly Brindabella, which is the more traditional outer suburban seat, and Labor's done badly there. So if someone wants to go and look at is there a federal implication in this result, I think that's the more interesting one. That's an outer suburban seat, and there's been quite a reaction, or quite a swing from Labor to Liberal in that electorate. Not as clear-cut in other electorates, but perhaps that's a bit of a return also to the Liberals used to do very well in that electorate, and sometimes they haven't done quite as well. Now, Ginninderra I was asked to do. Let's have a look here. The leading candidates here, Yvette Berry's got 0.84 of a quota and has been elected. Tara Shane, slightly less, he's also re-elected. Peter Kane is re-elected on the Liberal ticket. I'm expecting Shaka Barry will be the second Liberal elected, and Joe Clay. Our numbers currently have her re-elected. On the distribution of preferences, there's a lot of votes for. There's some extra Labor candidates will flow as surpluses. The Greens. I haven't had I'm going to have to go and have another look at that now. But that looks like 2-2-1 there in Ginninderra.
Thank you, Antony. Yvette Berry's with us. Yvette Berry, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for the trust, I guess, that the Ginninderra community has put back in me and have elected me back in as the member for Ginninderra.
Deputy Chief Minister, congratulations on being re-elected. You are, however, neck and neck with, I suppose, your partner in the ministry and in Ginninderra, Tara Chain. She's just behind you. Are you a bit disappointed that perhaps a younger and less experienced member is as well recognised and is contributing just as much as you to the vote?
Not at all. I think, Tara and I have worked as a team in Ginninderra from the time she was elected, and, we've just worked as hard as we can to represent the people in our community, as well as being ministers for each of our portfolios across the ACT.
As Antony Green just explained to us, the Liberals, the opposition's strongest results so far, are in the northern electorate of Yerrabee, the southern electorate of Brindabella. Does that add weight to the narrative that you as a party have forgotten a bit about those who live on the margins more, that might be having a harder time with cost of living and transport, housing, these sorts of issues, that you're too focused on your more central and inner electorates?
No, not at all. It's not what I've been hearing on the doors. People obviously are feeling the cost of living, and so we've responded to that. But, on the ground, when I've been knocking on doors, and I know Tara has as well, we've been hearing how confident they are in the Labor Party to be able to deliver for our local community and support people who need it most. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to do, is make sure that people are supported where they are and when they need it.
Not so much in your seat, but in a couple of others, the independents seem to have had an initially strong result. Does it demonstrate that there is that element of its time, maybe not this election, but before too long? And what do you intend to change to try and reinvigorate your party?
Well, we'll keep working for our community, keep listening to our community, keep hearing what the challenges are and respond to them like we have been. Hare Clark is a wicked beast, and it throws up so many different challenges, and what we've seen this time around is another mix of candidates through the Independents for Canberra and other candidates who have put themselves forward. And I would say that every single candidate, no matter what party, is in it to make a difference for the people that they represent. This is not a personal ambition for any person that I have met. They're all passionate about their communities, and they're all trying to do the very best that they can. This isn't a career politician kind of conversation. That's not what we're hearing on the doors. What we're hearing from the doors is certainty in what they're going to expect from a progressive government led by Labor, led by a Chief Minister like Andrew Barr, and we've been responding to that, and we'll continue to respond to that.
You mentioned the Chief Minister. His personal vote in the seat of Kurrajong is holding up. However, around the rest of Canberra, there is some sentiment that he's long in the tooth as far as being an established leader. His hold of the Chief Ministership is longer, quite easily, than any other leader of any state or territory. Should you at least consider in the next term moving on from Andrew Barr?
Well, that'll be a decision for the Labor Party, and at the moment what we're seeing is great support for our Chief Minister, and that's continued from, the really strong leadership that he showed through some really difficult times in our city, bushfires, hailstorms, an international health pandemic, and there's a recognition of what Andrew did as a leader in our city, what the Labor Party did backing him in. And when we're hearing that from the community, that's not to say that we might need to do things differently in the future, and that means we have to listen to all of the people in our community, whether it's in the electorate of Ginninderra, in Brindabella, Yerrabee, Murrumbidgee, Kurrajong, all of them, to make sure that we're getting it right and that we're responding to people.
But I guess beyond platitudes, Deputy Chief Minister, what fundamentally must you change? I've heard you mention that a couple of times, but for someone's real life, week to week, year to year, what will you demonstrably change in the next 4 years?
Look, it's about going back to our communities and hearing what they expect from us. And I think we've proven that we can do that over the years. We'll do that again as a Labor Party. And if we're able to form government, then we'll do that as a government.
Deputy Chief Minister, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thanks very much, Harry. Great to speak to you.
You're watching ACT Votes live from the National Museum of Australia. I'm Adrian Francis.
And I'm James Glenday. It is coming up to just past 5 minutes to 8, and we have 45% of the vote counted, and things are looking pretty interesting. So let's bring in our national treasure in the Museum of Australia, Antony Green.
Yeah, well, there's the primary votes again. We're now starting to get some polling day votes. It's gone up about 2.5%. with the addition of some paper ballots. Labor 34.3, Liberal 35.3, so there's that 1% gap. The Greens 11.3. The change in vote there that's occurring, 3.5 down for Labor. The Liberal votes starting to drip. You know, the drift to them is not quite as strong as it was earlier, but there's a lot more counting to come. I'll have just a quick summary of defeated members. Rebecca Vassarotti is the only one we've definitely declared defeated at this stage. I think we've got some new members. Deborah Morris, we believe, will be elected in Brindabella at this stage. I think I was asked to go through the electorate of... last time I offsided. I've got to go through Kurrajong here. It's getting a bit hard to keep track of what... you see the same seats time after time here, right? It gets you sometimes. Kurrajong. No, actually, let's just look at the members first. Now, my little buttons come up there, so I've got to wait for that to go away. All right, there's the votes. ACT Labor 2.25 quotas. Canberra Liberals 1.5. Their votes dropped a little bit. The ACT Greens are up on 1 quota. Independents for Canberra on 0.8. Now, at the moment, this is pointing to a definite 2 Labor, 1 Liberal, 1 Green, 1 Independent for Canberra. Let's look at the leading candidates here. Andrew Barr's got 1 1/3 quota, is elected. Elizabeth Lee is elected at the top of the Liberal ticket. Tom Emerson has got the highest vote of any individual from the other groups, and his party vote is about 0.8. So if it stays within the ticket, he will stay ahead of Shane Rattenbury. Will get to a quota. Rebecca Vassarotti will miss out. And at this stage, we don't think Patrick Pentony, we don't think he will win a second seat for the Liberal Party. Is that Emerson has polled too strongly for the Liberals to get a second seat. So at this stage, it looks like 2 Labor, 1 Liberal, 1 Green, 1 Tom Emerson. And I think I can see those pictures here. We set them all up this way. So Andrew Barr's re-elected, Elizabeth Lee's re-elected, Shane Rattenbury, Rebecca Vassarotti defeated. Rachel Stephen-Smith is probably elected. She's got more votes than the other 3 people below her on the Labor ticket, but there's 1/3 of a quota with Andrew Barr. I would expect that will distribute strongly to her, and I'll go and have a look. I'll actually go and have a look at the distribution of preference sheets and just to confirm that. And if they confirm that she does very well on those preferences, then we'll declare Rachel Stephen-Smith elected as well.
Antony, thank you. And I think we can go live now to Thomas Emerson, who has been the most high-profile member of the grouping Independents for Canberra. Thomas, it's too early to say that you've definitely been elected, but it looks like congratulations are in order. How are you feeling?
Thank you, James. Look, this is a remarkable result for independents. We've seen strong swings toward independence in every electorate. It's clear that this election has voted independent, and we're looking strong. So we'll see how the rest of the votes look.
I promised I would put you on the spot tonight, and I'm going to now. You are obviously the son of Craig Emerson, a former trade minister. You obviously have worked extensively with David Pocock, who is a progressive independent on a whole range of different issues. Are you more likely to back a continuation of a Labor government, or are you seriously open to supporting Elizabeth Lee?
We've said from the beginning we're going to this ready to negotiate in good faith. We really need to see what the rest of the votes look like and what position that we're in. What I think is clear is that people do want an alternative in there. We've had an incredible movement of people coming together from all sorts of different backgrounds to prove actually we can have a say in our democracy. So we're very early in the count. There's a lot of votes left to count, and that's a conversation for later on.
Mr. Emerson, Adam Shirley here. I'm going to continue James's theme for a moment. You might want to hold off and negotiate individually, and that's understandable. But which way would you lean in terms of your policies which you have announced, the ideology you have, if I could use that word? It would appear you would be slightly left of centre. Is that fair to say, and is that how your negotiation, if it comes to that, will be reflected?
I think that's fair to say. I've run as a progressive independent. It's the label I use, and they're the values that I hold. We need to see where the votes lie after the count to determine what sort of a position we're in. If we're in a negotiating position, we've laid down a really clear statement of expectations that's come from our community that we would want to take into that process. And we're fortunate to be in a position to perhaps actually have independents play a role in what the next term of government looks like, which I think is really exciting.
So if the priority for you is the people, every individual that's voted you in, and it looks like that will happen, if that comes to pass, what are the 1 or 2 central issues that you'll be most vociferous about?
We're hearing from people every day who really want to see more action on the core issues that are relevant to people's lives: housing, health, education. Why is it that the ACT has fallen so far behind in these areas? We're excited to have an opportunity to hopefully be there on the crossbench and apply pressure and make sure that we're actually acting in these areas. It just doesn't make sense to me that we call ourselves the most progressive jurisdiction in the country, but we have the highest persistent homelessness rate, some of the worst health outcomes in the public system. So look, it is time for some kind of change, and hopefully we're in a position to make that happen.
Does that mean a non-negotiable on things like lifting the levels of social and affordable housing in the ACT, on issues such as revisiting capital gains on a local level? Not that you have a strong lever to pull there, but other housing policies that do exist and modifying them to better favour people lower on the income run?
That's right. You know, when I'm knocking on doors here in Canberra, I've been speaking with people at shops for the entire year, and what I hear is that people really care about each other. They want to look after people who are facing disadvantage. That's not been happening, and so it's time for that to change. We need to have an honest conversation about the level of disadvantage that there is in our community and take actions to address that.
There are two clear differences between the two major parties on housing. The Labor-Greens coalition has been more about urban infill and further densifying. The Liberals put forward a policy in this election to greenfield established suburbs and new ones, particularly Cowan Forest in the ACT's far east. Which do you prefer? Which do you think is what Canberra needs when it comes to housing?
Look, I think in the ACT we have an opportunity to show what sustainable densification really looks like, and how can we bring people together through our planning system, through our housing decisions that we make. So that is what we're hearing. It's certainly what I've heard encouraging that people want to see more of, is a bit more density, and that makes things like public transport a lot more functional. Currently we have the lowest public transport usage of all capital cities in Australia, which just doesn't make sense, and I don't think it meets community expectations. So yeah, certainly leaning more towards...
I presume from that answer, Mr Emerson, you're also in favour of light rail being extended to Woden, or is that not the case?
My position is that we should continue the planning and design process that's already underway for Stage 2B. We'll agree Stage 2A is going to go ahead. It seems like a decision point regarding construction is a long way off. What I have heard from people is that they're concerned about the lack of transparency around the project and what it is that the project is actually intending to achieve. So we want to bring more community voices into those conversations and make sure that everyone's across the details and that those details are provided, rather than just rolling things out and signing blank checks, because we have spent a lot on this project, and I think, you know, maybe if we didn't just extend the contracts that we have, which is what we've done with Stage 2A, then the price wouldn't be quite so high on that project.
One other issue that has captured the attention but maybe not captured reality thus far is a new stadium, a major stadium for Canberra. Our national viewers will understand how divisive this can be in their regions as well. How firm are you on wanting a bold new stadium proposal and construction in the years ahead?
Well, both of the major parties have committed to building a new stadium. My question would be, if we're going to do that, what's the best location for it? To me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to rebuild it in a place out in Bruce that doesn't get much traction as is. You know, how do we get casual fans to the game? How do we make an event out of it? To me, a city location makes sense. What I hear above all is that people are sick of having spent 15 years talking about this project and not actually delivering it. There are too many projects in that category. So as independent crossbenchers, that's what we can do, is talk about these things, apply pressure, and ensure that we're not just waiting another 4 years for more promises to be made, but these promises actually get delivered within the next term.
Thomas Emerson, if this vote count goes the way the trend is now, you will be elected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours.
Tom, we might just try and keep you there. It's James Glenday here again. We've just got an update from Antony Green.
Yeah, look, the chamber's going to be 10 Labor, 10 Liberal. 5 on the crossbench at this stage. 3 Greens, Thomas Emerson and Fiona Carrick. Now, if it's 10 all, the Liberals need to get 3 votes to form government. And if there's 3 Greens, then the Liberals can't do that. If the numbers change, and we're not definitely calling it because 10 plus 3 is still not absolutely confirmed, but it looks like it. But if it doesn't turn out that way, then Tom Emerson and Fiona Carrick will have a role on determining which of the 2 10-member parties will form government. So it's leaning towards Labor negotiating its way into government after this election, but it's not absolutely locked down clear yet.
And we can see it seems as though the primary vote gap between the Liberal and Labor Party is closing as some of that on-the-day vote's coming in. We're getting quite a lot of text messages, particularly from Labor scrutineers who are saying they expect that trend to continue. I just want to see, do we still have you there, Tom Emerson? We just wanted to see if we can bring you back in and put you on the spot one more time and ask whether or not you think you're more likely to support the Labor Party or the Canberra Liberals.
The gap's down to 0.6 between them.
We don't seem to have any audio. We're going to have to try to come back to Tom later in the day. I will go back to Antony Green, though. So that gap in the primary vote was quite large early on those early electronic votes. It seems to have narrowed quite substantially.
Yeah, it used to be the case that the Liberal vote was higher in the electronics and then it would drop on the day. We're seeing that this time. It didn't happen last time, but last time 70% of the votes were electronic.
COVID.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think there's a clear difference in terms of when people voted. So I think later in the evening we'll be seeing what happens. As you said earlier, Cecilia did win the vote by 41 out of like 250,000. So I think no one died in the barricades saying the election was stolen or anything like that. But I mean, I think we'll be watching that number. But I do think there are some differences in the different seats where there's been a change. The Liberal Party has done very well in Brindabella, which is its traditional homeland in the ACT. They won the Canberra by-election back there in 1995. They've twice elected 3 members in Brindabella, so that's held up. And the Greens were surprising winners last time and have lost there. So that's the big thing in Brindabella. But we're still watching some of these other seats. And next time we come around, I'll look at Murrumbidgee and Fiona Carrick again.
Sure. Thank you for that, Anthony. Shane, we're going to lose you soon because you've got election night duties. But do you think you're going to win in 3 seats? I mean, if you win 3, the Labor Party has 10. I mean, that's a working majority there.
Well, look, I think what we're seeing is we're also coming back a little bit as those on-the-day votes are coming in. The swing against us is narrowing. So I think that points to the fact that we haven't seen a big backlash against the Greens, but we have seen the rise of the independents. I think that is the story there. We're obviously going to need to think about this. One of the important parts is that we are a really community-based party. We need to sit down and reflect with our members now around what they think this means and what we do going forward. What I can guarantee is we will continue to really push on the issues we care about. And we've been really bold in our ambitions at this election in terms of wanting to recognise that some of these really wicked problems won't be resolved by just sort of adjusting a little bit. You know, we need to take some bold decisions, and that's what we'll continue to fight for. So housing policy, continue to move forward on public transport, thinking about how we do health differently, focusing more strongly on primary and preventative health. These are the sort of things we'll continue to look at, and obviously working to reduce cost of living pressures.
On that point, Minister Attenbury, does that in fact, and the potential election of 2 independents allow you and any other Greens member to push the government harder and faster than you could in government, which sounds like an inverse proposition, but does it free you up somewhat to demand more on social housing, on transport, on climate action?
I think the community wants more action on these things. You know, the policies we've put out there, when you sit and talk to people about them in detail, have been quite positive. Now, that, you know, the result hasn't quite reflected that for us, but it's certainly, we feel that sense of people wanting more, and we understand that really clearly. The question is now,
could it free you up more to push harder for the kind of government, funnily enough, that you want?
Yeah, well, I think the issue is that the Labor Party, frankly, is pretty comfortable a lot of the time, and that is the real challenge. Now, we started to build ourselves up and put ourselves forward as a genuine alternative and say there is something other than the Labor Party out here. That's not what we've seen in the results tonight.
Okay. Shane Rattenbury, we are going to let you go. No doubt we're going to hear a speech from you later tonight once we've got a better idea about exactly what these results mean for you, but we really appreciate you coming on the panel.
No, thanks very much for having me on board.
Thanks, Shane. All right, now I do think we might have resolved our technical issues that we were having with independents for Canberra, well, lead candidate in Kurrajong, Tom Emerson. Tom, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Tom, you've sort of said we're going to negotiate, we're going to take time to reflect. If you're the only candidate, though, you're the only one, presumably you don't have to consult too much with yourself. Do you have a leaning, as we go to air tonight, about which way you think you'd be more inclined to back? Which party has policies that better reflect the things that you want to see in Canberra?
Look, I think it would be a disservice to all of the people that we spoke to, community members, experts along the way, to develop our policy positions, our priorities, to make some sort of declaration without having spoken with either prospective leader. So, look, the commitment we made from early on was that we would negotiate in good faith, have those conversations, be really clear with the community that what we've heard needs to be acted on. And so I'm not in a position to declare some kind of position at this point.
Fair enough. How long do you expect that process to take? For all the Canberrans watching tonight, is this a couple of days, a couple of phone calls, or is this maybe a few weeks while the count is formalised and the rest of it?
I think it really depends on where the votes end up. You know, currently it looks like we might be in that position. It looks like we potentially might not. So we just have to see. I'm eager to have conversations with everyone that we can. And the commitment that we made early on was we want to work constructively, not only with each other, and we've proven that's possible through an incredible campaign of independents working together, but also with all other MLAs. So we hope that we can be in a position to improve whoever forms government and also improve the opposition, make the Assembly a better place. So yeah, there's some time to run on where we're going to land.
No doubt. We'll be speaking to you a lot in the coming days. Tom, thank you and congratulations, and thank you especially for bearing through with some of our technical issues there.
Now, Antony Green has the latest on Murrumbidgee.
Murrumbidgee, the central electorate there in the western part of the ACT. I just want to run through the members here because it's important. Marissa Patterson and Chris Steele are the Labor members. Ed Cox was elected at a recount when Julia Jones retired, Julia with a G. Jeremy Hansen is the Liberal, Emma Davidson is the Greens. Now, let's look at the party totals, and I'll come back to those members because it's important. The Liberals are on 2.2 quotas, Labor's risen to just on 2. Now, Fiona Carrick is on 0.74, the Greens on 0.53. Now, let's look at I'll just look at the change in vote here first, and then I'll come back and look at the leaders. You can see the Labor vote down, Liberal vote up, a bit of a spray, Fiona Carrick doubling her vote in that electorate. Let's look at the leading candidates. Now, what's important here, Jeremy Hansen's elected, Chris Steele's elected, Fiona Carrick is third polling candidate, and he's certainly on the distribution of preferences elected. Marissa Patterson is elected. Now, Amardeep Singh finished third on the Liberal ticket last time, and Ed Cox finished fourth. But in the recount, when Julia Jones was retired, Ed Cox won the preference distribution, was elected. Now, at the moment, Amardeep Singh is ahead. The distribution of preference elects him, and Ed Cox would be defeated. But that's on the current count, and it's close enough that it could go either way. But at this stage, the Liberals will win 2, but it's unclear which of those 2 will win it, and they were competing for a seat last time, and they competed at the by-election, and they're both there again this time. Now, Nelson Tang and a few other Labor candidates are down the bottom there, but I don't think either of them can catch Chris Steele or Marissa Patterson, so that's what it looks like. 2 Liberals, 2 Labor, and I think Fiona Carrick, we think we're very strongly of the opinion that she will be elected. She is elected on the distribution of preferences, but given that independents don't always... you can vote in any electorate in the ACT as an ordinary vote, and anybody who's voting outside of the electorate, do they remember Fiona Carrick if they're not in the electorate or not? I suppose you don't have out-of-vote cards, so it's maybe not as big a factor in the ACT. But again, there's so many complications with the ACT electoral system that sometimes you have to think about it when you're doing it on your feet. Let's just have a look at those elected members there, actually, while we got the pictures. So it's with Chris Steele, Marissa Patterson, Jeremy Hansen, and as I said, those 2 in doubt, and possibly, I think we'll add Fiona Carrick as a possible there as well.
Thanks for that, Antony. That is a massive result, given that we haven't had independents for a couple of decades. First of all, Chris Steele, congratulations for being returned. On these numbers, now I've got people from the Labor Party texting me saying that they are catching up as the vote comes in, the vote on the day. How do you feel like the party is placed to form government?
Look, at this stage, it does look like there's still, overall, in 4 out of 5 of the electorates at least, a very strong progressive vote when you combine the sort of progressive party vote as a total, and noting that many of the independents, particularly in the Independents for Canberra party, are also of progressive persuasion. It does look like there is a strong progressive vote still in Canberra, which is great to see.
Are you going to be deploying Craig Emerson to woo his son, or pulling all the strings that you have here?
Well, it may not be necessary. Craig's been out on the campaign trail.
He has
had a few discussions with the Chief Minister and him together. But look, it does look, certainly if the Greens continue to hold 3, and we're continuing to hold 10, which certainly looks like it will be the case, then we're in a pretty good position for that pathway, and we'll be looking very closely at the rest of the votes coming in. But In relation to Murrumbidgee, I just want to take the opportunity to thank my community for their support. It's a really great result, and also for Marisa Patterson, who I've really enjoyed working with. Looking forward to doing that over the next term, should everything go our way tonight. I'd note that there are still some major polling booths that have not yet come in.
Okay.
I'll be looking closely at the Coombs booth, the Chapman booth in particular, Mawson and Pearce. So there are still some pretty big booths out there. That's not just in Murrumbidgee, some of the other seats as well. Yerrabee in particular, I'll be looking at the Harrison booth, big booth there, and in Belconnen some of the larger booths that haven't come in yet.
Nicole, I just want to quickly bring you in. We're going to go to Antony in a second, but I want to bring you in. There are some in the Liberal Party who are saying this is an excellent result because you're outpolling Labor. A couple of others are saying this might have been a missed opportunity to topple a 23-year government. Where do you land on that? As a supporter of Elizabeth Lee, I'm assuming that you're quite happy with how things are going.
Yes, yes. Again, you know, preferences are everything in the Hare-Clark system, so it's still a long way to go. And the independents, you know, I think people sometimes think that they're voting for the Greens as independents, but we've always said a vote for the Greens is a vote for Labor, and as you can see, you know, it's going to obviously be a coalition Labor-Greens government if it gets to that point. But I think the Greens were artificially inflated in 2020 because we had all that smoke, a lot of which was perfectly visible from Brindabella.
This was the massive Black Summer bushfires, which happened, you know, 9 months out.
So you had that artificial bump for the Greens of 6, which was never sustainable. And then I think many people have seen that the Greens are holding the rest of Canberra, including the Labor Party, to ransom and forcing them to do things that they may not otherwise wish to do. And as we see every year before an election, there's a bit of an artificial bust-up, you know, with your boyfriend and girlfriend, or whoever they may be.
Well, we could probably get into the ins and outs of the politics of that. I'm sure Chris has got something he'd love to say about that. But we've got Antony over here with some results from across the border in New South Wales.
Just to wrap up the 3 by-elections, the first 2 are not that significant. Epping, Dominic Perrottet is retiring. There's no Labor candidate, and the Liberal Party's easily won the seat. Monica Tudor-Hope is the new Liberal member for Epping, defeating the Greens. No Labor candidate, of course. Hornsby, where Matt Keane retired, the former Treasurer and Environment Minister and now head of one of the climate authorities appointed by the federal government. Again, a very comfortable victory there for the Liberal Party with well over 50%, with 50% of the vote. Greens second, One Nation 5%. The Libertarian Party got 2.8%, who've been contesting a couple of by-elections trying to... they appear on the ballot paper in New South Wales as Libertarian Party, former Liberal Democrats, because they're not allowed to be called Liberal Democrats under the Federal Act anymore, but they are in New South Wales. And in Pittwater, Rory Amon's the retiring member after being charged. Georgia Ryburn, the new Liberal member. Just a bit of background for those who don't know the politics. Of course, you've heard the story. The Liberal Party forgot to nominate candidates for a whole bunch of local government areas. One of them was Northern Beaches, where Georgia Ryburn was the deputy mayor. So she didn't get a chance to run for the mayoralty, which she would have because they forgot to nominate. She's running for the by-election against Jackie Scrooby, the independent. If we look at the first preference votes here, you can see Jackie Scrooby's winning easily, 53.7%. Georgia Ryburn, the Liberal, on 42. We look at the change in primary vote that's occurring there. There's no Green, there's no Labor candidate. They've kept away from this contest to give Jackie Scrooby a free play, a free run for the seat, and it's turned into a 2-candidate preferred swing of 7.9% to the independent. And Jackie Scrooby, barring some amazing disaster, will be the next member for Pittwater, taking a seat from the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Antony. Nicole Lauder, a great night for Jeremy Hanson. Out of Ed Cox and Amardeep Singh, who do you think will be successful?
Jeremy's always been a very strong performer and polled really well, and of course his preferences will flow through to other members of the party. It was very disappointing for Amardeep to miss out in the countback when Julia Jones left. He was very close, having finished 3rd in the 2020 election. So I guess I'd possibly pick Ed because I think a lot of Jeremy's preferences will potentially flow to Ed. They've campaigned quite a lot together as a deliberate strategy, as Jeremy and Julia did in the previous election.
Yes, there were some memorable signs, Hanson Cox, which
Let's not
people
go
made
there.
a lot of fun of on the parkways of Canberra. Who said the capital of Australia was a boring place? In a moment, we are going to go to, well, we're not going to Tuggeranong, but we're going to be speaking to the Liberals candidate in Brindabella, Mark Parton. But first, let's go to Antony to have a quick look and a quick refresher of where things sit in that seat.
Can I just comment on that? Jeremy Hanson's got under a quota, so his preferences aren't going to help Ed Cox. So I think that's another one of those complications of Hare Clark. Unless you get over a quota, your preferences don't help anybody. In Brindabella, the Liberal vote's gone up further. It's now 2.8 quotas, Labor just under the 2. The Greens vote is down because of the loss of the member in the last term, Jonathan Davies. And let's look at the leading candidates. Mark Parton has got over a quota in his own right and is elected. Deborah Morris, who's second on the Liberal ticket, will be elected. The distribution of preferences suggested James Daniels will be the third Liberal there. And at the moment, Mick Gentleman, the Labor member, the one remaining Labor member for Brindabella, will be defeated. And it looks like Caitlin Tuff and Tamus Werner-Gibbings will be the two who were elected for Labor. But Mark Parton has been elected with a quota in his own right.
Anthony, thank you. Well, let's bring in Mark Parton. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you. And thanks to the people of Tuggeranong, because I am blown away by what's gone on down there in the last 3 weeks, and I had a job to do, and I have done it.
Mark, I just wanted to ask before I hand over to Adam, how do you think at a broader territory-wide level things are going for your party? Can you still see a realistic pathway to government, given that a couple of independents look like they've been successful?
Look, I'm a Canberra Liberal and I'm a West Coast supporter, so I am an optimist, okay? I am an optimist. And I know that the 5th seat in each of these electorates will go down to the wire, and we won't know the result of those seats for potentially a week from now. I genuinely believe that we are still in the game.
Mark Parton, Adam Shirley here on the panel as well. It would seem that whilst this has been a very good result for you personally in Brindabella and for the party in Brindabella, there is still a degree of a progressive wall that's stopping the Liberals from governing in their own right, at least on the numbers for now, and I know you're an optimist. Do you believe that a change within the party is necessary if now or into the future you have any chance of governing in your own right in a jurisdiction like the ACT?
No, look, I think that's... I can't agree with that comment, in that you look at Elizabeth Lee, who's led us to this election, and she's certainly done it from the centre of politics. And so I think that's reflected in our results in a number of electorates. And so, no, I don't think that there is a great change that's needed. I mean, obviously, if we are not able to form government, obviously we will be bitterly disappointed, because we've been knocking on the door and trying for so hard, but I think we're still in the game.
But do you need to accept, as some might see it, a reality of a centre to centre-left electorate which will not accept deep conservatism or ideas and policies that are seen of yesteryear here? I mean, you yourself are more centrist in your outlook, and your result has been as good as any Liberal candidate tonight.
Adam, we just got an 8% swing in Brindabella. We just got an 8% swing in Tuggeranong. And all I can say is that all the things that you are saying are absolutely possible. And no, I don't believe that a great change in direction is needed.
How do you intend to negotiate with the independents if it comes to that? And do you believe that in breaking bread you might find some common ground on some of the issues that Thomas Emerson highlighted earlier, and that of Fiona Carrick, who has become a known face and quite a powerful MLA potentially for that region?
Look, I think that, I mean, obviously we don't know how it's going to fall out, and it's looking pretty good for both of those independents. If indeed they do end up in the Assembly, we'll have to talk. If they are genuinely going to sit in the middle of things and genuinely advocate for community outcomes, well, then they'll have to have a very serious conversation with the Liberals to talk potentially about forming government.
If in fact you don't make it over the line, you mentioned how bitterly disappointed you would be. After 23 years, how much would that result represent a majorly missed opportunity?
Look, I mean, they're all missed opportunities. You know, they're all missed opportunities. We went desperately close in 2012, and we didn't miss out by much in 2016. So you know, they all hurt. You know, they all cause enormous pain, and it's bittersweet for me here tonight because although I believe we are still in the hunt, you know, I've had quite an exceptional personal result, as has Deborah Morris. And Deborah Morris, we will welcome to the Assembly as a member for Brindabella. She's run her first campaign and she smashed it out of the park. And she's an extremely capable woman, and I really look forward to working with her in the Assembly.
You're not in short supply of enthusiasm, Mark Parton. Congratulations on getting re-elected. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you.
And you are, of course, watching ACT Votes live from the Gandel Atrium in the wonderful National Museum of Australia. I'm James Cleanday.
And I'm Adrian Francis. It's 8:25 p.m. with 48% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest on that count with Antony Green.
Well, I think we'll start by, we've been trying to fill in a bit more of the chamber and firm up the picture of what we're seeing tonight. Now, the seats were definitely given away. We've definitely given Labor 9, Liberal 8, Greens 1. We've added in a few which we think are really leaning that way. And we're saying the Labor's up to 10, the Liberals are 8. There's one independent for Canberra and Greens 2. Now, that means 10, 8, 1, 1, 1. The distribution of preferences we got from the electronic votes were 10 Labor, 10 Liberal, 3 Greens, 1 independent for Canberra and 1 other. So we're still a bit short on 2 of the Liberals there because we're not absolutely confident that the distribution of preferences will play out that way. But again, this points to the issue that the crossbench is looking like a crossbench which is more likely to be able to form government with if Labor negotiates. The Liberal Party may find themselves short of somebody else to negotiate to try and get into government. So we'll see what happens. But if it ends up 10, 10, 3, 1, 1, then there is really only one chance of a government, and that would be Labor plus the Greens continuing, but probably having a lot more talking to do with the members on the crossbench as well.
Antony, thank you. Chris, you agree with that sentiment, I'm presuming?
Yeah, I think that's right. It looks like the obvious pathway to government is forming a coalition with the Greens at this point in time. There's still a lot of counting to go, though, so I wouldn't want to sort of rule out any other potential possibilities.
Curious about your thoughts, though. Would it be time to say, boot the Greens out of cabinet and just have, you know, work on your own and have them as genuine crossbenchers, as opposed to coalition partners, which may not have served you as well tonight? I mean, there's nearly a 4% swing against Labor.
Look, I think generally speaking, we've worked reasonably well together. There are shared priorities across a range of different areas. In the past, following an election, we've formed a parliamentary and governing agreement where we have hashed out a range of different policy issues and priorities. And not everything we will be able to agree to, but many things we do, and we get on and we deliver them and we report against them on a quarterly basis. We meet regularly about them. And I think if you actually look at that story over, indeed, the last 2 terms, it's been a very good story of achievement. And we have a very strong new agenda that we've brought to this election. We don't take anything for granted, and to respond to the Leader of the Greens' comments before, every election is different. Every election we bring forward a progressive agenda, and we think we've got a really great agenda to be able to form a new government, whoever that may be, with.
Nicole, I want to bring you in just to respond as much as anything to Chris. Do you think also that Elizabeth Lee is the right person to keep leading the Canberra Liberals, presuming that those votes do fall the way Antony is suggesting?
Well, I think if you look at the result, you could see that she should continue as the leader. According to the early votes, we've outpolled Labor in 3 out of the 5 seats. We're winning the popular vote. So it's a good result for us so far. Elizabeth has done a great job of keeping everyone together and focused on the end result. But of course, it's a matter for party room. It's a matter for who gets elected and who they decide to lead them. And I guess it's also going to be a matter for Elizabeth, whether she wishes to continue.
And just to be clear, you're not giving the game away yet, are you? I think we were 49% counted. You've fingers crossed you're going to hope that those trends change?
Absolutely.
Right.
Time now across to Ross Solly, who is with the federal member for Fenner, Andrew Lee.
Thanks, Adi. Yes, I'm here with the federal member for Fenner, Andrew Lee. Andrew, it looks like most likely that Andrew Barr will return as Chief Minister. The Labor Party vote, though, has, it seems, dropped by more than 3%. Why do you think that's the case?
Well, Ross, I think this is a vote for stable and progressive government, and it looks like we're going to hold all 10 of our seats. But
a 3% drop is quite a significant drop in a vote.
Well, you've seen a swing to independence, as indeed you've seen in the New South Wales by-election at Pittwater. That's no great surprise, but in terms of where Canberrans' hearts are, it's very clear that they're supporting Labor Greens government to be re-elected. Minority government's the norm in the ACT. It's been very rare to have a majority government, so I hadn't been expecting one as we came into tonight. I think it's good to see that stable progressive majority returned, and I think the way in which the Barr government has put policies like a plan for Tuggeranong, like the Northside Hospital, that's been welcome.
There's no lessons here for Labor, you don't think? There's no warning shot that's been fired by the electorate towards Labor?
Well, Labor's held all 10 of its seats on the best results I can see. I mean, we've only got half the vote counted, so we don't want to sort of lock it in right now. But I think the real message is for the Greens, whose numbers have been halved in the Assembly, and to ask themselves whether the extreme stances that some of their candidates took might have hurt them with a pretty centre-left electorate.
I want to focus more on the Labor Party because that's your area of expertise. Federally, we see down in Tuggeranong, huge swing away from Labor, huge swing towards Liberal. That covers the seat of Bean in the federal electorate. Should David Smith be worried? Do you think there's a message there for the Labor Party?
No, look, I mean, the southern area of Canberra has once elected a federal Liberal member, but I think the work that Dave Smith does means that he's well known and well liked in that community.
So you don't think that the vote in the ACT election would transform into a federal vote?
Look, I don't think so. I mean, I think people do remember the cuts to the public service. They remember the extremism of Zed Seselja. They remember the Canberra bashing that occurred year after year under an Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments. So I don't think Canberrans want to go back to that. The fact is that the vote for 2020 was a little higher as a result of the pandemic. That we saw that in majorities for re-elected state and territory governments around the country. So it's no surprise we've slipped back to around where we were in 2016, and to have held all of our seats, I think really is a mark of success for Andrew and his team.
We're now set to have the Labor Party in power for 27 years. Is that healthy for democracy, Andrew Lee?
Well, I don't think you need to blame us for being an effective government. You need to ask the question as to why the ACT Liberals continue to be one of the more extreme branches of the Liberals or Nationals around the country. You would expect the ACT Liberals in a jurisdiction like the ACT to be the most progressive branch of the Liberals in the country, and they haven't been that. Certainly not under Zed Seselja and not under Elizabeth Lee. When the ACT Liberals have people who are sensible centrists of the likes of Kate Carnell and Gary Humphries, then I think they'll be a shot. But right now they're choosing to be badly out of step with the electorate.
The rise of the independents continues. We've seen it federally, we've seen it at a state level, we've seen it in New South Wales tonight. What's the message there, do you think, for your federal colleagues?
Well, I think independents are clearly on the rise in moments where people see the major parties not delivering for them, and it's always a challenge for us to connect. I mean, I find in an increasingly fractious digital age, I'm just reaching out through all different ways of connecting with people: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, telephone town halls, podcasts, online, email. It's the communication strategy is getting much harder, and the ability of parliamentarians to connect with voters is more challenging than even it was when I first entered Parliament in 2010.
And Andrew Barr now has been leader for quite some time. There's been a 3% swing against his party tonight. Should he now start to put in place a handover to the next Labor leader? Is it time to actually have a fresh face at the head of the party, do you think?
You need to look at the numbers on this, Ross. I mean, he's got all 10 of his members being re-elected after more than 2 decades in office. That is a remarkable result. He's the longest-serving state or territory leader in the country. He's somebody who's broadly respected, not just in the ACT, but across the nation. At some point, Andrew will choose to retire, and that point should be entirely of his choosing. I reckon he and his team can be pretty proud of this result tonight.
And just on the result, strong Labor vote in a city, But when you get to the outskirts, when you get to your electorate of Fenner, when you get to Bean, the vote is falling away a little bit. It's going away from the Labor Party. Is there a message there? Should Anthony Albanese be worried about the sentiment that's come through in those parts of the ACT?
Look, I think we need to be assiduous in our voter engagement. ACT Labor made 200,000 direct voter contacts. The top three contacts were Thomas Werner-Gibbings, Chris Steele and Michael Pedersen. They and their teams reached out directly to 5,000 voters each. So it's that kind of direct engagement that is going to be required in order to hold office.
But there's a message there, you think, though? There's something that you need to take on board from tonight's result?
Oh, look, I think there's a message that direct voter engagement really counts. It's why we spend so much time reaching out to Canberrans, being available in the street stalls, the corner offices, the telephone town halls. You've got to be accessible and available. And the moment that you see your job as being a right rather than a privilege is the moment you should hang up your shingle. I've never taken my electorate for granted. I've always felt I need to fight for every vote. And the successful candidates tonight, Ross, are those who took that same approach.
Andrew Lee, appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross.
All right, thank you for that, Ross. Adi, I do love the fact that we put Ross over near the dinosaur skeletons. It says so much. She's such a good interviewer.
And he got the soft couches too,
Soft couches
James.
as well. Good to see.
We were robbed.
All right, I can see some more votes coming in. Counting is going to be continuing here in the ACT. We're going to have an update for you very shortly. But now let's briefly see what else is making news. And here is Mariam Saab.
Hello again, I'm Mariam Saab with the top stories on ABC News. Commonwealth Bank users have been left fuming after a costly glitch in the system meant that they were double charged for payments they'd made in the past 24 hours. The bank says that it's now rectified the issue, but it left many with overdrawn accounts, leaving them unable to pay for weekend necessities.
Tom Kelly tried to buy a coffee on his way to work this morning, but his card was declined. He then realised his account was overdrawn by more than $100.
I realised that I've been charged twice for all of the transactions that I'd made yesterday. It's inhibited me getting lunch today for work. It's also inhibiting me being able to get home today from work.
During his shift as a social worker, he spent almost 2 hours on the phone to Commonwealth Bank, only to be told they couldn't give him a time frame for when his money would be returned to his account.
And I said, look, mate, it's not just me. There are thousands of us out here, and some of us are wondering how we're going to eat tonight.
Mr Kelly is one of many CommBank customers affected by a glitch in their system today, causing duplicate transactions.
I was at an appointment and it said like my smart access had been overdrawn by, $200. And I'm thinking, what?
Many flooded social media to vent their frustrations. One said, I can't pay for my fuel and the police have been called. Another said $250 in groceries to feed my family, including desperately needed nappies, rejected at the checkout.
Your Streamline account balance is $0.00. Can't even get a feed or nothing.
In a statement, the bank apologised to customers. CommBank wouldn't say how many customers had been affected. Leah Harris, ABC News.
Opposition leader Peter Dutton says if elected, the opposition will invest $5 billion to tackle housing infrastructure delays. The fund will seek to speed up the supply and construction of water, access road and sewage infrastructure to new housing developments. Housing Minister Claire O'Neil has criticised the policy, saying the coalition is yet to outline a broader housing target.
Peter Dutton has already said he would cut $19 billion out of Labor's ambitious housing agenda. Now he wants a pat on the back for putting $5 billion back in. Peter Dutton's taking with one hand and giving with the other. It's a card trick.
Royal watchers will get the chance to catch a glimpse of King Charles and Queen Camilla in Sydney tomorrow. The royal couple have been resting today. That's ahead of official engagements as part of their 5-day tour in Australia. They'll begin tomorrow at St Thomas's Anglican Church in North Sydney, where they'll meet and greet members of the public after the service. In the A-League men's, Auckland FC have had their first ever win in their inaugural game against Brisbane Roar. Brisbane defender Harry van der Sarg scored an own goal in the 8th minute before Logan Rogerson scored for the home side in the 74th. The win pushes Auckland to the top of the league ladder. And those are the latest stories from ABC News. Now back to ACT votes.
And welcome back. You're watching ACT Votes live from the National Museum of Australia. I'm Adrian Francis.
And I'm James Glenday. It is 8:39 p.m. and we have about 53% of the primary vote counted. So let's get the latest on how that count is going with Antony Green.
53% counted, 34% Labor, 34.9 Liberals. So just point that out. That's more than 30% with others. So, I mean, you hear a lot at federal elections about talking about two-party preferred. At federal elections, you're consistently seeing more than 30% of the vote with other parties, and that's why we're having difficulty getting majority governments at federal level under a Hare-Clark system with the two major parties only a little bit over a third each. This is why you get the sort of parliaments we've got in a five-member system. The change in vote that's occurring, the Labor vote's down about 4%, the Liberal vote's up 1%, Greens down. Independence for Canberra, 8.5%. Is there an indication there for the next federal election that the independent phenomena is not over yet? So that's interesting to see. This is a very... it will be interesting to see if that flows through to the federal election. So there's not an end to the independent phenomena. Now, I wanted to look at the chamber. We've been giving away more seats as being won and likely. The definites, we're absolutely definite about 9, 8 and 1. 17 of them are absolutely clear. We're very confident about a few others. We think Labor's going to end up with 10. The Liberals are going to end up with 10. We've got 2 Greens, 1 independent for Canberra and 1 other. One of the Green seats is still just a bit doubtful, so we're leaving it where it is at the moment. That's what the chamber looks like. And as I said, if both major parties end up on 10, if that's the crossbench, then it's much harder. It's hard to see how the Liberal Party could form government with that crossbench, especially if the Greens get that 3rd seat. The one other thing I'll just say, where the members are sat on the chamber, that's no indication of who they're going to support. It's just where they end up when we draw the graphics chamber. And sometimes graphics are designed to be graphics, not to be politics. So that's an example of that. Now, the other thing that what was I had to say? What's coming? Yeah, the votes. It's very hard to keep on top of everything. What's to come? In the next hour, we'll receive another distribution of preferences. All the electronic votes that were taken today get included in the distribution of preferences, and that'll give us another indication of whether someone's being elected. There's more on-the-day votes coming. There's some postal votes coming, and one other a little thing someone spotted and reported to the Commission. The polling place at Chisholm in Brindabella took 900 votes. All 900 of them for the Liberal Party. Now, for people who... this is clearly an error, and there's clearly a data entry error. They've gone back to the ballot papers, and that should be fixed up. So that might explain... it'd be interesting to see whether that flows through to the figures for Brindabella. I don't think that'll stop the Liberals winning 3 seats in Brindabella, but just for people who wonder about these things, 1, that's paper ballot papers, and 2, the count on the night is always redone a few days later when they data enter the ballot papers. As I said... people think it's easy to count ballot papers. You know, there's a little ballot paper, you know, this, that, one, that. But in the ACT, there are 60 versions of the ballot paper. Every candidate appears in one position in a column of 5. In 12 of the 60 versions, they appear in each position. So it's actually rather difficult for people to count, and it takes a long time to count those manual ballot papers as people hunt around up and down the ballot paper trying to find out who it is for. So have some pity if some poor electoral clerk has made an error on the night.
Thank you, Antony Green. Labor MLA Chris Steele, what are your thoughts then on the latest distribution and your hopes for the next distribution?
Yeah, look, I hope that we start to see a better result for Labor coming out of the polling booth results from the on-the-day voting. It does look like our vote is down overall, though, and I think we can't expect it to come up by 3.9% back to where it was previously before this election. So I think we might be able to see a variation, but typically the postal ballots do skew more conservative. So once those are counted as well, I expect things will balance themselves out.
Chris, your seat is, your electorate is Murrumbidgee. in Murrumbidgee, and I think we're going to speak to her in a moment, is Fiona Carrick. You had some interesting data about how well she has performed in that electorate.
Yeah, look, I think with the exception of the Paul Osborne independents in the 1998 election, they had 16.2% of the vote in Brindabella. This would probably be the best performance by an independent or fourth party that's ever occurred in the ACT, certainly since self-government. So,
and just to give our out-of-state viewers some context about Paul Osborne, he threw a couple of very, very important passes that helped the Canberra Raiders win a grand final, and as a result became elected as a key independent for some period, and then helped prop up a Liberal government. You can see there we have Fiona Carrick standing by, but let's first go to Antony Green for a bit of an update on the electorate of Murrumbidgee.
Well, first, it covers Western and Woden in the central west of the ACT, and some newer growth areas as well. The sitting members there at the moment are Marissa Patterson and Chris Steele, Ed Cox, Jeremy Hansen for the Liberal Party, and Emma Davidson for the Greens. The party totals we're seeing at the moment, we've got 49% of the vote counted. The Canberra Liberals are on just under 2.2 quotas. Labor's on 2 quotas. Fiona Carrick Independents on 0.73 quotas. The Greens 0.53. Independents for Canberra. Anyone below the Greens is not going to get elected, so their preferences are distributed. The preference distribution we've seen at this stage is that Fiona Carrick wins the last seat, wins one of the seats in Murrumbidgee, and so she would go on to be a member. Let's just have a look at the members we have elected here. We've said that Chris Steele and Marissa Patterson are elected. Jeremy Hansen's elected. This is a very tight contest for the second Liberal seat between Amardeep Singh and Ed Cox. We've got Fiona Carrick as a possible. I think that's highly likely. So we're expecting Fiona Carrick will win that last seat in Murrumbidgee.
Thank you, Antony. And Fiona Carrick joins us right now. Fiona Carrick, congratulations. It's looking likely. Our projections are looking positive. How do you feel?
Oh, thank you. It's pretty exciting. We've got great momentum in our team here, but we'll wait and see the count and how the preferences flow.
Fiona Carrick sounding quite low-key, like trying to keep a lid on it for now. 8 years ago, I do recall you having very basic maps of Canberra demonstrating what you saw as an imbalance in infrastructure, in facilities for your electorate. What does this result tonight say about long-term perseverance, I suppose in a pretty old-school style of campaigning, at least in your eyes?
Yes, our strategy has been to be visible in the community, to get out there and talk to them, to discuss our issues, and basically to be visible. I have to thank Maria Fatsius, my running mate, and Bruce Payne. They have been instrumental in our success, my management committee, and it's all about the volunteers. So I have to thank the volunteers.
On that point, with your, I guess, aspirational candidates behind you, Antony Green mentioned this before, you've now managed to form, for this election, a grouping which is more identifiable to your average voter. Has that been a crucial difference in your eyes, and to what degree has it led to your encouraging result?
Yes, we did go for name recognition. Maria and I have been working in the community, me for 8 years, Maria for over 10 years, and we did decide that name recognition was the best way to go, and it hopefully has paid off.
Where do you believe the major parties have dropped the ball? Because I presume that is part of what has fed into your vote tonight.
Well, when you look at the distribution of social infrastructure across Canberra, there is an imbalance. Most of it is going into the north. It is being more and more entrenched in the north. And the community in the south, they can see this, they know it, and they want a fair share, they want a fair go of the social infrastructure.
Looking at issues that will determine how you negotiate, if it comes to that, with the major parties and the other members, what will you be looking for, and what will, I guess, encourage you to lean one way as opposed to the other?
Well, there are the major issues of housing, public housing, affordable housing. I've got ideas on those sort of things. We need to attract and retain our frontline services, our health workers, our teachers, our police. So those are fundamental issues. So I will be looking at those. But also we want to be able to We want integrity. We want transparency. We want to have genuine conversations about what goes on in our electorate.
You might not see yourself as fitting into an ideal of centrist left or right, but when it comes to reflecting your electorate, what kind of candidate do you intend to be in terms of your ideological leanings?
I will work with all MLAs, whether they're Liberal, Labor, Greens or other independents. I'm not really into ideology anymore. I just want good community outcomes, and that's what I will be looking for.
You've also been very strong in some of the views you've had on the light rail project and just how far it should proceed. For our national viewers who might not know, it's potentially billions of dollars of taxpayers' money if it's built all the way to your electorate in Murrumbidgee. Ultimately, what is your view on whether that project should proceed all the way to Woden?
My view is not just about light rail to Woden. You need to understand that everybody in Tuggeranong, Western Creek, Molonglo and the Inner South all use the corridor into the city. And so it's important, the services that these people get. And so until the government can be transparent and tell us how many times people have to change, how long their journey time will be, and whether it will be an attractive service to the whole of Canberra South, we don't have the information to make an informed decision.
Fiona Carrick, the trend is looking positive for you and your team this evening. Thank you for your time and congratulations on how it's proceeded so far.
Thank you.
And you are watching ACT Votes live from the spectacular atrium in the National Museum of Australia. I don't know enough about my dinosaurs to tell you what that skeleton is, but it looks cool in the lights. I'm James Glenday.
And I'm Adrian Francis. It is 8:50 p.m. and 56% of the vote has now been counted. Let's get the latest on that count with Antony Green.
Well, we're going to get Yerrabee. I'm losing track of which ones I've talked about. The members in Yerrabee at the moment are Suzanne Orr and Michael Pedersen for the Labor Party, Leanne Cassidy, the Deputy Leader, and James Milligan, who was elected at a recount in 2021, and when Sebastian Alistair co-retired, and Andrew Braddock for the Greens. Look at the party totals. At this stage, the Canberra Liberals are on 2.2 quotas, Labor on 1.86, the Greens 0.7, Independents for Canberra 0.58. Now, I don't think the Independents for Canberra can catch the Greens on these numbers. I think they're going to get excluded. If we look at, what I want to look at is the leaders here. Leanne Cassidy is elected. James Milligan is far enough ahead of the other Liberals that he's not going to get past. James Milligan will be elected. Michael Pedersen's elected. Suzanne Orr, we're pretty confident that both of them are either going to just reach quota, or one's going to reach one quota and the other one's going to be just short. So we're pretty confident. We've just upgraded it to Labor to be 2 seats in Yerrabee. We've had it for 1 at this stage. But we're now pretty confident that Suzanne Orr can't be caught in the count. Andrew Braddock, we think, will stay ahead of David Pollard for the Independents for Canberra, and that would end up as a 2 Liberal, 2 Labor, 1 Green seat in Yerrabee at this stage. So let's see. I think who've I got elected here at this stage? Yes, Michael Pedersen, Leanne Cassidy, and Suzanne Orr and Andrew Braddock are likely. And I should probably add James Milligan as a likely as well, certainly.
Thank you, Antony. Nicole Lauder, good news there in terms of likelihood for James Milligan. What more can you tell us about the sort of campaign he's run?
Yeah, James has been really strong out in the community this term. He came in when Alistair Coe resigned, and I think he really took to heart the need to engage really forcefully in the community after he was unsuccessful in the 2020 election. So he's been out, every week during the time he's been in the Assembly. He has a strong focus on business, for example, and he's been our spokesperson on police and emergency services and some other shadow portfolios. But it's his work in the electorate that you've really got to admire. He's had, perhaps not my cup of tea, but he assures me it's been really well received. He's been out with their great big head of James Milligan. Several of them.
That's one way to get attention.
Several of them around the electorate. He assures us it's really popular with the young people.
We've had waving at cars, big heads, lots of different caravans and things like that. Chris, I wanted to ask, I mean, for our viewers outside the ACT, Independence for Canberra ran a very slick campaign, heavily social media influenced. They were pretty open about trying to get the balance of power. Fiona Carrick wants a pull. In her electorate, in your electorate as well. She wants more infrastructure, and she's more of maybe an old school independent, and she attracted votes by literally waving at cars along the side of the road. Do you think she's easier to win over in a scenario like we're facing at the moment with the current breakdown of votes?
I think there's a lot of alignment with some of the policies that we've brought forward. I do disagree with the assertion that we haven't been investing in the south. There is a massive amount of infrastructure work going on when you look at the massive earthworks that's happening on the Monero Highway, the new CIT that's being built in the heart of Woden, new bus interchange. Labor's committed at the election to build a new community centre for Woden.
Campaign's over. We don't need to go through every single one of your promises.
and also starting work on a new Woden Valley High School as well, an indoor sports centre. So there is an alignment of policy there, I think, between some of her interests as well. And there is a pool, and I'm sure that there will be a new pool soon, as the owner traditionally over decades has been a private owner that will bring something forward for the community to have a comment on. But look, I think her candidacy harks back to the old residents' rally that we saw early in the life of the Legislative Assembly almost 30 years ago, that were somewhat progressive in some of their policies, but also had a little bit of a not in my backyard bent to some of their approaches, particularly in relation to housing. Now, that will be interesting to see how it plays out, because housing is a big priority for the Labor Party and indeed other parties in the Assembly as well. So I don't know what her views are on some of those things. She hasn't brought them forward, but we will see if she's elected tonight.
And just to prove that everyone in Canberra has some sort of connection to another politician, she's also the daughter-in-law of the very first Deputy Chief Minister of the ACT, Paul Whelan, who represented the Labor Party, I think, for about a year or so. But anyway, I'm not sure that's relevant. Maybe that's a little in you've got there, Chris.
Now, James, it's time to go to our two reporters, Patrick Bell at ALP headquarters and also Jade Toomey at the Liberal headquarters. First to you, Patrick, what's the mood like right now?
80, the mood is reasonably buoyant at Labor HQ. More and more MLAs have started to arrive, and in fact there was a pretty big cheer just before when Tara Chain, the City Services Minister, arrived. She has greatly increased her vote in Ginninderra, almost out-polling the Deputy Chief Minister, Yvette Berry, so a lot of enthusiastic support for her. Look, Labor sources have been telling me that while they acknowledge that the overall vote total has dipped slightly, they feel like they've held the base, and of course it would be very difficult, as many people have said, for Labor to lose any of its 10 seats, and we now have Antony saying that indeed they are likely to hold all 10. So the feeling is pretty optimistic at this point in proceedings at Labor HQ. We're still yet to hear of the movements of Chief Minister Andrew Barr, including whether he's had any phone calls with other leaders. We do hear that he intends to speak to Shane Rattenbury, the Greens leader, at some point. We'll hopefully get some confirmation of that in the next little while.
Patrick, we're going to go to Jade in a second. Andrew Barr apparently was spending the night at home with his partner Anthony. Good luck to all the spouses who are dealing with nervous candidates tonight. We're going to head over to Antony Green because we have a bit of news about where the primary vote is sitting at the moment.
Yeah, what's just happened is the electronic votes that were cast today have been added to the totals, and the first preferences now have the Labor and Liberal Party equal on 34.3. Independence for Canberra had a bit of a jump as well, up to 8.6, Greens 11.8. Look at the change in vote that's occurring there. Labor's vote's still down 3.5, but the Liberal increase is not as high as it was earlier. The Green vote's down, Independence for Canberra 8.6, and others 3.9. So yeah, the two parties are now level as the votes have come in.
Thank you, Antony. Jade Toomey joins us at the Liberal headquarters. What's the feeling there, Jade?
80, the mood here is extremely festive. The beers are flowing, the party pies and the hot chips are in high supply. At the start of the night, I think most people here were hopeful but a little bit cautious. Now they've really let loose and that excitement is showing. And I think that's because of the speed at which those 8 seats were declared has really kind of brought their excitement to fruition. The biggest cheers, of course, were for Canberra Liberals favourites Mark Parton and Leanne Castley, who we spoke to earlier. Mark Parton, he also said that he's very confident that the Canberra Liberals could make it to 10 tonight, or at least over the next couple of days. In any event, they are optimistic that they will meet or beat their 2020 record. However, Mark Parton did also say that traditionally the Canberra Liberals do struggle north of Hindmarsh Drive, so they are a little cautious about how some of those votes will fall in the more northern seats, and also how some of the later votes, those postal votes, will fall as well. But there is also no sign yet of Canberra Liberals leader Elizabeth Lee. She is due to arrive any minute yet, but in any event, it seems as though the tone and the mood of her speech will be one of celebration to certainly match the vibes happening here in Barton tonight. 80.
Thank you, Jade. Let's return to the panel now. Nicole Lauder, that revision in the primary to 34.3 for both the Libs and Labor. How do you feel about that latest revision?
Yes, well, it's a little concerning, but there's still quite a way to go. As we talked about earlier in the evening, the early voting, the pre-polling, tends to favour the Liberals, so I guess it was always on the cards. But, you know, we'll see how it pans out during the night. Still plenty of preferences to flow.
What are the sort of policies you think that Elizabeth Lee took to the electorate in this campaign that really resonated, the sort of things that convinced a few people at least to change their vote?
I think cost of living was a real focus for us. You know, we've heard from people, especially in Brindabella and, you know, in Yerrabee, the outer suburbs, if you like.
The more mortgage-built places of Canberra, to the extent that we have that.
The cost of living was really biting for them. Housing affordability is another key area for us, and it's kind of amusing, some of the criticism of the Cohen Forest announcement. I mean, it's a commercial pine plantation. It's not like we're talking about demolishing a whole natural forest. It's something that gets demolished every so often.
Just briefly, Nicole Lauder, I note the degree of celebration, the beers are flowing, as Jade explained us, a degree of, well, happiness about this result. It might well be that you end up in opposition again. I'm just wondering what perspective there is within a party, and the joke has been made about a forever government. Is it right to necessarily be celebrating a forever opposition?
I think at this point people are celebrating the end of a long and tiring campaign. I think it's perfectly fine to let loose and have a few beers at the end of that. There's been a lot of tension. You know, there's been a few bumps in the road over the course of the campaign. So you can't deny people the opportunity to celebrate.
But I wonder if this is an honourable loss as opposed to a genuine improvement.
Yeah, not at this point. But, you know, the swing, for example, in Brindabella is certainly something to be celebrated. You've got to celebrate your wins where you can, and there's still a lot of water to flow under the bridge.
Thank you for that, Nicole. And the dinosaur that's in the museum is a Mutabarosaurus, a large plant-eating ornithopod. Sorry, I do not know my dinosaurs, from the early Cretaceous period of Eastern Australia. I have been absolutely inundated with people texting, emailing and sending me stuff on social media. So thank you for all the people who have done that.
In just a moment, we'll be speaking to Rebecca Vazzarotti from the Greens in the seat of Kurrajong. But first, to Antony Green for an overview of Kurrajong.
Yeah, well, let's bring up Kurrajong. This electorate. The overall party totals, the Labor Party's got more than 2 quotas, the Canberra Liberals 1.5, the Greens have got 1 quota, and Independents for Canberra have 0.83, which is mostly with Tom Emerson. Of course, the Greens currently have 2 members, Shane Rattenbury and Rebecca Vazzarotti, and of course, from 1 quota you can't elect 2 members. So if we have a look at the Look at the leading candidates here. Andrew Barr, Elizabeth Lee, Tom are re-elected. We're pretty sure Tom Emerson's going to get elected as well. Shane Rattenbury's re-elected. Rachel Stephen-Smith re-elected. And of course, with Shane Rattenbury elected as the Greens, Rebecca Vassarotti's been defeated as one of the Green members for Kurrajong.
And Rebecca Vassarotti is with us from the Greens headquarters this evening. Rebecca, you've been defeated. What went wrong for you this campaign?
Well, look, obviously this is a really This is a really disappointing result. You know, it was an amazing result in 2020, and we were, you know, thrilled to go into the Parliament. I think the gift of a marginal seat is that you never take a moment for granted, and we are really proud of the work that we've done over the last 4 years. We have run a great campaign, but you know, obviously there is a mood in the electorate to do something different, and so you know, unfortunately, it didn't go our way this way. It was always going to be tough. But we're going to walk away feeling really proud and looking at what is next.
Ms Vassarotti, Adam Shirley here. To what degree do you think you suffered, at least your personal vote suffered, in this election, perceived to be seen tied to the ministry, tied to Labor, as you were a minister within this existing government?
Yeah, look, I think, Adam, it'll be really important for us to have a look at the result and really reflect on what it does mean. Certainly in terms of, you know, being part of a ministry, you know, as Shane talked about a little while ago, we made a commitment in 2020 to roll our sleeves up and really do everything that we could to deliver outcomes for the community. We did that, but, you know, like obviously, you know, the fact that we were working with Labor and in the ministry, you know, in terms of some of the mood against the government, we haven't had a huge swing against us, but we'll need to have a look and really reflect on what that means for us, and you know, in terms of, you know, we still have, you know, at least 3 fantastic Greens members that will be in the Parliament. I know that they will be committed to every day again representing the community, but we'll, you know, obviously as a party need to look at what this result means and what that might mean for us in the Parliament moving forward.
You did have difficulties within the campaign with a few of your candidates. To what degree did that take the shine off maybe your personal vote, and did it divert resources to putting those spot fires out where you would hope it would assist someone like yourself and a couple of other members to being re-elected?
Look, obviously some of the, you know, issues in the campaign were hiccups that, you know, were a distraction, and, you know, we really wanted to get involved in our, you know, in really positive campaigning. That obviously distracted us. Again, you know, we'll need to reflect on what all of that means for us in the coming days and weeks, and sort of work out, you know, where to from here.
Is it your view that the Greens need to have a hard look at their screening processes for their future candidates to be taken more seriously, perhaps, as a viable party?
Look, I think we have reflected in terms of some of the vetting processes that we do. You know, we do need to have a look at that. I know that the party will be looking at that. I think it is really important that we, you know, look across. We had a range of great candidates in all of the seats. You know, every candidate worked very hard every day for months and months and months. So I think that the candidates and the volunteers in the Greens team actually did do a fantastic job. It just didn't go our way tonight.
We'll observe your legacy as a minister in due course, but on a tough night for you personally, we appreciate you fronting up. Thank you.
Look, thanks very much. Great to speak to you.
All right, let's bring in Ross Solly, who is just on the other side of this fabulous auditorium here. Ross, I'm keen to get your thoughts on what we are seeing tonight, given the fact that we called you a fossil earlier, but you do have extensive history covering ACT elections.
Yes, of course, I remember when we used to have to go and vote just by carving in stone, James, who we were voting for. Look, it is interesting, and if Antony Green is right, and we have 10, 10, 3 and 2, of course it's going to make it interesting for the 2 independents, because they may well be irrelevant in terms of getting legislation passed, in terms of discussing things. The difference with David Pocock, of course, is that he is very much front and centre of a lot of policy debate. It is quite possible that if Labor and the Greens do get 13 seats, that the independents Thomas Emerson and Fiona Carrick may not even be required to be involved in any discussion. So it'll be hard for them to get traction, I would have thought, and probably hard for them to also build a profile given that. Of course, we do have to have a speaker appointed, etc., which might make things a bit interesting. But if that is the way that it goes at the moment, it'll be interesting to see how the independents go maintaining that profile during the next 4 years of the government. The other interesting thing is, and I'd be interested to get Chris Steele and Nicole Lauder's take on this, I wonder whether they think now that light rail as an election issue is now dead and buried, if the ACT voters have voted once and for all, and whether this is a ringing endorsement of light rail. Of course, it's been front and centre of so much discussion, so much debate for so long, and it was very much front and centre of the Liberal campaign. I wonder whether that now means that once and for all we can all sit back and just say light rail is a fact and we just have to go with it whether you like it or not.
Thank you for that, Ross. Well, because we've got a wall between you two, let's start with you, Nicole. What do you think? Is campaigning against light rail a losing proposition for your party?
Look, very popular item in Brindabella, I can assure you. People there were saying, well, if Labor stay in government, we'll all be dead before it ever comes to Tuggeranong.
Right.
And even people in Murrumbidgee, I think, feel that why you would give up a 17 or 18-minute bus ride for a 32-minute tram ride, they're pretty unsure about that as well. So it's something that we thought electric buses would be a better option. It's just such an enormous expense, and we're losing the ability to spend some of that money on so many other important issues here in the ACT, like our failing health system, for example, which could do with more of an injection of cash. We've had a new hospital being built, that's infrastructure, but the actual health system itself needs a lot more work.
It's been a long-term issue. We're lucky enough to have the Transport Minister with us, though. I'm guessing you're going to say that light rail is a great thing for Canberra and that people want it. Is that what you think is being reflected in the results?
Congestion in our city is not going away. The city is growing. We're going to reach 500,000 by 2050, in the next few years, and then 700,000 by 2050. So congestion is going to become a problem in the city. It is a future-focused investment. No, it's not going to go away because buses run on the road and they'll be caught up in that congestion, and of course they will remain an important part of our transport system as well. But light rail has actually proved very popular, and I think when we do some of the analysis of the results after the election, I think we'll find that in the suburbs that directly benefit from it with direct stops. But of course we need to do continued work to put in more rapid buses into other areas. We've committed to that in Tuggeranong, for example, in West Belconnen, as well as in other parts of the city. So we need to continue to grow transport in the city, and as we grow, that absolutely has to be a continued focus, and mass transit is the way that we need to do it.
Getting the good campaign pitch still, it's good to see as we're getting the whole deal. Just pointing to the Liberal vote as well, it looks as though the swing to the Liberal Party is at about 0% at the moment as more and more vote comes in.
In just a moment, we'll be catching up with Michael Pedersen, MLA in Yerrabee. But first, let's go to Antony Green for more analysis on Yerrabee.
Yeah, I think these are the same figures we just looked at. Canberra Liberals have got 2, Labor's just under 2, the Greens on 0.7, and it's likely to be 2-2-1. There's still a little bit of doubt over that Green one, but I think they will win that seat. And if we look at the leading candidates in the seat, Leanne Castley's will be elected, Michael Pedersen leads the Labor ticket, will be elected, James Milligan is elected, and Susan Orr is elected, and Andrew Braddock, the Green MP, is likely to be elected. So that's the position in Yerrabee.
Thank you, Antony. And Michael Pedersen joins us, as we heard, elected. Congratulations. Michael, how are you feeling?
Thank you. The honest answer, a little bit sunburned and very tired, but it's a pretty festive atmosphere here, so it's hard not to be happy.
Michael Pedersen, Adam Shirley here. The way that the vote is going, in Yerrabee particularly, but more broadly across some of the other electorates, there seems to be a younger average age that's skewing. What do you put that down to as far as the make up the Assembly, and why might be a few younger people be getting more of a nod from voters?
It's a good
question. I was reasonably young when I was first elected, and still somewhat young. I think voters have always had a tendency to support young people that are prepared to put their hand up and have a go. In my experience, young candidates work particularly hard, and that can impress a lot of voters.
Yerrabee was seen as a ground where perhaps the Liberals could hope to make a bit more ground, perhaps pick up a seat. Do you have a view on how Labor's managed to hold relatively firm so far in the count?
It's a lot of hard work from the whole Labor team, the candidates, as well as all of the volunteers out in the community. We had a very clear plan for Gungahlin as well as for the Belconnen suburbs of Yerrabee, and voters, I think, responded really well to that. The number one issue out in Yerrabee was by far and away cost of living. But for many of these voters, what they want to see from the ACT government was our plan to deliver the essential public services in health and education that they need for their growing communities.
The other issue, Michael Pedersen, I think has to do with where that housing should be, which is linked inexorably with cost of living. When you look at the way a lot of families in Yerrabee are growing, are wanting maybe some land of their own, do you need to rethink Labor's housing strategy, however the fall of the Assembly eventually comes?
I don't think so. I think we've got the settings about right. The people of Yerrabee are very proud of where they live, they're very proud of their homes, and they love the settings in which they get to raise their families. Gungahlin and Yerrabee as a whole is a mix of detached housing, townhouses, terrace housing, and multi-unit apartments. Out in Yerrabee, there is a home for everyone of all different shapes.
Michael Pedersen, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to go to Antony now, who has some breaking news.
Well, having looked at all the numbers and looked backwards and forwards and looked at all the options that are there, it doesn't seem at all possible the Liberal Party can form government. The Labor Party is the only party that has the numbers that it can negotiate with in the crossbench to form government. Let's look at the chamber. These are the likelies. I think we've got one seat still to fill. No, we've got all 25 we're pretty sure of. Some of the members we're not exactly sure of, but we're pretty sure these are the party numbers. The Liberals have 10. They've gained one seat. They've gained the extra seat in Brindabella, but they were cut off for the second seat in Kurrajong by the Independents for Canberra, with Tom Emerson winning a seat there. The Labor Party's got the 10 seats it had in the last election, a few changes in membership, but the same 10 seats. The Greens have been halved. They've lost the second seat in Kurrajong. They've lost the seat in Brindabella, and they've lost one other seat, which I'm starting to lose track of these seats. But anyway, Labor plus the Greens are 13. You need 13 for majority for government, and it seems there is no option for the Liberal Party to get there because there's only two others on the crossbench. So it looks like the Barr government has been re-elected, will continue on beyond a quarter of a century in office in government with the Greens, though there may be some change in the dynamics with some other members on the crossbench. There may be situations where the Labor Party chooses to not necessarily do all their negotiations with the Greens.
Before we let you go, Antony, back to your numbers. Just put this in context for us. This will mean 27 consecutive years in government for the Labor Party in the ACT, making them presumably one of the top 5 longest-serving governments in Australian history.
Yeah, it's 27 years. John Cain Sr. lost government for Labor in Victoria in 1955. 27 years later, his son was the next Labor Premier of Victoria. That's the sort of sign of sometimes the coalition, the Liberal Party, governed for all that period. We haven't seen long periods of government in the modern era. This was more of a post-war phenomenon when things were much quieter in politics. But yeah, no, this is an extraordinary, but it says a lot about the ACT's politics. And the Liberal Party is still struggling this century to work out how to actually get a majority in the ACT. And I think that's sort of an ongoing problem for them. And I think that one of their problems is, I suspect the Federal Party doesn't really care anymore.
And Adi, I am hearing that the Canberra Liberals leader, Elizabeth Lee, is likely to call the Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, very shortly.
But for now, Chris Steele, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Look, it's great to see our primary vote numbers much higher than the Liberal Party. So we've got more support from the people of the ACT than the Liberal Party at this stage in the count, which is great. And it does look like those 3 Green seats are really firming up. So that pathway to government is there.
We should just explain for our viewers, because earlier in the night the Liberal Party was actually leading on the primary vote. Now it's about 34.5% to the ALP, 33.7% to the Liberal Party. Nicole Lauder, I'm going to suggest that one of the things you might take as a positive out of this is the halving of the Greens vote. They do very much now look as though they are a north of the lake party, to use a very Canberra term. They're a north of the ACT party in those more built-up areas. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's preferable for us in the south of Canberra that the Greens haven't been re-elected there. Laura Nuttall was up against it right from the start in Brindabella, and Emma Davidson had a number of missteps as a minister. She went in as a minister straight from being elected, as did Rebecca, and they both lost their seat. So I'd hope that be a lesson for Mr Attenbury as the leader to perhaps not put his members in that position. Adam, I want to bring you in because this is, I mean, let's put this in context. This is absolutely extraordinary. One party in the ACT is going to rule the territory for 27 years. I mean, Labor was elected midway through John Howard's tenure in the Lodge.
It's an interesting point on lessons learned as well, I think, Nicole Lauder. And as an outgoing MLA, and I would say a torchbearer for a more centrist Liberal position, I do wonder aloud, given this incumbency and how much longer it's going to go, how much do you believe the ACT branch of the Liberal Party needs to centre up, level up and understand that anything that pushes towards a right-wing view will not get it done here? That's certainly my personal view. But of course not everyone is of the same view, and the people who are elected are a mixture of more conservative and more progressive views. So that's what's going to drive the decisions made in the party room, you know, those conversations in the party room and who wins. And the same happens within the party itself, the division. There are, you know, people for all sides of the argument. We say probably too many times that the Liberal Party is a broad church. But it doesn't, to me, it doesn't sit well with the general Canberra population to be far to the right. And if the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, what do you urge your beloved ACT Liberal Party to do? Elizabeth Lee, I would argue, has tried to drag it more to the middle. But is that something that's being listened to within the membership?
I don't think it is being listened to by the membership.
Why not?
There are a couple of very powerful players in the party.
Do they need to release the reins?
I would hope that they would, that we've had defeat after defeat. I fear they're going to say, well, we had a progressive leader in Elizabeth Lee and we still lost, so
you are
we
definitely
need
correct.
to lurch more to the right.
Already saying that tonight,
and
that
saying
someone
that
like Jeremy Hanson might be a better person to lead the party. Just an update, Elizabeth Lee, I think, has made a call now to Andrew Barr, and we are expecting to hear from her in about 10 minutes or so. What do you think it is, Nicole, that has made the Liberal Party unelectable? Is it policies? I mean, just broadly, it just doesn't seem as though the party ever gets above sort of a high enough threshold to really be even in the count at the end of the night.
Look, I think there are some people who are so ideologically driven that they would prefer to sabotage the pathway to winning.
Care to name names?
No.
Sure.
No, I think some of them are quite obvious, you know, harking back to the very bitter battle we had between Gary Humphries and Zed Seselja for that pre-selection battle. And I think that there are some people who like to be kingmakers or, you know, drive the direction of the party, and they don't actually care whether we win government here in the ACT or whether we win some of the seats, so long as it's their person who gets put in those positions. Harsh, but I think fair.
Well, thank you for that, Nicole, and thank you for being so open. I know it's a bit of a tricky night given that it started a bit more brightly for your party. Now, Ross has a guest with him who's a very interesting guest, Adi, because it's not just the only Liberal Chief Minister to actually win an election, Kate Carnell, but also her daughter was involved in setting up Independence for Canberra, again proving that everyone knows someone else in Canberra's got some interesting political connection. Ross, take it away.
Yes, thank you, James. I am with Kate Carnell, the last Liberal Chief Minister here in the ACT, and Kate Carnell will talk about Thomas Emerson and, of course, your daughter's involvement with that party in a moment. Nicole Lauder, though, is saying some extraordinary strong comments then about the direction of the Liberal Party and where it's at. What's the message from tonight for the ACT Liberal Party?
The message from tonight is the same message that we've had in a number of other elections, and that is that the ACT electorate is centre or centre-left. Therefore, we, as a Liberal Party, have to be centralist. Going to the right just loses votes. You just can't get the majority of votes if that's where you're positioning. Elizabeth did a great job, as did Leanne and a range of other people, but it just wasn't enough. You know, the Labor Party were running ads saying, look at all of these really right-wing people that Elizabeth's got on her team. She might be all right, but look at all these others. That says to the people of Canberra that the ACT Liberals are still right-wing, not centralist. Says categorically, we have to change as a party.
Is there enough strong people in the party? Is Elizabeth Lee strong enough to clear out those people? Or do you need a change of direction? Now, Elizabeth Lee's barely increased your vote at all in this election.
Look, Elizabeth's done a great job.
Sorry, Kate Carnell, we're going to come straight back. I think we're about to go to Elizabeth Lee.
All right. I promised Elizabeth I wouldn't do a Shane Stone. That's an inside joke. Look, we always knew that today was going to be a tough ask. We knew it was a pretty steep uphill battle to climb. But when I was at Ginninderra today and people were flipping me the bird, I thought that's got to be a positive sign. Sorry, I had to do it. Look, tonight it's clear that Canberrans have voted for change. Whether they voted in enough numbers for change, it's clear that they have. And I think... What's exciting to see is that Greens vote collapsing. To every one of you, you've run a very, very tough race. You've worked very hard. Thank you on behalf of everyone in the Liberal Party, and thank you, Elizabeth. Would love to hear from you now. Thank you.
Friends, fellow Liberals, a few moments ago, I made the call, the hardest call, and the call that I wish that I did not have to make. But today, the people of the Australian Capital Territory have spoken. They have voted for change, but perhaps not quite enough to get us there. It looks like, and again, not being confirmed, but it looks like between them, Labor and the Greens may get to 13, which of course is our magic number. And I congratulate and acknowledge them because no matter how you cut it up, 27 years, whether we like it or not, is an incredible feat. And in cementing this win, if it is confirmed, Canberrans have voted in sufficient numbers to continue to give Labor and the Greens the opportunity to govern for our city. They are the few political duos that I think that have forged and maintained a relationship as long as Andrew and Shane, and they certainly have cemented themselves in the history books as they embark perhaps on another coalition government. And despite our political differences I do believe that we had a fairly cordial working relationship, and I know that I've probably been a bit of a pain in their asses, but I promise it was to make them work harder. It's an incredible privilege that very few political leaders get to experience, to lead a government for multiple terms and to do it together. So I wish them both all the very, very best as they embark on this new term. Friends, they say that being a Liberal in Canberra is hard. And tonight, I think for many of us, it's even harder because we came so close. I know that there are many of you out there who truly believed that we could get this done this year and tonight, and I take full responsibility that we haven't got across the line. I truly believe that we are the better team, and I really think that we have, not just had, but we have what it takes to deliver the refresh for the ACT that is sorely needed. And whilst it was not meant to be, I think that we can be proud of our efforts because we really did take it to Labor. And we closed the gap between the Labor and Liberal vote. And we have gained 2 seats, one in Brindabella and the one in Ginninderra. And I think there is much that we can be proud of. To all the Canberra Liberals candidates, thank you for putting your hand up to wear blue when it's not easy to do at times. But you did it with pride and you worked so hard for 8 months because you backed me and you backed our party and the vision that we put forward for the future of our city. You should be so proud, you, your family and your teams, for standing up for our values, our ideas, our plan, and I thank each and every one of you for backing me and believing in me. It was a privilege to lead you to this election. To our campaign director and division director, Adam Watch-Tonis, and our division president, Nick Tyrrell, and all the staff and volunteers behind the scenes, thank you. Thank you. You have always gone above and beyond because you believe. You believe in what we want to achieve, not just for our party, but for our community and for our city. And you know that with true Liberal values, a true Liberal government is a good thing for Canberra. To my team led by my Chief of Staff, Bronwyn Morris. Thank you for everything that you've done for me. I can see each of you out in the crowd, so thank you. Because you've had my back for so many years and I would not be standing here without your support. To my parliamentary team, including my Deputy Leanne Castley. You know, we have robust discussions in party room and sometimes they spill out into the media, as everyone knows. But, you know, I know that we have these discussions and debates because we all, each of us, we all care so much and are so dedicated to serving our community. And I have enjoyed the privilege of being your leader and I thank you for that. Thank you to everyone who has won and re-won their seat across the spectrum.
Yeah, baby!
Yes, that goes for you too, Pardo. Being elected by your community to represent your community, to be your voice, is an incredible honour. And I know that each and every one of you worked incredibly hard to get there, so congratulations. Including, it seems, from at least the Liberal side, Deborah Morris in Brindabella. James Daniels, also in Brindabella. And Chaka Barry in Ginninderra. And I acknowledge and congratulate, looks like Thomas Emerson in Kurrajong, Fiona Carrick in Murrumbidgee, and perhaps it's a bit undecided for the Labor team down in Tuggeranong, but I understand Caitlin Tuff has run a very good campaign. I also acknowledge those who missed out on being elected, because you all ran a fantastic campaign, and because putting your hand up to be a candidate, no matter which party, takes a lot of blood, sweat and tears, and the backing of your family, friends and the community, and it's not easy, and I pay my tribute to you, because you are part of what keeps our democracy going. I acknowledge Rebecca Vazzarotti, looks like she's missed out on her seat, Emma Davidson and Laura Nuttall. And it's got to be a tough night tonight, and my heart goes out to you. I acknowledge Joy Birch, who is not contesting and has worked very well. I had a chance to work with Joy as Assistant Speaker, and we always got along very well. So thank you, Joy, for your contribution to the Assembly. And I acknowledge Nicole Lauder. Who is, of course, doing her duty still to this day by representing the party on the ABC panel. Nicole served our party incredibly in various roles as Shadow Minister, Deputy Leader and as Whip, and on a personal note, she has been an incredible support to me. Oh, is she there with a brooch? Yep, okay. So to Nicole and Pete and your family, thank you so much, and I wish you all the very, very best for whatever holds for you next. Friends, I won't sugarcoat this, because whilst we have had a few wins, it is not the ultimate win that we were looking for. And 27 years in opposition is not something that any political party seeks or wants on their record. There is a whole generation of Canberrans that have never known life in Canberra aside from under a Labor government. And I think that that is not necessarily a good thing. And I truly believe that with the result today, that we have missed a genuine opportunity to deliver a fresh opportunity for Canberra. And whilst there's no doubt that there will be some soul-searching and deep reflection about our party, let's focus on the achievements that we've made throughout the term as well, that we can all be proud. We were genuinely the team that stood up for the voices that were forgotten for so long. We put forward an incredibly positive vision, and we focused on the issues that mattered to Canberrans, whether it was cost of living, housing, health, education, support for small business, maintenance of our suburbs, or community safety. We put forward a strong, positive plan, and I'm very proud of being able to take that to Canberrans. Now, I do not know what the future holds for me. Don't ask. I'm not going to tell you because I'm not going to be making any rash decisions. But I will now say this directly to the people of Canberra. And I will say this to the people of Canberra, and that is to say thank you. Thank you for your faith in me and giving me the opportunity to represent you. It's been an incredible honour, and this is an experience that I will remember for the rest of my life, no matter what the next chapter holds. And if I may seek a little bit of indulgence on a personal note, I thank my family and friends. I know that I probably haven't been the most present mother, partner, sister, daughter, or friend, and I'm very grateful for the incredible support that they have given me. My parents and their unwavering support, John and Cecilia, who took a leap of faith in 1986, moving from the country they know, the family they left behind, to start this new life in Korea so that my sister and I could have a better life. Thank you so much. I wasn't able to deliver for you tonight, but I know that you're still very proud of me. 엄마, 아빠, 이번에 때가 왔다 하고 싶었는데 오늘은 조금 부족했습니다. 진심으로 감사드립니다. And my sisters who have been by my side to the point where people go, "Are you an only child?" Thank you, thank you, thank you for everything. To Nathan, for all the sacrifices that you've made over the years. I told him when we started dating that to give me 5 months so that I could get pre-selected, and it's now going on 8 years. I love the family that we have created together. Our daughters Mia and Ava, who are growing into very sassy, resilient, beautiful human beings, and I wouldn't choose anyone else to raise them with. Thank you. Finally, to the people of Canberra, for those who voted for us and those who didn't, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our positive vision for the future of our city with you. I always knew that when I embarked on this political journey, I would take bold risks and I would put forward everything that I could. Despite the result, I have done that, and it wouldn't have been possible without you. Thank you and best wishes.
Well, Kate Carnell, a strong speech, but obviously somebody who was quite heartbroken about tonight's result.
Look, absolutely. The reality, though, is that the Libs got 10 seats and Labor got 10 seats. The difference here is that the Greens got 3 and the other independents got 2. You know, there is very rarely majority government in the ACT. So for the Libs to get up, they really need more independents. That's really what it comes down to. The actual vote was pretty similar, really. The number of seats is pretty similar. But because the Greens and the Labor Party form a coalition, you know, there's just no show for the Libs unless more independents get up. Or alternatively, maybe the Libs could get 11. They could. That would be possible. But gee whiz, it's that tight, you know.
Yeah, Elizabeth Lee, you're not willing to declare what she plans for the future tonight.
Well, it'll be up to the party room.
You've mentored her, though. Do you think she will stay on? Do you think she will, in the cold light heart of day tomorrow, that she'll decide that she wants to stay on?
I hope so. I think she's got...
You think she's the best option still for the party?
She's young. She's, well, youngish. She's keen. She's learnt a lot. She's a significantly better performer now than she was when she started, like everybody is. I think she can do a really good job. She's centralist. She looks like Canberra. You know, she came to Canberra, as you just heard, from Korea when she was 7. She went to ANU. She was a lecturer at ANU. She's run a small business. She's got a couple of little kids. She looks like us. She looks like Canberrans.
Yeah.
So she'd be good.
But if she stays on, I mean, Nicole Lauder was alluding to this before, there's going to be those who are out to get her now within your own party. Well, I'd say your own party. You're not with the Libs anymore, but within the Liberal Party, there's going to be those who said, well, she didn't increase our vote. We're still in opposition. Let's go back to try something else.
Well, trying something else would be really good if it wasn't going back to the right, because that doesn't work. So I think Elizabeth is the best leader as a centralist. You know, there's others. Look, let's be fair, Mark Parton did an extraordinary job. He got a quota in his own right. Nobody does that, you know, who isn't a leader.
Do you think he would make a good leader?
Look, I'm not sure. I don't... certainly Mark has been a real supporter of Elizabeth, as was Nicole and others. So I don't know. Look, this is a matter for the party room to decide on who's their leader. I hope Elizabeth puts up her hand.
All right. I think we're going to hear directly from Elizabeth Lee now with Jade Toomey. Thanks, Kate.
I know what it's like, so I do think that it was a missed opportunity, and the result definitely shows that Canberrans did want to change, but unfortunately, mathematically, obviously not enough. So
there will have to be a spill after this. What will happen with the leadership of the Canberra Liberals Party?
Yeah, look, you know, it's not something that I'm focused on at the moment. No doubt my colleagues will all go have a look and have a think about, you know, what it is that they want to see moving forward. Look, politics can be a bit of a zero-sum game at times, and, you know, even though we came so close, you know, if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. So I'm sure that we'll have discussions over the next few days and weeks, and we'll see what that brings.
What do you think it is that Canberrans want, noting that you did close the gap? Do you think it needs to change direction at all?
Yeah, look, that's going to be something that we do reflect on, and I do think that we put forward a really, really positive vision that was well received, and I think the result shows that. You know, there was clearly a frustration with Labor, and their vote has gone backwards, you know, to be now on even keel with Labor on seats, as well as the primary vote, I think is actually a huge achievement, and I hope that the party members who've worked so hard, especially the volunteers, will take heart from that.
You've swung the Canberra Liberals Party towards the middle, towards the centre. Do you think that's what Canberrans want? And how do you think that will fare with the re-elected candidates and the new candidates that have been elected tonight?
Yeah, look, you know, with every election result, there's always going to be a different makeup of the party room, and, you know, whatever happens, I've been privileged enough to be elected as part of that party room, and I'll continue having fruitful discussions as well. And, yeah, there's no doubt after an election result, unless you come away with a win, you are going to have to reflect on it, and, yeah, that will be the next couple of...
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was Elizabeth Lee speaking there. Just to give you an idea of what's happening at home, we're going to hear from the Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, in a minute, the victorious Chief Minister. But first, let's go to the Greens leader, Shane
The message we've been taking to Canberrans is one about needing to make bolder changes to really transform the systems that are letting people down. Now, the Greens have long been the change makers here in the ACT. Our seat numbers may change, but our determination is constant. That is clear. We know that every election is so important because change needs to happen, and it needs to happen soon. This election in the ACT has been one about the cost of living. There is a crisis of inequality in our community. We know that. We understand that. And that's why we are pushing to go further, faster, to make Canberra a fairer place. That is what's really needed in this city. And that's what the Greens are really seeking to do. Whether it's with one MLA or 6 MLAs in the Assembly, we take on the hard issues. We bring these conversations that are happening in the community onto the floor of the Parliament, and many of which would not happen without us. That is very clear as well. Now, we do not know all the results yet tonight. It's the nature of Hare-Clark election systems. It can take a little while, but it does look as though we'll not be able to keep all of our brilliant Greens MLAs, ones who've worked their guts out over the last 4 years to make a real difference in Canberra. And I want to thank each and every one of them for their enormous amount of work. They've put their heart and soul into it. They've left nothing out there. They've given everything they've got, and we should all be extremely proud of them. The numbers matter in the Assembly, but it's the result that matters the most. And tonight the Greens have retained the balance of power in the ACT Parliament. Through that position, we can ensure Canberra continues to be the most progressive place in Australia. It is no coincidence that Canberra is the most progressive place in Australia because the Greens have been there for such a long time, making such a difference in this city, and will continue to strive to do that. I do particularly want to take this moment to reflect on the fact that with the Greens and the balance of power, we have done so much. We have got a legislative ban to completely phase out the use of fossil fuel gas. Because this country cannot continue to keep its head in the sand and think we can just keep digging up and burning fossil fuels and thinking that is going to stop climate change. We have raised the age of criminal responsibility and ensure... And we've done that because kids do not belong in prison. These are the differences the Greens make. And when the Greens share government, it is challenging. Our victories are often a bit invisible. But we very publicly wear the responsibility when the government doesn't go so well. And we've seen a little bit of that tonight, and I think that is our reality. And so that is something we are going to need to reflect on. We are feeling it tonight, and we're going to need to reflect on this result as a party and how we will choose to exert our influence in the next term of the Assembly. And that's a discussion for all of us. We are a community-based party. Our members are what this party is all about, and we will all sit together over the next week and have this conversation and think about where we go from here. Tonight is a night to celebrate. Tonight is a night to celebrate our hard work. It's a night to celebrate what we've achieved across the last 4 years. It's a night to celebrate our members. It's a night to celebrate those parliamentarians that have lost their seats. And I particularly want to name Emma Davidson, Laura Nuttall and Rebecca Vassarotti as people who have served this community so well. They have served with enormous energy, with enormous passion. I've still got my fingers crossed for Murrumbidgee, but we'll see how we go. You know, Hare-Clark's a funny beast. We'll see how we go there. But look, there's going to be a lot of feelings in this room tonight. It is a mixed night for us, but we have determination. We will continue to push the things we've taken to this election. When I look back over the last 10 years or so, the things that the Greens have taken to the election, the other parties have said are not possible. They can't be done. It's too ambitious. So many of those things are now a reality in the ACT because we are fighters and we keep hanging on to get things done and we know what needs to change. And so I assure you, those of us that have been elected will continue to carry our platform forward. We will work hard on behalf of the Canberra community, and the nucleus is there for us to continue to build this party in the future. There is no doubt about that. I want to take this opportunity to thank so many people. I'll keep it quick, but I want to thank, we obviously talked about our members and all our amazing candidates. All of the candidates, there's been 19 of us, our biggest field of candidates ever. Each of them has put their heart and soul into this campaign, and I've enjoyed watching them be fabulous candidates for the Greens and be great representatives of our party. I want to thank Pat, our campaign team and all the campaign staff who have buried themselves. They have worked so damn hard and I thank them for their enormous effort. I want to thank the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers who've been out there campaigning, putting the Greens story out there, doing all the funny jobs that have got to be done during a campaign and doing it with a smile on their faces, doing it with enthusiasm, doing it with, well, what's frankly been a good time. And I've so enjoyed working with all of you, as I know all the candidates have. Thank you so much to all our party members and volunteers. You've been awesome. I want to put a particular thanks into all our staff in the Assembly who've made such a big contribution, especially the staff whom I was unbiased, but across the team, they have just put their heart and souls into this as well. They have driven so much of the policy agenda that the party said this is where we want to go, and they've filled in the details on that and really given us a set of policies that we can be incredibly proud of and which we'll now work to implement in the Assembly. Thank you to all the Assembly staff as well. I want to be a little personally indulgent for a moment and put a shout out to my partner Louise, who remains in the intensive care unit at Canberra Hospital. She's on the mend, we'll get there, but it's been a wild couple of weeks. Yeah. Friends, we'll keep watching the results over the coming days. There's a long way to go on this one. Tonight we'll celebrate together. We'll celebrate all of our work. We'll celebrate the possibilities that lie ahead. We will celebrate our determination to continue to deliver this Greens agenda for the people of Canberra. We'll celebrate the fact that we have a strong presence in the Assembly still. We have great connections through the community. We've got a proud set of policies that we will take to the next term of the Assembly, and we'll celebrate what we can achieve together over the next 4 years. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the night. This is the one thing you absolutely should use in politics.
Elizabeth Lee earlier.
All right, that was the Greens leader Shane Rattenbury speaking there, giving something of a concession speech, I suppose, given that his membership in the Assembly has been halved. And before that, we heard Elizabeth Lee, who had just moments earlier conceded to the Chief Minister.
In a very gracious and emotional and heartfelt way. A lot of pride there.
We're going to get some more reaction now from our panellists. There's going to be a lot of debate about the Liberal Party, who's the leader, etc., but that's a job for opposition and the rest of things. Chris, just want you to reflect, 27 years straight in government. That must be quite an extraordinary thing to be part of, given how many different twists and turns and national changes of opinion we've seen over that time, and yet the Labor Party vote is down just 3% tonight.
Sure, and I mean, none of us Labor members in the Assembly were around in 2001, including the Chief Minister. I think I was in Year 9 at Melrose High School. So, look, there has been change and renewal and a refreshing of members in the Assembly. We're seeing that tonight in electorates like Brindabella, for example. We're seeing it in the Liberal Party a little bit as well, potentially more Conservative members joining the Liberal Party tonight, which may change the complexion of their Assembly and the future leadership. But what I heard from the community when I was out on the doors and what other candidates in the Labor Party were hearing was that they love living in our city. And Labor was the only party out there talking up our city positively. People love living here, and they were attributing that to our Labor government that has been a stable force in ACT politics and delivered many significant benefits for the city, like light rail, like the new hospital that we built in Woden, and acknowledged that they wanted that work to continue. And it's great to be able to do that with the win tonight.
We've got Ross Solly, who has joined our panel tonight. You were still an experienced journalist when Labor won power. You've been around that long. I mean, what's your thoughts? 27 years this government's going to run, at least.
Yeah, I think Kate Carnell said today that it was laughable that one party could be in power for so long, and now the joke continues for another 4 years through Kate Carnell's eyes. I mean, it is remarkable. There would be many who would say that this would probably be the best chance that the Liberal Party has had for some time to wrest back government. It hasn't happened. The swing hasn't happened. We've seen the independents rise. It'll be a question now of how much they can consolidate over the next 4 years. I guess the other thing we need to think about is this must surely be Andrew Barr's last election campaign. Maybe
we'll hear in a moment, Ross.
Well, no,
maybe.
but I think that he's made it quite clear, hasn't he, Chris, that this will probably be his last election. So the next campaign, we're expecting somebody else will step up to the mark to run the campaign.
I think a lot of people speculated that he would leave last time, but he stayed the 4 years. He's re-energised.
I think he led the speculation, to be fair.
Look, he's re-energised. He said that clearly through the campaign, that with a federal Labor government in power, we can get things done that weren't possible.
But you have to change eventually, don't you? You need to have a change.
I'm just going to interrupt both of you for a second because you can probably see we've got some live pictures there in the corner of your screen. We are expecting the Chief Minister to speak relatively soon. Coming back, though, full circle while we wait. Who is the successor for Andrew Barr? During the debate, he said, I'll definitely be there for 4 years. But as soon as he said that, people were saying, nah, that's not true.
Well, again, that's what he said last time. And he stayed the 4 years and he has delivered a significant vision for our city that people have supported tonight. He is our leader. We, of course, always elect our leader. The first thing that we do after the election result has been declared. And I expect he'll be re-elected leader of the Labor Party and that he will be elected by the Assembly as the Chief Minister.
Can I briefly pick up on a really important point I think Adrian made earlier about how gracious Elizabeth Lee was in defeat tonight? She was very magnanimous, acknowledging losing MLAs from all parties this evening, including the Greens. Now, I do wonder, Nicole Lauder, perhaps this is a question, how might that be received by the hardheads in the ACT Liberal Party? Because that is not something necessarily from the federal opposition, or for that matter, the federal government political playbook. When you see an opposition Liberal leader openly acknowledging, even thanking Greens MLA who've lost their job, is that something that will be frowned upon amongst a couple of the people you mentioned before in the party?
I certainly hope not. I think it showed just the calibre of person that Elizabeth is. You know, she's gracious in defeat. It is a tough night if you've lost your seat and, you know, you still show up and appear on television.
In current politics, you will not often hear, though, political parties being so openly generous to their opposition, to the people they're trying to defeat.
Shouldn't there be more of that? You know, people are people and you've got to acknowledge when people are hurting. You know, kindness doesn't take away from anyone.
Can I don't want to dwell too long on this, Nicole, but just briefly, Jeremy Hansen's going to make a run for the leadership, right? He's led the party before, was kind of sacked fairly unceremoniously at the end of last year. He's going to want to come back, isn't he?
Look, I presume so. I've already said a couple of times it's the nature of politics. People with a particular personality type go in and they always think they can do it better. We'll have to wait and see what Elizabeth does, whether she is interested in remaining the leader. But even if she expresses an interest in remaining, it's up to the will of the party room as to whether the position is spilt and a vote is taken. You might recall back in, I think, 2012, Zed Seselja continued on as the leader despite the loss in the ACT election. So that continuity can be a good thing. So I would like to see Elizabeth continue on. I don't want to see a lurch to the right. But it is absolutely the will of the party room, which is the people who are elected to fill the party room.
Thank you, Nicole. Our reporter Patrick Bell is at the ALP headquarters and he joins us. Patrick, what is the feeling there right now?
Well, I'd say the mood has escalated throughout the night, and certainly the biggest cheer of the night when Antony Green called that Labor would be re-elected and serve another 4 years in government. We've had some more MLAs arrive here. The Health Minister, Rachel Stephen-Smith. There's been plenty of photos of the MLAs and their candidate teams here. A couple of federal MPs as well have arrived. Alicia Payne, the federal member for Canberra, and also Alison Burns, who is the member for Cunningham in New South Wales, but has some connections to a couple of the candidates. We are expecting the Chief Minister to arrive at the earliest about 20 past 10. So that arrival time has been pushed back a little bit. He spent most of the night at his home in the inner north watching the results on our coverage, but we are expecting in the next 20 minutes or so that he is going to arrive here and of course address the party faithful. I will add, one MLA who is no longer present at this function is Mick Gentleman, and of course Antony has said earlier that he is in a tough battle to hold his seat, with two non-incumbent Labor candidates doing very well indeed, and so he was present, but he has ultimately decided to leave, which may be an indication of where he sees the night going personally for him.
Patrick, thank you so much for that update from ALP headquarters. We'll return back to you very soon. Now, Nicole Lauder, I couldn't help but notice your rotating collection of really interesting brooches tonight. You are well known for your colourful jackets and brooches more broadly. Tell us about the brooch collection, and what does that one say? Does that say laugh?
It's from Peanuts.
Oh, have they got less positive as the night's gone on?
Yes.
I didn't want to say anything earlier, but I was... Okay.
There was a beautiful quote in the one that you wore at the start of the night.
I started off wearing
quote.
one for Elizabeth, in honour of Elizabeth Lee. It was a quote from A Midsummer Night's Dream, and it said, "Though she be but little, she is fierce." And I think that's a very apt summation of Elizabeth. So I did wear one when we were doing pretty well, getting ahead on the primary vote. It said "Pow." And now I've gone to a more negative one.
Just how hard is it to be a Liberal tonight, Nicole Lauder? How are you feeling now?
Yeah, it's pretty saddening, I think. I think we had a pretty good shot at doing it. We had lots of positive policy announcements, that we've been working on really hard over the course of the past few years. It's something that you put your heart and soul into. It can mean a great sacrifice. Out every night and all weekend going to events and things. You can inadvertently neglect your family when you become so engrossed in the politics, usually because you love it. You love what you do. So you spend perhaps a bit too much time doing it. So it can feel like a bit of a personal rejection when your party loses, but absolutely if you lose your seat. Even as a first-time candidate, you wouldn't run if you didn't feel that you had a bit of a shot. It's, such an investment of time and effort and money and emotion to run as a candidate. So hats off to everyone from every party who puts their hand up. They're the people who are trying to make Canberra better, as opposed to the hundreds of thousands of people who just like to complain.
Chris, we're going to bring you in here just on that. And I'm curious to know, what do you think Andrew Barr wants to finish off over the next few years before he'll say, yep, I'm done?
I think the key priority is housing for the city. That emerged as a massive issue amongst younger people. And by young, I mean sort of people under the age of 40, so quite a large group of people. And then also their parents, because they're staying at home, living with their parents, and they want their children to be able to afford a house or be able to afford rental. So that is something that we have to tackle in the next Assembly as an absolute priority. And linked to that, of course, is cost of living. And that is probably the thing we haven't talked about tonight. The major issue in this campaign was cost of living. It came up time and time again. I suspect, other than the independent vote, it is one of the reasons why we have seen a decline in some of the votes of the parties. People wanted to see practical measures there. They knew that it was linked to interest rates and that wasn't within our control to change that, but they wanted us to do something targeted that was meaningful and practical. I think we tried to do that, but there's always more work to do, and housing has to be the first step.
Minister Steele, if we're talking dollars and cents, for some of our national viewers, it will be odd that the Chief Minister is also the Treasurer and has been for a decade. How necessary, in your view, is it that the Chief Minister drop the Treasury portfolio?
Look, the distribution of the ministries is up to him, but look, I'm informed the Chief has arrived in Belconnen, so I don't want to hold him up any longer.
Briefly, the Independents, the Greens and those you might depend on to form government have expressed a wish to consider it or do it. So will you?
Well, it's the Chief Minister's decision. It will be his prerogative. The caucus decides who the ministers will be, but the distribution of portfolios will be determined by the Chief.
And Antony Green has some additional figures to share with us before we hear from Andrew Barr shortly.
Yes. Look, just quickly to run through a few things. New members, definitely Caitlin Tough in Brindabella, Deborah Morris in Brindabella, Thomas Emerson in Currajong, and Fiona Carrick in Murrumbidgee. We're really very confident that all those are elected. Defeated members, Elizabeth Kickett and Rebecca Vassarotti. Kickett, of course, changed party. Possible members, Mick Gentleman versus, I'll do Brindabella specifically in a moment, so to discuss there. Shaka Barry in Ginninderra, it looks like winning the second Liberal seat. Ed Cox and Amardeep Singh, no idea which of the two are going to get there. I think Andrew Braddock will get that last seat in Yerraby, but the Pollard, the Independents for Canberra candidate, has polled reasonably well, and the preferences could do something there. So we'll just leave that one in doubt rather than call it for the Greens. I think it's worth doing that. And what I wanted to look at was Brindabella, because all night that looked like a really strong seat for the Liberal Party, but it has drifted through the evening. The Liberal vote's now down to 2.57 quotas. It was up over nearly 2.8 there at one stage. Labor's up above 2. The Greens are on 0.5, Independents for Canberra 0.45. So I don't think they can catch up. I don't think the Greens can catch up because one of them has to pass the third Liberal. But if you look at the... you can tell I've been talking for a long time tonight. My throat is starting to go. Mark Parton has been re-elected. Caitlin Tough is a new Labor member. Deborah Morris will win the second seat for the Liberal Party. But Tamus Werner-Gibbings and Mick Gentleman are there very close, and the distributions of preferences are all indicating that Tamus Werner-Gibbings will win that seat and that Mick Gentleman will be defeated. James Daniels is a chance for the third seat for the Liberal Party, but there's a lot of cut-up of preferences there. As the Liberal voters come down, let's just go back to those party totals again. So say there's no leakage between the tickets, then you've got the Liberals on 0.57, you've got the Greens on 0.55, Independents for Canberra on 0.45. There's still a chance that the Greens could catch that third Liberal, or the cut-up of the preferences within those tickets could get more complex. I'd still think the Liberals are more likely, but that is a lot closer than it looked earlier in the evening.
All right, Antony, thank you for that. And we are still waiting on the Chief Minister, Andrew Barr. We're, of course, expecting him to claim victory and say, congratulate all his different MLAs tonight. What do you think then, Chris, was the driving force? I mean, there's a 3% swing against you, but after 23 years, it's a pretty small amount. What do you think is the driving force that has kept Labor in office?
Look, I do think it is the policies that we've brought forward to the election, particularly in relation to housing. That was very well received, the plan for 30,000 new homes over the next 5 years to build, buy and rent. The continued focus on health. We ran a major campaign for months and months about recruiting 800 new healthcare workers. That was very positively received in the community, and building on the work that we've done building the new Canberra hospital with building a new hospital on the north side that we've brought to the election. So those two things I think were very positive for us. Cost of living was definitely very challenging for all of the parties, I think, but and we couldn't go as far because we, as the Chief Minister said during the campaign, we couldn't promise the world, but we did promise some practical, targeted measures that I think will make a difference and that we will intend to implement.
James, so if what Antony Green's now saying is a possibility, there's now an arm wrestle between the Greens and the Independents for Canberra for a seat. We could actually see potentially the independents for Canberra end up with 3 and the Greens ending up in 2. That's going to be a big change.
Interesting.
It's going to make it very interesting. And Chris Steele, you better get your negotiating skills out, because it might be a bit tougher to negotiate with them than the Greens.
You mentioned earlier you might prefer that, to have multiple pathways, but I'm just going to jump in because I think Antony Green might be able to give us just a little bit of an update on the other elections that are happening tonight across the border in New South Wales.
Yeah, just to wrap them up, Dominic Perrottet's seat of Epping, it was a very comfortable victory for the Liberal Party. Monica Tudorhope is the new Liberal member for that seat. Hornsby, Matt Keen's seat. James Wallace will be the new Liberal member. He's the one that I think Tony Abbott had rather unflattering remarks about. One of those internal factional fights in the New South Wales Liberal Party. And Pittwater, Rory Amon was forced to resign. Georgia Ryburn, the Liberal candidate, Jackie Scrooby. And as you can see here, a 6% swing, 55% for the independent. Wow. The Avalon early voting centre is to come in, and that's up the peninsula, and that'll be strong for the independent. So at the last election, Jackie Scrooby led on the night, but it was defeated by the absence in the pre-polls. There's no absence at a by-election, and the pre-polls to come are actually all from the end of the electorate, which will do well for Scrooby. She's won nearly every polling place in the electorate, so that's a big win for the independent. Of course, the important thing is this is in the federal electorate of McKellar. It's held by the Teal independent Sophie Scomps. So this has occurred within that electorate 6 months before the federal election. So that's why there's a lot of interest in this result.
And just to be clear, you're definitely giving that seat away.
That seat's not turning, not from 55%. Doesn't turn around from there.
All right, Antony, thank you very much.
Just want to pick up on a point that Ross made about sort of alluding to a chaotic crossbench. Nicole Lauder, your thoughts on just how chaotic it could be, that negotiation?
It will be very interesting. I think for the Liberals, any hope would be for negotiating with the independents if there were 3 of them, for example. They may be slightly more amenable, but because we know that the Greens will always vote with Labor and drag Labor further to the left. So, who knows what will happen. We can only watch as the preferences flow through, and, time will show. I'm
really curious because I spent a bit of time with Elizabeth Lee and Andrew Barr throughout the campaign, and it struck me that they're actually both very, very similar ideologically, with Elizabeth Lee to the left of the Liberal Party and Andrew Barr to the right. I mean, is there some things that, given all the clash of ideas we've had over the past, best part of a year, are there some things you think the Liberal Party and the Labor Party could sit down in the next year, out of the shadow of a media spotlight of a campaign, and go, righto, we might actually work on some of these things?
Yeah, well, look, I think what you'd find is if you look at the voting in the Assembly, the vast majority of bills go through with everyone agreeing to them or no one disagreeing. But they're not the things that you hear about in the media. It's the ones where there may be a big ideological divide that we tend to disagree on. So, I think there are definitely things that we have in common, but, sometimes it's even a political decision to say, well, they want this. We have to show that we're different to them and give people a reason to vote differently. There's no point being the same. So sometimes it's a political decision to oppose something. I'm probably not meant to say that.
It's all right. The truth serum's flowing freely. The campaign's over.
Now, James, Patrick Bell, our reporter, is at the ALP headquarters with Tara Chain. Patrick.
Thanks, Adi. Yes, I am here with the City Services Minister, Tara Chain, who's very excited tonight. Tara Chain, congratulations on being re-elected. Labor has won this election, but it has seen a dip in its vote. What do you think are the lessons to be learnt from this result?
I think that what we've heard from the electorate is that they are really proud of and interested and still engaged with Labor's policies and our progressive ideals and our ideas, and that we have presented them really strongly. But there has been a bit of a, what would change look like? What would it throw up? And I think in 2016 and 2020, that change element was the Greens. So the change element was what would it look like if the Greens, just had a little bit more power and brought us a little bit further. Whereas this time, certainly in Ginninderra, I felt a real rejection of the Green vote and much more of a curiosity about the independents, but not necessarily a vote for the independents. And I think that's reflected in the vote that we've seen today.
Briefly, given what you've just said, what level of influence do you think the Greens should have in the next government, given they're now down to 3 seats compared to your 10 and not 6? Does that mean that there are fewer ministers? It's not the same kind of arrangement?
Look, it's not for me to say at this stage. As we all know, Hare Clark elections all come down to preferences, and that takes a week to count. We still have postal votes that arrive up to Friday night, and so it's a very long week for candidates as we constantly refresh the Elections ACT page and see what the interim preferences look like. And as we saw on late Friday night in 2020, that many of the contentious, questionable votes and how they were going to fall, they fell to the Greens. I'm not sure we're going to see, as we've already seen on the votes tonight, that we're going to see that same effect. But Hare Clark always produces some interesting results. I've said for about a week now that we've had about 12 seats that I've thought are in play. We had 8 seats turnover in 2020, and even tonight we've seen already that there's some turnover happening.
Thanks very much, Tara Chain, City Services Minister, and panel. We do expect the Chief Minister in the next little while.
All right, Patrick Bell there, thank you. Yes, I've just had a text message saying, if you are watching at home, that the Chief Minister is expected to speak in about 15 minutes, so he might be on air just a little bit longer.
Certainly, Tara looked very weary, emotional and happy. Tonight,
yeah, it's been a long campaign. I mean, how are you feeling, Chris? Because it's one of those campaigns that doesn't just sort of run for the 6 weeks because you've got a fixed date. It pretty much began at the start of February.
It did, and that's about the time that I had a baby as well. So the combination was pretty exhausting. I want to just give a shout out to one of our candidates, Louise Crossman in Brindabella, who wasn't successful tonight, it appears, but had a baby in the campaign right near about 3 months before the election day, and campaigned incredibly hard, making phone calls with the baby on her chest. So just well done to the team. It is a team effort, and you don't get through it without your team members and your family supporting you. So thanks to everyone that does that for all of the candidates.
Nicole Lauder, we've talked a little bit about the need for renewal, leadership renewal with the Liberals, what that might look like. Is there a strong pathway of talent coming through the young Liberals? And if there are barriers, what are they to getting the best candidates to reflect our community?
I've never had anything much to do with the young Liberals, so I'm unable to comment on the young Liberals. The only thing I would say that in my experience, they've been much more closely aligned, generally speaking, with the Conservative side of our party.
They've been very Conservative. Just to either of you, I mean, do you think that there is enough talent entering the ACT Legislative Assembly? Because traditionally it doesn't get a lot of coverage, not hugely high profile, and as we've seen tonight with the Hare Clark system, if you stand, even if you're given preferential treatment by the party, it doesn't mean you'll be given preferential treatment on the ballot paper. So is it hard to get people?
It is, I think, and we've actually been able to muster some incredible community candidates this time around, and it takes every single one of them, all 5, because you can't run more than 5 under the electoral law, to actually get multiple members up. Sometimes you get 2, sometimes you get 3 in the case of one of the major parties, and then for the minor parties it can be very difficult to get just 1. So it does take, it's basically sometimes whoever does the most work wins, but that can be a very exhaustive process.
I want to pick up on that point, Chris Steele, in terms of talent coming through the, I would say, heritage 2-party system. We have seen federally a move towards independent, so-called teals. It continues tonight in a couple of by-elections. This evening, the raw numbers say the main move is to an independent alternative. So, to both of you, I suppose, do you need to accept old-school 2-party politics is on the way out, and you actually need to fundamentally change to bring in new talent and appeal to the contemporary voter? To you first, Chris Steele.
I think after every election we will have to do a review and analyse what went well and what didn't go so well. Regardless of whether we've won the election, we will do that. So we know that there is a push for more independence at the moment. That was how the Assembly started. We had many independents for a couple of years, but what we know is that they're not durable. They don't last for more than 1 or 2 terms.
Then how do you explain David Pocock's result federally here and what's followed on tonight? I would argue that is a trend and it is starting to take root.
Well, we'll see that play out and see whether it is a durable thing, and we'll see what happens in the Assembly. Will it be chaotic? Will it deliver what the people of the ACT want in key areas like housing, cost of living, health, education, and so forth? So it's going to be definitely a new era for the Assembly, one that they've experienced in the past, not one that I've experienced since being elected in 2016. So it's going to make things very interesting.
Nicole Lauder, your view?
This is one of those occasions where I 100% agree with what Chris said.
All right, we have just got news that the Chief Minister is very, very close to speaking in Belconnen. So if you are waiting for that victory speech, you will not have to wait too long. Nicole, I'm interested just on that topic about whether or not you're getting enough talent through. Is the Liberal Party attracting enough people? Is it very hard in a city like Canberra that hasn't voted for the Liberal Party for some time? Is it very hard to attract people to actually nail their colours to the mast?
Look, yes and no. We get a number of people who are really passionate about supporting and changing and representing their community. You know, real community focused people. You know, for example, in Brindabella we had Sandy Mitra, who'd been a finalist in one of the ACT
Young hero.
Yes.
Community champion.
Yeah. You know, absolutely worked hard in his community and did a lot of work, you know, and he wanted to continue that in a broader sense. You know, there are other people who, with similar pathways, you know, they've encountered sometimes a personal issue that's really prompted them to step up for the greater good of the community.
That's part of your story, Nicole Lauder.
Yeah, that's kind of how I got into politics, you know, something that occurred to me and I thought, well, how can I make this better? I can put my hand up to try and make that difference myself. So we do get those people, but there is no doubt it's a tough place to be a Liberal in.
And just in case you're watching at home and wondering why on earth we have a picture of an elevator, we are expecting the Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, to walk through that shortly, but we've said that a few times now, so let's see. He isn't too far away, we are assured of that. Ross, we just want to bring you in.
No, I just got a quick question for Chris. I'd be interested to know, in this term of the Assembly, of course, there were 6 Greens, 3 ministers.
Yep.
In the next term, let's assume that you form government with the Greens, 3 members. Is it natural to assume that maybe they might be entitled to 1 ministry?
I think it'll be the first thing that's discussed as part of a new parliamentary and governing agreement that would have to be formed about how many ministers should the Greens and Labor have. We need, I think, the current level of ministers of 9 to be able to support the...
Chris, I'm so sorry, I'm going to interrupt because on your screen now is the victorious Chief Minister, Andrew Barr.
Thank you, Canberra, but thank you to the broader Labor family. This is... Tonight's result is a result of the hard work of everyone in this room and everyone in the broader Labor movement and all of Labor's supporters across the Australian Capital Territory. I acknowledge that we are gathered tonight on the lands of the Ngunnawal people, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I thank the Deputy Chief Minister, re-elected member for Ginninderra, Yvette Barrett. thank you, Yvette, for your tremendous support through this campaign, through the last term of government and the term before that. Could not ask for a more supportive Deputy Chief Minister and Deputy Leader of the Labor Party. You make me a better leader. Thank you, Yvette. To all of my parliamentary Labor colleagues, thank you. Leading the Labor team in the Assembly is the greatest privilege and honour of my life. I couldn't perform this role without your tremendous support. You always have my back, and I will be forever grateful to all of you. Thank you. To each of Labor's candidates in this election, you have worked so hard for so long. I know what it's like to be a first-time candidate, and I know the tremendous support that you have drawn from your campaign support teams. Your results tonight are a result of all of their collective hard work. The Labor Party is a movement, and it's a movement of the grassroots. So to every candidate, to every volunteer, we stand here tonight on your shoulders. Without your work, we could not be successful in elections. Thank you. Collectively, we have knocked on nearly every door in Canberra, rung nearly every mobile and landline, had more conversations than any other political party with the voters of Canberra. And what we've seen tonight is the result of that hard work. A 7th term of government is an extraordinary... As a result of all of that work, we are certain of holding 10 seats in the Assembly. There's a little bit of counting to go, but it does look that the crossbench will be 5, and 5 people who hold progressive values and whose natural partner would be a Labor government. We still have conversations to have with each of those elected members. The Greens Party, Thomas Emerson and Fiona Carrick. I congratulate all of them on their election to the Assembly. I also acknowledge Elizabeth Lee and the Canberra Liberals. Elizabeth rang me a little while ago in what is the hardest phone call to make in politics. It was graceful, short, but understandably. She and her team have worked incredibly hard and diligently and have received reasonable support across the community. We should acknowledge that and acknowledge the contribution that the Liberal Party make to our democracy. I don't always agree, but it is important that there is a strong opposition. And I congratulated Elizabeth on her campaign. This election has, as most Assembly elections do, seen some change in the makeup of the Assembly. To each of the sitting members who have retired or were not re-elected, I thank you for your extensive contribution to our democracy, to our parliament and to...
It's election night 2020 and the centre of pro-Trump MAGA world.
And I do in this room want to particularly thank Joy Birch. The longest serving Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, a stalwart representative for the people of Tuggeranong over an extended period of time. Joy, thank you for your massive contribution. From here, we need to engage with the progressive crossbench, but I'm confident that we will once again be able to form a progressive and stable government for the people of Canberra. We are rightly proud of our Labor values. We are rightly proud of the platform that we take to the community every 4 years. This campaign has been near flawless in its execution due to the tremendous work of Ash, Toby and the team in party office. Ash has led our campaign. He has set the culture of the campaign and the party office and the engagement with candidates, with volunteers and supporters. It's second to none in my experience. Ash, thank you. From here, we will take the progressive, practical and proven policies we've taken to this election and enact them in government with the support, I hope, of a progressive crossbench that sees value in investing in public housing, in public health and public education. From what I have heard on TV tonight, we may have a little bit of work to convince a few of them to invest in public transport. But we're up for that task. We are up for that task. Canberrans have again voted to extend light rail. A strong public transport system that connects south of Lake Burley Griffin into the National Triangle, where 50,000 people work and 5 million tourists a year visit, is the right decision for Canberra's transport future. So too is electrifying our bus fleet and electrifying our city. We will not take a backward step on climate action. We were the first city in Australia to be powered 100% by renewable electricity. We are now building the big Canberra battery to store that renewable energy. And through our Sustainable Household Scheme, a nation-leading ACT Labor initiative, we are supporting households to save money, reduce emissions and create more jobs in our renewable energy sector. This is a Labor initiative. This is a Labor initiative that is making cost of living easier for Canberrans and taking real action on climate. Friends, Labor is the party of jobs. Secure local jobs. At the last election, we set a target to grow our labour market to 250,000 jobs by 2025. We are at 270,000 jobs. Our next task is to continue to grow our economy, create more jobs, keep the lowest unemployment rate in Australia, because Labor always is and always will be the party of secure local jobs. This progressive agenda, supporting economic growth, climate action and investment in public services, is what we took to the people of Canberra, and once again we have been endorsed to lead the government of the Australian Capital Territory. None of this is possible, though, without the support of every person in this room. I've said before that a politician is only ever as good as the staff who support them. Tonight I want to pay tribute to my Chief of Staff, Michael Cook. Michael has worked with me for nearly 10 years. Now, Anthony and I have been together for 25 years. So there is another man in this room who has put up with me for longer. But Michael, I couldn't do it without you. You and the team. To Matt, Fahim, Mark, Yashina, Karen, Mark S, Britt, Max, Freya and Reese. I enjoy coming to work every day with you. You make the job of being Chief Minister, which is a hard job, that much easier. But as everyone in the Assembly team knows, my staff are there for every single member of Labor's caucus. Every single time, always there to help. We could not ask for more. Thank you. Before I conclude tonight, because I really need a beer now. I want to thank and acknowledge the union movement for its considerable support of Labor. And lastly, to my family. I couldn't do this without you. To my parents, my brother and sister-in-law, Angus, thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Angus has been at 3 elections now, first in a little koala suit, I think, as a onesie when he was a little baby, and now growing up. It's so wonderful to be able to share this occasion with you all. Thank you. To my parents, well, I wouldn't be here without your tremendous support. It is a little family in-joke that the firstborn and the secondborn. Well, look, we have placed slightly different pressures on our parents. And I know me being in the public spotlight has been challenging at times, particularly in a small community. But I couldn't do it without your support. Thank you. lastly, we got the man who has been my rock and my strength for 25 years. We met at the very first Canberra Spring Out Pride event on the 13th of November 1999. 25 years, nearly. Anthony, I love you. And this is the moment that does tend to attract a little bit of national attention. And so, with that, the hard work begins. I know everyone feels like they're probably running at the last 1%, but enjoy tonight. Thank you. I look forward to working hard for you all over the next 4 years. Thank you.
A victorious Andrew Barr, the Chief Minister there, in a very emotional tribute there to his rock of 25 years since the spring out of 1999. Thanking his partner Anthony, declaring his love for him, an embrace and a kiss. Of course, earlier in that speech from Andrew Barr, he paid also an emotional tribute to his deputy Yvette Berry, and he also paid tribute to Liberals leader Elizabeth Lee, recognising the gains that she'd made in this campaign and also emphasising the need for a strong opposition. He described the victory as the result of collective hard work. He thanked the Labor Party, the party office, the candidates, his staff, the many volunteers that have helped him along this way. He paid tribute to his Chief of Staff, Michael Cook, also the union movement, his family and his parents. He described it as a near flawless campaign and his hope for a progressive crossbench. And it sounds very much, doesn't it, James, like he's looking forward to a beer, if not enjoying
he's
it
enjoying
already.
it now. I have memories of 2020 and maybe even 2016, him doing the same sort of photo opportunity. But I think he might have just told the crowd he wasn't going to drink it in one go. He is with our reporter Patrick Bell, though. We might be able to go there now.
Necessarily a thumping endorsement of either major party. What do you make of the success of the independents particularly?
Oh, look, they've run an incredibly strong campaign and should be very proud of what they have achieved from scratch. There's clearly support for Thomas and Fiona in the respective electorates, and given how hard they worked, they deserve their election to the Assembly.
What do you make of the ongoing relationship with the Greens, and can you tell me a bit about some of the conversation I'm sure you've had with Shane Rattenbury already tonight?
Well, look, we've worked effectively together in spite of some policy differences, and we would endeavour to continue a constructive working relationship with the Greens political party. Exactly what form that will take remains to be worked through, but we are open to a number of different options, and we'll respect whatever decision they make as to whether they would seek to stay on the crossbench or be part of the cabinet. I think an important thing necessarily is some form of written agreement around supply and confidence, but we do recognise that they will want to take a moment to reflect on tonight's result. I think as the further counting continues, the swings against the Greens and Labor are receding a little as more booth votes come in. There seems to be quite a difference between votes cast on polling day and votes cast during the pre-poll period. Of course, there'll be postals, and I think it's reasonable to expect that the Liberal Party will see their share of those increase a little. But it would seem that, look, there are small swings against Labor and the Greens and the Liberals, and largely that going to independents. So that needs to be respected. But equally, Labor has a policy platform that I think many of the independents and Greens can agree with, at least in part, if not mostly. And we'll have those further discussions in the days and weeks ahead.
Very briefly, you haven't come through unscathed. Perhaps it looks like Mick Gentleman might be in a tough race for his seat. What do you make of that, and any words for him? I know he was here earlier, but isn't here at the moment.
Oh, look, Mick has been a Labor Party stalwart and represented the Brindabella electorate for decades. I think there's still a little bit of counting to go. When I last looked, he was closing the gap, but I acknowledge it could be a really tough fight from here for him. But we'll need to see more votes added into the count. Obviously, congratulations to Mark Parson. He has received a very high vote. Being the only sitting Liberal on that ticket, that's understandable, but Mark works very hard for Tuggeranong. We acknowledge that. But I'm also really pleased for Caitlin and Tamus, who worked their guts out during the campaign. I was hopeful we might be able to win 3 in Tuggeranong.
Chief, we'll let you get on to that beer. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to Patrick Bell at Labor headquarters with the Chief Minister Andrew Barr celebrating that victory in a very jubilant mood. Some final thoughts from you, Ross Solly.
Well, I think from the Labor Party's perspective, if we suspect that Labor and the Greens will form government, means nearly every Labor MLA will become a minister. From the Liberal Party, look, their vote's gone down. So I think even if Elizabeth Lee wants to stay in the leader's position, she may have a very, very tough battle to convince the rest of the party to support her. The question is, does she then stay on the back bench, or will she resign from the Assembly? It'll be a very interesting decision for her to make.
Adam Shirley, how do you see it?
Minority government again for the ACT, with the exact composition to be confirmed, obviously. Now, although some nationally warn that the sky falls in with minority government, it hasn't just yet in the ACT. I do wonder, Adrian, if it's an indicator of what could happen or is likely to happen in a federal election in 2025.
Interesting. All right, to our 2 political panellists who have lasted the whole night. Chris Steele, a final thought from you.
Look, it was a historic moment. 27 years is what we can now deliver progressive government for. I just want to go to one comment that the Chief Minister made about the popularity of light rail and getting on with the work of delivering
light rail.
Still don't have a price.
Look, Jeremy Hanson said that if the Liberals opposed light rail at this election, which they didn't last election, they would see an increase in their primary vote. They've actually dropped their primary vote down to 34.3% in Murrumbidgee. It was 42.8% in 2016.
Really hitting those talking points tonight, Chris. Very impressive. All right, Nicole Lauder, you are retiring. Some final thoughts from you.
Look, I just want to say congratulations to Andrew Barr and his team on their victory. It is a historic victory, so good for them. And to, as I said earlier, every single candidate, successful or otherwise, well done for standing up, putting your hand up and trying your very hardest.
It's a nice sentiment to finish on. Thank you very much, Nicole.
And thank you to all our panellists. Antony Green now with a final summary.
A couple of little wraps. Let's look at the party votes, the primary votes for the ACT election. 75% counted, 34.5 for Labor, 33.1 for the Liberal Party. So there has been a turnaround from the electronic votes. The Green vote on 12.4%. Now, I've heard some people say the Green vote collapsed. The Greens have lost half their members, but their vote's down 1%. They always faced an asymmetric challenge. It only took a small drop in their vote to lose half their members. If they'd got a 5% swing to them, they wouldn't have won any extra members. So some of that collapse is just the loss of members, but their vote is still higher than it's been at 8 of the previous 11 elections. So it's not a complete collapse, and I'll come on to where it's gone. If you look at the change in vote that's occurred, Labor's down 3.3, others, Liberals down, Greens down. It's the independents for Canberra that's done well, and also Fiona Carrick independents there built into other totals here. But there's been a big increase in the support for independents. Let's look at the overall figures for the chamber. I think we go here for that. Chamber. The seats which have been showing at the bottom are the ones which are definitely won. And we've got the Liberals on 8, Labor 10, 2, 1 and 1 across the middle there. On the numbers that are there at the moment, this is the most likely final situation, which is Labor 10, Liberal 10, 3 Greens, 1 independent for Canberra in Thomas Emerson, and Fiona Carrick, who's the other independent. And just to show what's gone on here, as I said, the Greens have lost 3 members. What's happened is we've got 2 new independents. So this is the first time since 2004 that someone other than Labor, Liberal and Green has been elected. So there has been a bit of a shift at this election. So if there's talk of other parties collapsing, it's because of the emergence of another block of members in the Assembly. They're not going to hold the balance of power. It looks like that will remain with the Greens, but they're still an important block and showing that there are some other options there. And as Kate Carnell was earlier on, as I've said myself, and I think Kate Carnell was referring to, sometimes a change of government occurs in the ACT because of the change of the composition of the front of the crossbench. The Liberals, still their best chance of getting into Parliament is if there is a crossbench and they can increase their membership, because as long as only the Greens were there, the Liberals never had a hope. 4 years' time, that gives the Liberals a little bit of hope that they might do slightly better next time.
Antony Green, thank you for all your thoughts tonight. Hopefully we'll be back for another ACT election in 4 years' time.
And that is ACT votes for 2024. Canberra has voted to keep its Labor government.
Andrew Barr has secured a 7th successive term for the Labor Party, extending the ALP's 23 years in power with another 4-year term, which will make it one of the longest-lived governments in Australian political history.
The ABC is projecting Labor has so far secured 10 seats in the 25-seat House of Assembly.
The Canberra Liberals have definitely won 8, while the Greens have won at least 2, but are in the hunt for a 3rd in the new Assembly.
For the first time in more than 2 decades, 2 independents have been elected, with Thomas Emerson, a former staffer for Independent Senator David Pocock, and the son of former Labor Cabinet Minister Craig Emerson, elected along with former councillor Fiona Carrick.
A big thank you to Adam Shirley and Ross Solly for their insights and interviews throughout the night.
And of course, thank you to our Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green, for his unrivalled analysis of the results.
And a big thank you to you at home as well for choosing us from the ABC Election Centre at the spectacular National Museum of Australia on the edge of Lake Burley-Griffin. Good night.
Good night.
Hello and welcome. I'm Mariam Saab with the top stories on ABC News. Commonwealth Bank users have been left fuming after a costly glitch in the system meant they were double charged for payments they've made in the past 24 hours. The bank says that it's now rectified this issue, but it's left many customers with overdrawn accounts, leaving them unable to pay for weekend necessities. The bank says it's investigating what caused the error. Opposition leader Peter Dutton says that if elected, the opposition will invest $5 billion to tackle housing infrastructure delays. The fund will seek to speed up the supply and construction of water, access road and sewage infrastructure to new housing developments. Housing Minister Claire O'Neill has criticised the policy, saying the coalition is yet to outline a broader housing target.
Peter Dutton has already said he would cut $19 billion out of Labor's ambitious housing agenda. Now he wants a pat on the back for putting $5 billion back in. Peter Dutton's taking with one hand and giving with the other. It's a card trick.
Australian Federal Police have responded to a situation at Sydney Airport that's been described as a safety threat. An Air New Zealand plane remained on the runway for several hours as emergency crews investigated the incident. Air New Zealand confirmed there was a security incident on flight NZ247, which landed from Wellington at 5:25 this evening. The AFP is investigating, but stressed that there's no threat to the community. A new public engagement has been added to King Charles and Queen Camilla's schedule, with a chance to meet the royals after a church service in Sydney tomorrow morning. The King and Queen received an official welcome at Sydney Airport after touching down from the United Kingdom last night. This will be the King's 17th visit to Australia, but it's his first as head of state.
Touching down in Sydney to weather that was distinctly British. The first visit by a reigning monarch since Queen Elizabeth toured in 2011. On hand, the Prime Minister to welcome the King and Queen, himself a lifelong Republican. Also waiting patiently, Kai and his sister, who, like the King, have suffered at the hands of cancer. Kai's lifelong wish to meet the royals.
Kai, did you do any practices handing over the flowers? Did you rehearse that?
I didn't really rehearse handing over the flowers, but I rehearsed my bowing.
It was really lovely to watch Kai get his wish to meet the royal family.
The Opera House was lit up with images of the couple as part of the welcome, but bad weather delayed a ship leaving, blocking the display for nearly an hour. Today, the royal couple have been resting at Admiralty House ahead of official engagements tomorrow. It's a scaled-down 5-day trip, but one the King believes is important. And while monarchists expect the visit will strengthen Australia's connection to their sovereign, opponents hope it's another chance to reject the concept that someone from the other side of the world is still our head of state. Lydia Feng, ABC News.
In the AFLW, Hawthorn have thumped Greater Western Sydney 61 points to 24 in Melbourne. Eileen Gilroy kicked 3 goals, while midfielder Emily Bates made 34 disposals. The win pushes the side to the top of the league ladder before they play Melbourne next week in Cairns. And in the other match of the day, Gold Coast have piped Sydney by 4 points. Tara Bahana kicked 2 goals, while Claudia Whitford made 22 disposals. The win pushes the Suns off the bottom of the ladder before they play 8th place Port Adelaide next week at home. And in the A-League men's, Auckland FC have had their first ever win in their inaugural game against Brisbane Roar. Brisbane defender Harry van der Sarg scored an own goal in the 8th minute before Logan Rogerson scored for the home side in the 74th. The win pushes Auckland to the top of the league ladder. And that's the latest from ABC News. Do stay with us. The top stories are just ahead.
Have you caught up with the latest news? It's super easy with ABC News Online.
The Weather Bureau has issued several warnings.
Stories from your neighbourhood, around the country and from